Jews at the time in Spain are living under the administration, at this time, are living under the administration of Alfonso X. Now, Alfonso X is one of these guys you probably haven't heard of, but it's actually really, really important in the history of a lot of things. Because Alfonso X was probably one of the most tolerant and curious monarchs in European history. He allowed for and encouraged translation between Arabic, Hebrew, and Latin. He encouraged poets and artists and mathematicians. He was probably one of the most benign, enlightened despot. In fact, if you want to think of an enlightened despot or exalt, it was Alfonso X. He was called Alfonso the Wise. And again, also because these epithets, right? Like when you're Philip the Fair, Philip the Long, or Rabbi the Ugly, these typically are pretty accurate. And Alfonso the Wise was a pretty wise dude. And it's in his administration that Jews were probably allowed the greatest amount of civil freedom until present. So if you want to think about it in those terms, right, Alfonso X probably allowed Jews more freedom in his realm than any other European to hold. And so Alfonso the Wise set up a relatively liberal, again, within the confines of medieval Christendom, I don't think we're going into that, but a relatively liberal world in which new ideas can be published, Jews can travel, they can do things. Also, what's important to note about this at the same time is that Jews and Christians are living in an unusually close proximity, especially in Spain and Germany, and they're talking at a level that they really hadn't prior, and they really don't ever have. And they're influencing each other. Two things are really worth mentioning here. One is the Cathar cult, right? The Cathar heresy. Cathars were kind of, it seems like a lay-led, semi-agrarian, dualistic movement of Christendom that lived at the very margins of Catholicism, maybe even outside of it, and they were intensely persecuted by the Catholic Church during what's called the Albigensian Crusades. People forget that the first Crusades were not Christians against Muslims, they were Christians against other Christians. The Albigensian Crusades were the crusade against many race other Christians, Albigensian Catholics. It also was important to note about this time period is this is the time period of the rise of the Marian cult. When I say Marian cult, just know that I'm going to use the word cult. I'm using the religious studies term. I don't mean the word cult in a negative way. I just mean as an intense religious movement. And that's to say there was an intense spike in Spain at this time around the image and theology of Mary, and Mary adoration became intense at this time period and around the early 13th century around Mary. There was a lot of intense veneration of Mary at this time. That's going to matter in a minute because that's going to be a marketing problem for the Jews because Mary is very charismatic. People really like Mary. And the Catholic Church, they're about that Mary life. Mary intercession, Mary veneration proved to be enormously popular right now. Well, it's supply and demand. If the Catholics got the Mary thing, what are the Jews going to get? You know the answer. Shekhinah. Right? In many ways, we know that Shekhinah, the feminine aspect of God, is the Jewish response to the rise of Marian veneration. Anything you can do, we can do better. You have the Mother of God, we have the feminine God. Right? This is the kind of theological partnership we can see and the development of Kabbalah. They're the left from see Alfonso X. I have a coin. I collect medieval coins, and I have every conceivable dorky hobby that one can have. And I actually have a silver dinar of Alfonso X. You can even see his minting, but he's really picky about his minting. His minting is especially beautiful in a way that previous and after their minting, Spanish minting was notorious and bad. But Alfonso X really wanted a beautiful coins minting. You can see that in his mints. He had 9. Alright, so what are the kind of core philosophical problems that are going to intervene in the rise of Kabbalah? Because one of the things I always like to point out to people is that mysticism and irrationalism were never really a known history until now. It's only in the aftermath of the 18th century that we really uphold the mystical and the rational. Even don't see that in the Middle Ages, you don't see the late classical period. It's a really modern thing in many ways. So what we give, right, is an attempt to solve a group of philosophical problems. And when we say philosophical, really might say it's theosophical. They're philosophical problems that heavily overlap with theology. So it's not quite philosophy, it's not quite theology, it's something in between. Because there was already developed Jewish theology, and there was already developed Jewish philosophy. Ironically, studying God, right? And there was traditional visions of God that had been inherited from the Talmud. Well, this isn't either one of them. This is something in between, sort of a cutting-edge kind of thing. So the question became this. This is basically a Neoplatonic question for folks who know a bit about history and philosophy. Let's say it's a Neoplatonic question because Neoplatonism is now moving into Europe via the Islamic context for the first time. And that question is this. It's a pretty basic question. That is unanswerable. We have an infinite God. Because no one wants to find out God, right? You don't want a God who doesn't know stuff. Like, you ask God, hey, what's the derivative of this? God's like, you don't want a God who doesn't know calculus. You want a completely transcendent God who is all-knowing, all-powerful, all-wise, all the things. Right? You want this God. Everybody wants that transcendent God. And yet, being transcendent, we're immanent. I don't know everything about calculus. I guarantee you. Right? I don't know everything about the Kabbalah. I don't know everything about most things. 99.999 things I don't know everything about. Really anything about anything. This is a basic philosophical problem. Yeah. Because let's do some basic math. Infinity minus 1 is still infinity. Infinity minus 10 million is still infinity. Infinity minus 12 billion, 11 billion, whatever. You can't subtract enough, right? When you think about trying to pull the infinite towards you by subtraction, you never get to it. If you try to get to infinity, right, by adding more, a little bit more, you're never going to get there either. Because every time you add to a finite number, you'll never get to infinity. How do you bridge the gap? And Neoplatonism is famous, infamous, for trying to solve this problem by adding in what they call hypostases. Hypostases is just a complicated word for things that are in between. They're things that are in the middle. They're states in the middle. And so you can see that these go from really complicated to right. And right, so this is the most simple one here on the far left. This is the system of Plotinus, the very famous Greek Roman philosopher from the 3rd century. And then by the time we get to the Greek philosophy, right, it's very small image. You can see how very complicated this has gotten. Now, right, these are just intermediaries between us and God, between the one and the simple. Now, if you look at this image, right, or this image, I bet you can already see what we're going. If you've ever seen an image of the Sephirah, the tree of life, right? You see how these look the same? They're starting to look similar. It's because Kabbalists are going to solve the problem in a pretty similar way. Alright? Again, we have to end this weird modern idea that mysticism and irrationality, mysticism and philosophy can't play together. They always play together. It's a reason. And this is a great example where they play together. Now, Kabbalah wants to, say, have its cake and eat it. They want to maintain that God is, in fact, infinitely transcendent. They want to maintain that. And they want to maintain that God is immanent. God is the God of the Hebrew Bible that walks around full of evening in the Garden of Eden. They want to maintain God's radical transcendence and God's radical immanence. They want to have both. Because they have to have both. Because if God showed up to some guy and gave him a bunch of rules, God is immanent in this world. And also, if God is responsible for being, God must transcend being. Because being can't come from being. Being must come from something else. And so God must be also beyond being. And how Kabbalah is going to solve this is by introducing 3 concepts that I bet anyone here who's taken any Kabbalah already has heard of. But you may not know why they're there. Right? If they're there because they solve these 3 philosophical problems. Now, solve is a strong word. Like the mind of the Kabbalists, they saw this. First, this concept of being self. This is the infinite hidden God. This is the God beyond all being. Being self just means the infinite, right? Right? It's just the God beyond all being. This is the God that is transcendent, that is unknowable, that is beyond everything that you could ever imagine, and is beyond all these reputation. But you can't end there. God has to get to here. How does God get to here? God emanates out of that vast, infinite, beyond being, that vast nothingness, no thingness, right? God is no thing. God has to begin to enumerate. God has to begin to emanate out of God's self. And how does God emanate out of God's self? Well, God emanates out of God's self in 10 separate. And those separate are the emanations cascading out of the Godhead, out of the nothingness of the Godhead, something. And bit by bit, a ladder is built, reaching down into the earth. And the very last one of that ladder is God's presence. Shekinah, feminine aspect of God, right? God pours out God's presence. As God pours out God's presence, that in the shelter of that presence, right, is the imminent reality of God in this world. And in some sense, is this world. Because it finally will come this world. So the solution to this problem, the gap between the infinite and the finite, this Neoplatonic problem, Kabbalah is a very, 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 very complicated way of solving that problem. Using these three philosophical places: Ein Sof, Sphira, Shekinah. Now we're going to quickly complicate that story as we get into this, right? But my argument is that if you boil it down to the basic problem, that basic problem, the gaps in the finite infinite, and the basic solution are these three things. Now, when I say basic, not basic at all, and also when we get into Kabbalah, as we'll see, it gets much more complicated. Right? It's going to get much more complicated. Let's talk about some of the early groups of Kabbalists at this time. The earliest one we talk about, right? We may need to stretch this lecture until next time. That may have to happen. We're actually kind of going kind of slow. We'll make what time we have, and we have to think of next time when we leave off. We'll think of next time. The earliest school of Kabbalah that we can recognize as such is what we call the Moon Circle, the speculation circle. This circle of folks existed somewhere either in southern Spain, although more recent scholarship was in France, although more recent scholarship was in Spain. And this group of folks seem to have been a very small number of rabbinical elites focused on these kinds of problems. For them, they also posit the idea that there's some kind of ladder gapping the infinite and the finite. And for them, however, that ladder is actually 13 separate. And what they do is they say there are 10 separate, but the 10 separate contains 3 additional zeros, right? So they think there are 13. Now, you might be asking, why 13? Well, because they're trying to solve another problem. And that other problem is that there seem to be 13 attributes of the mercy of God in the rabbinical literature. And they think that it's much more logical for there to be 13 attributes of God rather than 10. So they kind of roll the last 3 into the final one, kind of nested in there. Now, that idea of nesting emanations within emanations, right? That's going to go absolutely bonkers in a couple hundred years. Where you have nested Sephiroth inside nested Sephiroth inside nested Sephiroth inside. Their metaphorical language, and makes the Moon Circle really important, is that a lot of their symbolic language, like lights and flames, lights and fragrances, right? That when you smell a beautiful rose, right, it doesn't take anything away from the rose. Well, I guess it does when you make you know that. Right? The idea is that when you smell the rose still stays the same, even though you get the fragrance. And so in some ways, you can think about that the rose getting fragrance as an image for the emanations of God in the world. In fact, this idea survived at the 13th rose. The idea that the fragrance is given off by the flower that is God. By the way, it's an infinite symbol, right? Flower and the whole always connected together with poetry. Already you get this sort of clearing aspect of the nature of the Godhead, where God is feminine and male at the same time, but an active force, right, but also a passive force that humans are the ones smelling God's getting off the odor. So again, you get this idea of this gender bending stuff already getting happened. The image of the overflowing fountain is very clear. They're actually looking at medieval fountains and imagining these cascading fountains in the Middle Ages in Spain as kind of like God's light. So actually look at these medieval fountains, which I've actually gone to Spain and seen some of these medieval fountains in Castile, and they're still there from this time period. And you're like, oh wow, that's what they were seeing. They thought it was Sephiroth, right? And sometimes they imagine the sun going down, and they can see the sun coming through the light, the water, that image that is very powerful of how the universe, how the cosmos functions. They're also very keenly interested in the significance of God. They do write some commentaries involving the creation of the soul, and they're very interested philosophically in how creation began and persists. About 32 very brief works of the Human Circle, the earliest circle of Kabbalists there, probably in Spain, survived. Although some of their works are only a page long, the most famous work they produced was called the text of the Fountain of Wisdom, and the Fountain of Wisdom goes on to be reprinted and reprinted and reprinted well beyond the survival of the Human Circle. There's a book, I'll give a reference at the end. If you want to read basically the major works that come down with from the Human Circle, I'll give you a book that you can check out to read some of their works. Many of them have been translated. Some of them have been translated. The other major group here is going to be the Brahman Circle, and specifically the Brahman Circle being led by Isaac the Divine, who is also referred to as Sakinahor, which in Aramaic means the one who is full of life. The idea is that while Sakinahor could see from birth, he could see from his eyes, but he could see with his soul, and the fact that he was blind without this ability, was actually an ability, because Sakinahor wasn't deluded like the rest of us. Sakinahor could see the inner structure of reality, whereas we just see a bunch of illusions. Hence the idea that Sakinahor was blind, was full of light. So I always like to refer to him as Sakinahor rather than Isaac the Blind, rather focused on his ability than him as a disabled person. At any rate, Sakinahor is born in the late part of the 12th century, and he is, so far as we can tell, the first full-time Kabbalist. He wasn't an adjunct Kabbalist. He was a full-time Kabbalist. He was a Kabbalist teacher. And in the camp for fixing the amount of the Sephiroth, he fixes it to 10. After Sakinahor fixes the number of Sephiroth to 10, he uses a verse in the Hebrew Bible from 1 Chronicles 29:11 to fix the number of Sephiroth to 10. He never changes that. Okay? Sakinahor basically sets the stage for Kabbalah, at least in terms of eliminate the effect thereon. And what he argues is that the Sephiroth is required to our world. They're a bridge to our world. So God exists in God's utter transcendent state. The Sephiroth are a kind of intermundia. They're a world between worlds. And our world is what is connected by the ladder of the Sephiroth to the world of the transcendent. So, and this will be a debate, by the way, of Kabbalah, is to what degree does the Sephiroth exist in our world or beyond our world, or are they part of our world, they transcend our world, how great do they exist? Do they exist before or after creation? When God said take over, does that inaugurate the development of the Sephiroth, or do they exist prior to that? Sakinahor actually argues in a really dramatic, really ingenious is another word for it. What he does is to prove this, that the Sephiroth existed prior to our world. Sakinahor actually goes to the Hebrew Bible, to the book of Genesis, and he describes how the very first chapters of Genesis, the creation story, do not describe the creation of our world. For Sakinahor, the Genesis creation story, what would be like when it was light, and there was lights, and there was firmament and all this stuff, for him, that's not our world. That's the world before our world. So the Genesis creation story, the first Genesis creation story describes the world. In fact, the second one too describes the generations of the post-divine world, the world after God is utterly transcendent, but before our world comes into existence. Now, we're very lucky because our world mirrors that world, and therefore the Genesis story does double duty. Read on one level, it's the story of how our world came into existence. But read on a deeper level, a more transcendent level, it's the story of how this eternal world, the world of the Sephiroth, came into existence. And so if you know how to read it correctly, according to certain lore, in this very esoteric way, you can read into the Genesis story the preternatural coming into being of the world. And its commentary is, to my mind, the first commentary to do exactly that. Now, the Sacred Psalm I'll contribute to beginning next week spends hundreds of pages on it. So again, Saginaw sets the stage for what's going to become the huge unfolding of the world of the Zohar and the world of the Kabbalah proper. Now, as you might imagine, Saginaw also prohibited teaching these ideas to the public, even writing them down. He had a famous quote that he sent to some of his students over in Castile, where he said, and after the lines of Provence, he said, look, if you, he said, a book concealed in a cupboard isn't. If you lock a book in a cupboard, it's not concealed. It's going to get out, right? And so he says, write this stuff down. Right? He says, a candle concealed in a cupboard isn't concealed. Why? There's no light shining. If you try to conceal a candle in a cupboard, you think someone's going to see it? Well, if you try to conceal this stuff in books, it's not going to work. Why? People are going to find the books. People are going to publish the books. They're going to come. And so he's the first person to actively forbid the writing down of Kabbalistic ideas. And it was for a very brief time successful. Let me focus on the phrase very brief. Right? Very brief. Because as soon as it gets over the border to Spain and Girona, the brothers, the Kabbalists over in Girona, immediately began disseminating this material. And what ended up happening is they further disseminated it, and they further applied it down, and they began to disseminate it. You see here, this is an image of the Girona synagogue, which is still there in Girona. I've been there. It's very weird to walk around the old Jewish sections of Girona, knowing the Kabbalah was basically birthed there. It feels like a Kabbalah and trauma. It's very many Jews were victims of those areas. Rabbi Azrael, one of the Saginaw students, systematizes the Sephiroth for the first time. And not only does he systematize the Sephiroth, he systematizes the very earliest doctrines about the Sephiroth into what is basically a Kabbalistic catechism. I say catechism, I mean catechism. Question, answer, catechism. Again, Catholics and Jews, they kind of talking to each other. Catholics about that catechism life. Well, right, many Jews look to scholastic literature, this question and answer structure, and they copy it. And these Rabbi Rothschild are the first to really systematize for the first time Kabbalah in many ways produces the first systematic account of how Ein Sof gives rise to Sephiroth. So it's something like a early Kabbalistic catechism. It's a really fantastic little text. Also, one of Rabbi Azrael's students is Nachmanides, probably known as the Ramban. Nachmanides is one of the most famous Bible commentators in the entire Middle Ages, and he's famous for pointing out mystical parts of the Bible in his commentaries. Now, his commentary itself isn't overtly mystical, but he always says, right, you know. He always points to these very clear instances, right, where there's a couple something happening. Here's the thing. There are these signposts in his commentaries telling, right, there's a Kabbalistic thing that's a secret here. And in many ways, Nachmanides' commentary is very mystically imbued commentary on the Bible, goes to great lengths to making the Kabbalah more it's been very alluring, but rabbis have always been pretty skeptical of it coming years. In Nachmanides, one of the main things he does is he legitimates a lot of Kabbalist ideas by including them in what's taken to be one of the most definitive Bible commentaries ever written. So sometimes you don't have to innovate a thing, sometimes you just legitimate it. And by including it, by legitimating it, by the way, we've already seen that happen with Sefer Yetzirah, right? Sefer Yetzirah basically became part of the Jewish canon because very famous Jews like Barzillai, Shabbatai, and the Sadi Gaon all wrote commentaries on it. Well, if they wrote commentaries on it, it must be good. It must be true. Well, ditto in Nachmanides, as I've written, right? If you understand this, right? Derech, Derech, right? If you understand this, right? Figure out from Emet, according to the way of truth, then it must be some Kabbalah, it must be important. Also, Jacob Sheshet is important here as well. He's basically a moralizer, right? He writes very moralizing treaties, and those moralizing treaties will rule the way of developing the Kabbalah system, which we'll get into. And also, he leads an attack on how is not in terms of God. This is very important, right? Because one of the things Kabbalists do is maintain earlier forms of mysticism, like American mysticism, whenever the ultimate results of one being able to witness from God. And part of what Sheshe wants to do is maintain a very traditional mystical understanding of the Word of God, as opposed to Maimonides' very metaphorical, symbolic, non-literal, rational. Last one, folks, as we start to wrap up this evening. We now move to Castile, right? Into northern central Spain. Again, the drama of the Kabbalah is playing itself out in southern France and Spain. Over here now to Castile. The Castile circle really focused in on two brothers, the Cohen brothers, which you know you're now thinking of the Cohen brothers. Movies, not movies. The Cohen brothers in Castile, and they claim to have found hidden lost books. Now, these hidden lost books that they know they found typically look at that as claims to history with a lot of skepticism. But they might have been lying. Scholars think they may have access to some relatively unusual books from maybe late antiquity, maybe a little later, but there's reason to believe that some of the things they were looking at weren't completely made up out of their head. And what we get in Rabbi Jacob is a very interesting interpretation, a very esoteric interpretation of the letters. That idea of esoteric interpretation of the letters we've already seen. You'll see it right here. We get another version of it here in the Rabbi Jacob. And in Rabbi Isaac, we get perhaps one of the most shocking books, I think the most top 3 shocking books ever written in Judaism. This is a book called The Treatise of the Emanation of the Left-Hand Side. And what Rabbi Isaac argues is that flowing down the left-hand side of the emanation structure of the mind is evil. That evil is a quintessential aspect of the development of God. That the separate have an inherently evil concept that could not have been. Right? Now, this is very important because traditionally in Judaism and in Christianity and in Islam, evil has typically been imagined to be a privation. Just like cold is a privation of heat, or darkness is a privation of light. Many theologians argue that darkness and evil doesn't exist on its own. The Cohen brothers, specifically in the treatise of the emanation left-hand side arguments, no. Evil is part and parcel of the structure of reality. It could not have been otherwise. And further, God did try to constrain it. It didn't work. God tried to constrain it 3 different times. Every time it reared back, horrifying the reality. And by the 3rd time, what ends up happening is there's an entire alternate separate system on the back side of the separate system that's evil. To imagine the divine is the night, like little, dots of the Sephirah. Well, imagine they have an inverse version. That inverse version is evil, right? Now the first three are destroyed. God destroys them, but the rest remain. And the last three, last seven that remain are demonic forces that still hold our reality. And those demonic forces are part and parcel of the necessary structure of reality. So this is where evil is actually prevalent. Evil existed before creation itself, and it won't be here until creation is destroyed. This idea, right, the idea that evil is quite evil, seems to have really been alive, and the idea that evil is reality is directly enough so far. So what's going to end up happening is this evil is going to be here basically until the Messiah comes, and it's going to completely transform, purge to the evil. So insofar as it is a reality, that reality is penetrated, inherently logically penetrated. Now, the idea, right, is that you can resist that evil by doing the mitzvah. This idea coming from the transcendentalistic Rothschild side says when you do the law of God, you follow the Torah, you're not just following the rules of God, what you're actually doing is metaphysical warfare against evil. So when you observe Sabbath, when you lay to felon, when you give money to the poor, you're not just doing a mitzvah. You're engaged in a titanic battle of good versus evil, where the goodness pushes back against the demonic forces of evil, pushing back the demonic forces of evil, it creates a kind of gap, and into that gap, Messiah will come. And so the idea is that the Talmud's also pretty clear about this. Messiah only comes in two circumstances: when a generation preserves it because of their righteous deeds, or when the world is so evil that only Messiah can fix it. And so the idea here is you must do the work of creating a gap through righteousness in the forces of evil, so that Messiah can come through, wipe it all out. So the treason we're going to actually go up inside, we're going to see some get into the Zohar next week, is decisively important in the development of the Kabbalistic conception of evil, which is not anything like the Maimonides, it's nothing like St. Augustine, something like the ruins of Al-Ashari, Islamic tradition. This is a rigorous idea of evil. Evil is part of reality, and it must be actively resisted. Again, look at some Christian theologians in the Middle Ages to see also their focus on evil. Right? You can even see the art of the Middle Ages, right? Where, if you're ever seeing the art of crucifixion, right? You can see that around the time of the early Middle Ages, Jesus is hanging on the cross looking very serene. By the High Middle Ages, he's bloated, green, he's definitely almost in a Y shape. His body is frail and broken. Evil becomes a huge conception. In the 13th century in Spain, you can see those ideas begin to leak into the Jewish sphere with the patriotism of the nation of Rothschild. It's in this circumstance, folks, as we start to wrap up this question, I'm sorry, I'm a little bit longer than normal. It's in this circumstance of nations, Moshe Leon, right, in Castile, in the middle of the 13th century. And it is around Moshe Leon, that is book called the Sefer Zohar was published. And if you know anything about Zohar, anything about Kabbalah, this is the central text of Jewish mysticism, the Sefer Zohar. And I will say, in many ways, it's the last text to gain universal recognition by all of the world's Jews as scripture. I'll say that once more before we end for the night. This Sefer Zohar, the book of the Zohar, is the last text to gain universal recognition from Jews in Yemen, Jews in Spain, Jews in Northern Europe, Jews in North Africa, Jews in North America, South America, Jews in the Caribbean. All of the Jewry came to accept the authority of the Sefer Zohar. And it is the last Jewish scripture, the common Jewish scripture anyways. The only Jew who really rejected it were 19th century Reformers. They rejected it. Right? So they decanonized it. Prior to that, there was no Jewish group, no Jewish community that didn't think that symbolizing the Torah was a piece of scripture. I argue that they were reclaiming the scripture. Liberal Jews, right? We got to reclaim it because I think it's one of the most amazing documents ever written in history of spirituality. It's an amazing document. We should reclaim it, and we should reclaim it because of what it does with gender. We should reclaim it because of what it does with language. It's a postmodern text in many ways. We should do it for what it does to all the amazing things in psychology. We should reclaim it for themselves. And it should not be the unique part of the Haredi world that claim that's theirs. It's a largely claimed as part of our scriptures too. And so we'll get to it starting next. Just some text here, early Kabbalah, if you're interested. The Joseph Donville early Kabbalah, I would say, is kind of around the same depth of Kabbalah. Early Kabbalah you can get. The early Kabbalah, that's pretty aptly titled. He covers a lot of the stuff, the treatise of divination, the treatise of divination on that side. It's also in the early Kabbalah. There's a really great book he has on the Cherub Circle, the guys that invented Salah, divination. He has a whole book on them, really fascinating. Really, the island analysis is expensive. If you want to read about the Union Circle, the earliest group of Kabbalists, Furman has a really great book on them. The entire text of the Sefer by here is reproduced by Kaplan, although I will say that my caveat with Kaplan is that Kaplan doesn't practicing Lurianic Kabbalists. We'll get to Lurianic Kabbalah in a few weeks. And he kind of reads back the literature that Sefer gets their eyes. It's like here, later Lurianic accepts it. Distorted a little bit, but still a good text, still a good translation, but nonetheless. And they're reproducing each other. Alright, next week, folks, we get to the big one. We're going to spend an entire session on the Sefer Zohar. I can do an entire class on the Sefer Zohar. And easily do an entire class. I can spend the rest of my life studying the Sefer Zohar. But we're going to spend an entire class on it, doing my very best to get you oriented to it, so that you can feel confident, at least beginning to get into some of the sections, because it is an intimidating text. I'll admit, it's the single most intimidating text that I know of. Like Nightlet, like Hegel, Fisher Price, compared to the text, right? Like just phenomenal spirit, it's like trading books. So that's it, folks. Sefer Zohar next week. Welcome back, and thank you for joining me as I explore the garden that is Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. Again, if you'd like to support my work in providing accessible, free, and scholarly content on topics like Kabbalah, alchemy, and the occult, magic, and philosophy, consider supporting my work on Patreon or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below. Until next time, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and thank you for watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history.
Good.
Here we go, babies. I'll be back in a second. My cat's asking to come in.
Certainly, take your time, Mike.
Yeah, she's a lovely cat, but she's also a nuisance. All right, let me find the email where we talked about what we're going to talk about. And discussion series, there we go.
Excellent.
All right. So,
do you mind if I ask a question?
Yeah.
Okay, so I know we previously said that the first session would be like you would give an introduction of who I am, which is absolutely fine, and then we would just name the topics that we would review in the upcoming sessions. Is that still the plan? Okay, excellent. So we won't be going into in depth on life extension technology today. That'll be for next time, right?
No, I think we have plenty of time to start because you know, an introduction is very quick. I mean, you know, I'll just talk to you about who you are and what you do, and then we'll introduce the first topic.
Oh, okay.
You know, it's just going to be a very short interview.
Absolutely. Okay, so to clarify, we'll do the introduction, and then if you don't mind, I'll just say what we'll do in the upcoming 5 sessions, and then today we'll move into life extension technology. And then I had that list. It'll take me about a minute to read the different topics. We can discuss it, have a discussion or so for a few minutes on each one of them. Whatever one comes to mind is of interest to us. We'll keep it to about 20 minutes, and then that's the session today, correct? Excellent.
That sounds good to me.
And then one last thing, when you introduce me, if it's possible, could you show my YouTube lives like you did last time or 2 times ago, where you type in Rabbi Rothschild into YouTube and you filter by live so people can see all my different live streams?
Okay, hang on. What's your YouTube channel name again?
So it's my name, Rabbi Rothschild, Rabbi space Rothschild, and then you go to the filter. You remember the filter? It's in the right corner, and then press live. It's the 4th column down, and then you'll see all of them simultaneously.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find the live. Where is that?
Certainly. So there's a filter.
Yeah, I've got the filter, but I can't see the live.
Okay, so then it's the 4th column of the filters.
Oh, there it is. Gotcha. Okay, there we go. Okay, we can do that. You want me to do that right now, or you wait until we start talking?
Once we start talking, once we're recording.
Yeah. Okay. So I'll get going.
Excellent.
Recording in progress.
Well, welcome aboard to the Mike Holt Show, and today my guest is Rabbi Rothschild, and you're in California.
That's correct.
Tell us a little bit about yourself, because you're a very interesting chap.
Thank you so much. Yes, I'm based in California. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. If any of the audience has ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother, it's very similar to that. Every moment of my waking and sleeping life is recorded live on YouTube, and not just one YouTube stream, but multiple, at least 20, generally at any given time, and other streams as well. I multi-stream. In 2017, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any individual ever, which may make me an influential person someday. And if that happens to anyone listening out there, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already. And I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. Thank you.
Okay, well, look, I'm going to share the screen here and show you a live stream here. So if anybody wants to follow up on the Rabbi, it's YouTube, Rabbi Rothschild, and then in the filters over here, you select live, and that will give you all the live streams going out here. The obvious first question, Rabbi, is what is your affiliation with the Rothschilds, the WEF?
Most certainly. I get this question quite often. We share DNA and we share a surname, but we're not all bankers, and I certainly am not by trade. In addition to being a rabbi, I'm a certified project management professional. I have successfully launched apps on the App Store and Google Play and had contracts with major Fortune 100 organizations, but certainly there are other aspects of the dynasty that I am not as closely related.
Well, that's good to hear. It's a bit like me and my family name is Holt, and we had a prime minister over here, Harold Holt, back in the 1960s, who drowned.
Right.
And so people often ask me, "Oh, are you any relation to Harold?" And I always tell them, "No, we're from the side of the family that can swim."
That's hilarious.
And actually, that's true. My father was an Olympic swimmer, and I was a champion swimmer.
Oh, wow.
So we do swim.
Impressive.
Anyway, let's get back to you, because your work is quite intriguing. And I must say, when I first met you, I was astounded at what you're into. So why don't we talk about, we're going to cover 5 major topics here, but why don't you start us on with the first one?
Okay, most certainly. And to anyone out there, if I may just preface, I talk about things on my stream that are of benefit to the world, like ending world hunger through the use of technology, which we'll talk about some of this technology, but just an overview. Things like perhaps greenhouses, floating greenhouses, things like perhaps cloud seeding, things like perhaps even vertical farming, um, uh, agricultural drones. These are all very advanced ideas that I like to discuss. Additionally, ways to end thirst in the world. I'm part of a project that helps to build wells in developing nations and water towers. And I'd like to continue these types of ideas on a larger scale when I go viral. Additionally, I think a really excellent opportunity is desalination technology, where we pump earth seawater onto land, which I think is very important as well. Now, as for Mike's request, we have a series of 5 sessions upcoming, and today is the first one. We'll be discussing life extension technologies. Additionally, session 2 will be innovation shaping a better planet. Session 3 will be Earth mega projects. Session 4 is humanity beyond Earth, and session 5 is extraterrestrial life. And so some of the life extension technologies that we have planned for session 1 are things like gene therapy for aging, using genetic modifications to slow, stop, or reverse biological aging processes. CRISPR gene editing, a precise technology for editing DNA sequences within living cells. Things like perhaps stem cell therapy, using stem cells to repair or replace damaged tissues and organs. Things like regenerative medicine, a field focused on restoring or replacing damaged cells, tissues, or organs. Organ regeneration, growing or repairing organs within the body or in labs. Things like 3D bioprinting organs, printing living tissues or organs layer by layer using biological materials. Lab grown replacement organs, organs grown in laboratory conditions for transplantation. Blood plasma exchange therapies, replacing a person's plasma to remove harmful substances to rejuvenate biological systems. Things like perhaps peptide therapies, using short chains of amino acids to influence biological functions like healing or hormone regeneration. Things like human growth hormone therapy, supplementing HGH to promote growth, metabolism, and potential anti aging effects. Testosterone replacement therapy, which is becoming much more common, restoring testosterone levels in individuals with low hormone production. And this is for both men and women. Things like perhaps epigenetic reprogramming, resetting gene expression patterns in a more youthful state without altering DNA sequence. And perhaps another one we might be able to cover is mitochondrial repair therapies, treatments aimed at fixing or improving the function of mitochondria, cell energy producers. That's just some of the lists that we have to perhaps review. And with that being said, Mike, what are your initial thoughts?
A lot of those therapies sounds like they have been incorporated into the med beds. Is that right?
To my knowledge, yes.
So let's start there. What is a med bed? How does it work? And how do we get one? That's the last question. Tough one.
Certainly. So you're saying medbed, right? And as I understand, let's get the formal definition. MEDBED.
Yep.
All right. So this is a theory, short for medical beds. It may be a realistic technology, but it's also a theory popularized in some different communities since the early 2020s. Believers believe that some of these devices may be able to cure any disease, regenerate limbs, and reverse aging using certain concepts, perhaps using also different types of emerging technology. The theory asserts that these beds may be possessed by certain people within society or groups, and perhaps withheld from the public. While I'm not I'm not positive on who has access to this. Much of this technology is available to the average person. Now, many people may say that the average person perhaps might not be able to afford testosterone replacement therapy or human growth hormone when they're doing what they can to just make ends meet. But these types of technologies are becoming more common and more affordable. Also, things like peptides, certainly some weight loss supplements, and other things to perhaps extend human life are starting to be covered by different insurances and may become more common in the future for people. So, with those types of opportunities on the horizon, I think that perhaps these life extension technologies may be more common for your average individual within the next decade or so, and perhaps may increase the average life expectancy for a Western individual from about age 80 today to perhaps maybe age 100, 120, a generation or two from now, which I find to be very exciting.
Well, I plan to live forever, and I think so far so good.
You're doing really well at it. And I think that that is a wonderful mindset to have. And I talk about that a lot, especially on my stream. So I certainly talk about life extension technology, things like oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, cryonics, cryogenics, nootropics, peptides, cold shock therapy, red light therapy, perhaps ambrosia therapy, or cold shock therapy. But I also talk about I think a really exciting type of technology known as mind uploading technology. And this is with everyone's consent. Consent's really big in my world, and you shouldn't have any technology forced upon you, I feel, if you don't want it. But for those of us who perhaps may want to continue life, like it sounds like Mike wants to, and I do as well, there may be the utilization of a type of technology known as mind uploading technology, where, with your consent, we can scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system, for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But there may be an opportunity in the future, and perhaps not the not so distant future, to be able to have this digital immortality or immortality of a certain kind. So I think this isn't science fiction anymore. It's becoming science fact.
Yes, look, I believe very strongly in technology, AI, because it's such a lot of people seem to have lost sight of this, that it is just a tool manipulated by human beings, and any good that it does is just as good as any bad that it does, because it's the human operator that does it. But I've made some major changes to my life in my later years, I've started eating a lot healthier. I'm actually on a carnivore diet right now, which is marvelous. Like it's healing me. And as you can see, how old would you say I am?
Um, 25 years old.
Oh yeah, right. Again. Now I'm 78 years old and I'm still young, thinking with all my faculties. I'm spry. I'm not as agile as I used to be because I've got two titanium knees now, knee joints. But apart from that, I'm in good shape, and even the doctors are telling me, "Gee, you're in very good shape, Mike." So, you know, I believe that a good, healthy lifestyle is part of this longevity that we can achieve. And I go to the gym whenever I can. I've got a membership, so no problem there. I was going 3 times a week, but lately I've been very busy, and of course, terrible weather here. So I get there when I can. But I'm also eating well. I'm sleeping well. I'm happy. I've got a happy household here. Wonderful wife, and she's a good partner. So I think all of these things factor into helping a man or a woman, for that matter, live longer than normal. And my wife's family, for instance, I was at the bedside of her 103-year-old grandmother just before she died. Her mother has just reached 95. Or maybe not. Yeah, she's 90 something anyway. And she's not getting any younger. Not of a sudden. So, and my family, the same thing. My mother died at 91. My father at 85. But he did look after himself. He had a stupid diet, and he was always angry. And you can't live life happily if you're always angry, and that cuts his life short. So I tend not to worry about the things I can't control, and I control the things I can.
That's an excellent philosophy, and especially with some of these emerging technologies, in collaboration with what you're currently doing, the carnivore diet is an excellent, I feel, diet to utilize. It's high protein, generally low carbohydrates. The ketogenic diet is quite similar, which may implement more fats into the diet. But if you're aware, using the carnivore diet or the ketogenic diet, after a few days, sometimes it's called keto flu. There are other names for it, of perhaps withdrawal of carbohydrates. You have more energy than you've ever had in your entire life. And you're spry, just like you're talking. You feel the mental sharpness, and you recognize that you don't get hungry nearly as much as you do when you have a primarily carbohydrate based diet. And you can test your ketogens. You're using little test strips with your urine to ensure that you maintain a ketogenic life within the ketogenic, the proper ketogenic levels. And it's just an incredibly valuable way to live your life. If you haven't had the opportunity to try it, it's worth it. It's worth the exercise to just say, I'm gonna say, for this week, I'm gonna really try to limit my carbohydrate intake. I'm going to focus on proteins and perhaps fats. And you'll find after about 2 to 3 days, you no longer have those hunger pangs that you normally will have. You'll no longer have that midday slothiness that many people experience. And as you can see, Mike, who is in his late 70s, is as spry as someone 20 or 30 years younger. I know I've had many conversations with him. He's extremely sharp, and we should all want to be this sharp when we perhaps are of a similar age. And so I think that is certainly an excellent utilization that you have brought into your life. I also think that in conjunction, perhaps in the future, there will be, and these are already being experimented, but not just anti-aging, but also reverse engineering, reverse aging types of pharmaceuticals that may be able to actually add years to an individual's life. We're at the precipice. We are at the brink of something really special where someone perhaps a generation or two ago might see 80 years old as perhaps the time when they're starting to wind down, when in reality, just based on changing your diet and implementing some of the things that Mike and I have discussed, you're going to add decades to your life. And then perhaps with some of the other technology, may be able to use transhumanism to be able to live forever. And that's what Mike wants, and that's what I want.
Well, the thing is, when I started this diet, little things in my body, my liver wasn't functioning properly. I had split nails, fingernails, and after I started the diet, everything healed. The last time I went and got a blood test, the doctor said, "Oh, your kidneys and liver are all in very good shape. I've had my heart checked. That's excellent." So, yeah, I'm in pretty good shape for an old fella, and I'm looking forward to a very long and productive life. I find now, with all this energy, I'm achieving more in my so-called retirement than I did during my business life. And I was a pretty busy boy during my business life. I ran 3 companies.
Wow.
So, yeah.
Well, that's incredible.
So,
And anyone who's watching you right now is a witness to that. That very easily you could have several more decades of life, and that's without any type of life extension technology or pharmaceuticals that may be able to reverse age. And Mike, you and we both, I feel, live at an extremely exciting time of history where generations ago that they were on the brink of something really special, of being able to perhaps live longer and perhaps indefinitely, but they just fell short. And the opportunity to perhaps be able to live forever is a real is becoming more realistic, I would say. Now, there's one caveat that I would like to say within the idea and the argument of living forever. I think that living forever could potentially be a punishment. And so I don't want anyone to feel punished. I always say, or do my best to say, if you're going to live forever, you should be able to live forever within reason. You might get sick of living someday as being a cyborg or a robot or another version of yourself, and you may be sick of it. And so I want people to have the freedom that living forever within reason is the key. And if you want to stop all of the regeneration someday, I feel that you should be able to, but I feel that you should also be able to live a very well lived life here on Earth and perhaps be able to explore the stars, as has been perhaps prophesized by previous generations, and be able to basically live all of the dreams that you have wanted to ever live. But at a certain point, you may get bored, and then I feel you should be able to end the life that you wish under your conditions. What are your thoughts on that?
I'd say if I get bored, go look for some new planets.
That's absolutely true.
We're running short on time here.
Sure.
So let me just share the screen and we'll talk about, that was the wrong screen. Hang on. There we go. We'll talk about the next session that we're going to do next week, which is innovations shaping a better planet. I think this is going to be a very interesting one. And I look forward to seeing you there.
Absolutely. And for anyone who wants to learn more about my project, feel free to go to my linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. You'll find all my links there. I have more social media than perhaps anyone on earth. This is a very academic project as well. I recently was submitted to some major publications for big data and the study of big data. And I really think that anyone who hears this out there, if they know anybody who's interested in the topics that we discuss, tell them about my stream, tell them about our series on these podcasts, because this is going to be really big. This has the opportunity to perhaps be one of the biggest events in global history, the opportunity to see someone's life in its 24/7 unification, and to be able to follow along with someone's life. It's really something special. So I thank you, Mike, for the opportunity. I look forward to our upcoming series, and thank you to the audience.
Thank you. See you again.
Take care. What is a med bed? All right, you happy? Yeah, dog, that was baller. I forgot to mute this one. That could have been bad. Thankfully, it was not. Are you happy? Yeah, it's okay. Are you happy? Yeah. Are you? Yeah, it could have gone a little better. There were times where I struggled finding a word here or there, but overall, it's fine. Really? Yeah. I'd like to watch it. Hopefully, it goes well.
Hey, this is Rabbi coming live from the world famous Comedy Store main room for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Give it up for Tony X Classic.
Hey! Wow, how exciting is this? I'm here with the great Brian Rendy. How are you, my friend? Good, exciting to be here. Good to be back home. Went on the road this weekend for the first time in forever and headline shows for the first time in 4 months. 4 1-hour-long sets in beautiful Salt Lake City, Utah.
Was it outside or was it inside?
It's inside, socially distanced, nobody getting sick, everybody's healthy out there. You know, a lot of these places where they are sort of more, perceived to be anti-mask, very free people. They don't have as many cases. It's wild out there, and because they're all healthy, they don't wear masks, and so they just stay healthy because there's nothing to catch.
Also, less people spread out more.
Well, yeah, of course, yes. It's not Los Angeles or New York City. That is absolutely correct. You are right there. To compare it to us would be absolutely criminal. But I'm excited to be home. I flew in on Sunday, and you want to know the first thing I did when I flew back home? I texted the great Ryan J. Ebel.
Oh, Ryan J. Ebel's here.
There he is.
Yeah.
There's Ryan J. And
Ebel.
here it comes. Wait, let's do that one more time. It's Ryan J. Ebel. Whoa! There he is, everyone that didn't believe he was here. And I came in, I texted Ryan, I said, we're going to have fun on Monday. And then, you know, the next thing I did? I called Vito's Pizza and I ordered a platter, a giant party platter of baked ziti. And I went and I played cornhole with some friends and we ate baked ziti and we laughed all day long. I'm telling you, you get the party platter, the baked ziti from Vito's, and you blow people's minds. It comes with a salad, garlic knots. You like garlic knots?
Definitely, especially when you're playing cornhole.
Exactly. Nothing more fun than garlic knots and cornhole. Some people might be wondering, why baked ziti in 100-degree weather? And I'm telling you, there's no better time. I almost can't wait for it to get cold outside so that I can eat more ziti and be able to rationalize it.
Nice.
Vito's Pizza is the best. They keep us filled up every single Monday here. It's incredible. In fact, tonight joining us, if I can give a little shout out, you know, the great Charlie's always here, but tonight Grace is here, everybody. One of the sweetest souls, always there to greet you. At beautiful Vito's Pizza on La Cienega. I love it. Caveman Coffee's a thing. Use the promo code KILLTONY and get 15% off delicious Caveman Coffee. I like the hibiscus tea.
I just got a new pack from the other day.
Heck yeah. And life is good. But before we start tonight's extra special show, here's a little bit more from our sponsors. Now more than ever, you really shouldn't put off seeing a doctor when you're not feeling well. And I know that with everything going on, it can be difficult to put your health first. It's really tough to see a doctor nowadays. You don't want to go in there, you don't want to get sick, you may be putting off seeing a doctor because you're too busy with work, kids, life in general. That's why I use PlushCare. They make seeing a doctor so easy. I do it right from home. PlushCare provides virtual doctor appointments through your smartphone or computer. I just pick a time that works for me and book an appointment right online. I don't have to sit on hold forever to make an appointment or leave the house, sit in a crowded waiting room and be exposed to who knows what. You know about this, Red Band.
I think it's great. With PlushCare, I can be diagnosed, treated, and even have a prescription sent to my pharmacy of choice if needed. PlushCare accepts most major insurance carriers and is available in all 50 states. And the doctors care. They're here to help by discussing treatment options and providing prescriptions as needed. And they're available anytime if I have questions. If you need a regular checkup or have questions about mental health, PlushCare doctors are also available to help for that. Schedule any appointment today and discuss your treatment options. You know, it's real great. This is one of those things that's super easy and it makes sense. You just go on your phone or your laptop, answer a few questions, and talk to a real doctor. I loved how easy it was.
With PlushCare, I don't put off seeing a doctor, and neither should you. No more excuses. Make your appointment today. Go to plushcare.com/Tony. That's PLUSHCARE.com/Tony. plushcare.com/Tony. Hey y'all, today's episode is brought to you by Sheath Underwear. Sheath uses moisture wicking technology to create underwear that keeps everything breathable and incredibly comfortable for you downstairs. Sheath's smart underwear come in a number of different styles, including a brief with a dual pouch that make your balls feel like they're floating on clouds while you work out or play golf or just walking around somewhere hot. It's like an inverted kangaroo pouch for your joey that keeps your junk from sticking to your legs. You know about this, Brian.
I love them. I can't go back to normal underwear after having these. Sheath underwear was invented by a soldier while serving in Iraq, where you can imagine balls tend to get very hot. He developed the prototype in Iraq and raised money on Kickstarter to launch Sheath. And now they're right here supporting our show, and we're wearing them right now.
They're supporting my balls.
Kiss your balls goodbye. Please support our sponsors because our sponsors keep this show going. Support Sheath and they'll support you where it counts, downstairs.
Bottom line, Sheath creates amazing underwear, and if you don't love them, they have a 100% money-back guarantee off your first pair. Plus, they have an amazing line of underwear for women, too. I'm telling you, I wear my sheets all the time, wearing them right now. There's proof. You see that logo? That's the Sheath logo. I see red bands, too. We all wear Sheath. They gave us a tester pack of these, and I went to their website, and I bought a bunch myself. Now I only wear Sheath underwear. Sometimes when it's hot, I'll just slide the balls and dick hole right through there. I'll slide my stuff right into the pouches just to let it cool down, and then I'll pull it back. You don't have to leave it in there. There's no prison sentence for your balls, but you can indeed, like I like to say, kiss your balls goodbye. So go get your new favorite pair of underwear by going to sheathunderwear.com. Use the code Tony for 20% off your order. They ship anywhere in the world. Once more, that's sheathunderwear.com. Use the code Tony for 20% off. And we're back! Who's excited to start tonight's show? People in this room. Few people in the room, extremely socially distanced, extremely temperature checked here at the Comedy Store. They go through a rigorous process. And so did tonight's guest. We have one of... What? Now someone's mad at temperature checks in the room.
The guest.
We have an amazing guest, everybody. He is one of our favorite guests in the history of the show, one of the most utilized guests in the history of the show, a true brother from another mother, my friend, you know from all of his hit shows, Workaholics, Griffin with Griffin. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the great Eric Griffin, everybody. Here we go. Welcome, Eric Griffin. Welcome back, sir. I'm excited to play with you tonight.
Yeah, how you been?
I'm great.
Like 7 months.
I know, it's been a long time.
Crazy, right?
That's it. The only time I text you is when I want you to come do the show.
I know. Never hello, how you doing?
Right, I know
You
you're
want to go
good.
to lunch?
I know you're good. You're good. Even if you got the Rona, you have like 40 pounds that you can lose. You know what I mean?
First of all, I'm down 25 pounds.
Yeah, really? Did you get it already?
No, I just...
You got the Rona?
I'm just doing good.
I love it, man. I'm happy for you. I'm excited.
Shit, I'm eating that when I sit
Nothing more fun than getting to see you and fist bump those hairy knuckles of yours. Those things are.
Well, I miss your Adam's cantaloupe.
Hey, that's it. Excited that you're here, Eric. You've been on the show many a times. We've had so much fun, and we're gonna have fun again. I'm sure that you're. What's going on in your life? Anything crazy going on? I love that you've been cooking on Instagram.
Yeah, I'm cooking.
Doing Griffin with Griffin.
I'm engaged.
Whoa!
I didn't get her a ring, but I got her a promise card.
A promise card? Oh my goodness!
This is the kind of ring she wants. I'm like, it's not practical at this particular time.
Right.
I need a car. Let's do that. You know.
What kind of car? Is it a used car?
No, it's a nice Buick.
Nothing says I do more than a Buick LeSabre.
Hey, it's an Encore GX, by the way.
Whoa!
That's the car she wanted. No, don't get mad at me.
I love it. That's what every guy wants in this world is a woman that'll just settle for a Buick. You know what I mean?
Amen, brother. I got a good one. You know what I mean?
Well, I'm sure that you remember from your numerous appearances on this show that there is a band here on this show, on Kill Tony. Every single episode, they commit to being different characters. Jeremiah is out on this episode, but we have the rest of the best damn band in the land. Let's see who they are tonight. I'm excited about this one. Something in my gut's telling me this is going to be an extra special one. Ladies and gentlemen, here they are, the Kill Tony band. Jet Ski, Jesse Johnson, Joel Berg, Joel Jimenez, and Chroma Chris. Here we go. Uh-oh. Whoa! Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
This is what coronavirus looks like in real life.
Unbelievable. I heard that song. I thought this makes sense. Firemen this week. And then they come out and they are actual fire. Wow, that is exciting. There's smoke. There have been wildfires here in California all week. Ash falling from the sky. I mean, absolutely incredible times here in California. And I can't believe that we were able to book some actual fire on the show. How are you, Fire?
Good, I'm actually Wildfire.
Oh, that's your name, Wildfire?
Yeah, that's right.
All right. Well, welcome to the show, Wildfire. Good to see you. You've been busy lately, right?
Yeah, I'm actually a big fan of comedy.
Really?
Yeah, I got a good Donald Trump impression.
Oh, can we hear it?
Yeah, you're fired.
Hey! I love it.
She's been here all week, right?
I love it. I love it. And then we have this little fire patch over here. What's your name?
Hey guys, my name is Campfire.
Hey! It's the
I
full
really
fire.
enjoy nature and the outdoors.
Yes,
Feel the breeze between my legs.
You do. It's a whole fire family here tonight. Very excited about it. And then clearly back here, one of my favorite Street Fighter characters of all time.
Yeah, I reused the wig.
What's your name?
The name's Forrest.
Forrest. Last name Fire, I'm guessing.
Yeah. AKA Diego Fuego.
Wow. And where are you coming in from tonight?
Fucking everywhere, dude.
Awesome. So we have the entire Fire family. We have the great return of Eric Griffin, Red Band and his soundboard, Ryan J. We're all stuffed up on pizza and serotonin. So let's do it. Shall we start tonight's show? All right. Sounds great to me. No better way to start it with all these fire people up here than one of the people that constantly sort of looks like fire. This young man from beautiful Memphis, Tennessee, has taken the show by storm. One of the longest standing regulars in the history of the show. One of my favorite all-time silly joke writers and performers. I'm excited to see what he's got up his sleeve this week. A real, true artist. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the Big Red Machine, William Montgomery.
Oh, boy.
Here he is. William
off, big fan, Eric. Nice to finally meet you.
You don't remember when we met earlier, right?
All right, here we go. 60 seconds uninterrupted from William Montgomery.
This might be a little longer than 60 seconds. Everybody always says don't mess with cockroaches. They're carrying diseases. But who's ever gotten sick from cockroaches? Hey, you hear about Anthony? He has cancer. Shit from smoking? Nah, a cockroach touched his leg when he was chasing it around his bathroom. He has 6 months left to live. I'm not suggesting we keep them as pets, but let's not pretend there's some pharmaceutical company out there trying to find the cure for roach flu. I said that kind of weird. We let dogs sleep in the bed with us while both of us are naked, and yet a roach crawls around the kitchen cabinet, and we contemplate starting a gender reveal fireworks party. You don't think the family dog rolled around in the same shit as the roach? There's a lot more. Dogs and roaches are practically the same. It's just dogs have better lobbyists. Dogs have Sarah McLachlan singing in every commercial. Roaches have a spray. Every roach commercial. Should I finish it?
Keep going, absolutely. I'll listen to an hour on roaches.
Every roach commercial starts out the same. A fat cigar-smoking roach plotting with his other fat roach friends about how they can ruin the value of your home. Then some white man in a cape shows up with the most toxic chemical known to man and just ices the hell out of those degenerate moochers. Meanwhile, roaches are supposed to be the oldest insects known to man or some bullshit. Hell, that's probably made up too by the same people claiming that dogs can tell when humans have a horrible disease. I swear the day a dog walks up to me and says, "Sorry, buddy, you've got MS," I'm going to call bullshit because next he's going to blame it on a roach.
Wow, there he goes, William Montgomery. Wow, look at that. Outside of the wheelhouse a bit, sticking to one subject the entire time, coming in with a guns a-blazing bit that can really kill in a cockroach fundraiser or something like that.
All right.
So let me start off with this question. Are you currently dealing with an infiltration of cockroaches?
I am.
Yes, I had a feeling. Yep. So how many are we talking about? How many do you see on an average day?
200.
Oh, okie dokie. Yeah, that's a serious. Oh, wow. One just crawled out of your sleeve. Okay.
Hey, by the way, there's some shorts in the office for William.
Is that true?
Yeah.
Yeah, the guy in the front was pissed.
Zach, can you go grab some shorts from the office? If that's true, we have to make it part of this episode right now. We're going to debut William's new shorts. You've heard of the Emperor's new clothes? This is William's new shorts.
I'm excited.
Are you excited?
I am.
I hope they fit properly. That's my only problem. You are oddly shaped.
I know.
And we have to figure out how to keep them on you. You have a belt on those things?
Yeah.
It's the only way they're staying up.
Yeah,
You can't even see your belt because your belly blocks the light. Lift up your shirt again. Oh, wow. Oh, my goodness.
Wow.
What a debacle.
That belly button's big enough to do.
Yes.
You just got back. You were in Vegas for a whole week. How
I was.
Yeah, you didn't even tell us about this Vegas trip. You're just like,
I did. You got mad last time, so I thought I would keep it under wraps.
yeah, you really kept it a good secret. Posting it the second you got there on Instagram. That's great.
I want to say, you seem oddly sober.
I am. I know. After the debacle with the podcast, it did get the most views we've had in a long time, which is positive. But it wasn't
I wasn't sure if you were still with us.
I heard about this. He had a little.
Oh man, he had a thing bigger than this full of vodka. I didn't know till the end, and he just was a hot fucking mess.
Wow.
So to see you right now, I can feel some like the haze is off of you right now.
Is there anything you want to say to Eric Griffin, who showed up, who probably drove all the way to Burbank to be part of your show and to support you, and then you went there?
I apologize for sabotage.
Wow. Wow. There you go.
Good for him.
You accept his
Are you going to
apology.
accept my apology?
Oh, look at that.
You think you can just get off that easy?
I do.
Typical alcoholic things. He can just apologize,
You know what I mean? That's
push
it.
it away. Yeah. Just because he doesn't remember what he did the night before doesn't mean we forgot.
Still on step 2, buddy.
So, any highlights? Any highlights from this Vegas trip?
I lost $1,000.
How much did you lose?
1,000.
Wow. How much money did you have to your name before that?
Like 1,200.
Wow. So you still have 200 left.
Still got 200.
Was there?
Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I just want to know, how's the gambling? Like, what is that like in Vegas right
Oh,
now?
it's the same. They're taking.
No, but I mean, like, at the table. Like, is there's in between
Plexiglass.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And a guy like William shows up at your blackjack table, and everybody gets up and moves to a different table.
The glass is all foggy and
Yeah.
sweaty.
Coughing everywhere.
Did you lose that on slots, like the electronic slots?
Yeah, where did you lose the majority of roulette?
Yes.
What are your numbers of roulette? What do you like to bet on?
I would do red every time and even.
Wow, that is the exact opposite of what I do.
Oh,
Oh my
shit.
God.
We got a lot of shirts.
Is this real? Bring it in. Come on, this is Zach.
My God.
Up here, Zach. Up here.
Are those really all shorts?
No way, you're fucking with us,
Is this
right?
uncontaminated?
Wow.
This is
I'm gonna ask for $100 from everybody next time.
Oh, well.
Yeah, the guy in front
well,
got mad.
I'll put in a good word for you. Is this real? Let's start opening them up. Oh my God, it really says William Montgomery. This is hilarious.
Yeah, are those slip trunks? What are those?
Oh my goodness. Let's open up another one.
That's for when he's fighting for the
Keep
world
opening 'em up.
championship.
Exactly.
Look at those. My goodness. This is very exciting, William. This guy, for those of you that don't know, maybe this is your first episode watching. Oh, look at this.
Look at that.
Uh-oh. Did someone just escape from a French prison?
Yeah. No, those are I Love Lucy swim shorts.
Uh-oh. Look at this. Miami metrosexual. Oh my goodness, this is very exciting.
I feel his balls.
Red Band's so excited, he's pushing the table back. He can't believe he gets to open. Whoa!
I feel like Brian bought those for William.
He's leveraging the table. No, you got it. Just don't use your foot to push off on the table. Okay, here we go. Oh my goodness, more shorts for William. This is black and gray camouflage. That's from the David Lucas collection right there. Brothers in cursive, they have the same. Oh, look at that.
Those are David's good shorts.
Look at that. Those are a pair of extra large Tony Hinchcliffe golf shorts right there. Very exciting. Oh, here we go. Whoa, look at those. You know, these will be the only pair that he wears for 6 months for some reason. Uh-oh, look at that.
Damn.
We have Grandpa with coronavirus shorts there. Whoa, these are classy. Oh my goodness, what are you going to do with those, William? Oh my God, whichever listener did this, you are an absolute fucking legend. Hey, look at this! You can wash your shorts! Wash your shorts! Wash your shorts! Just a second. Very exciting, ladies and gentlemen. An entire container of Tide. It has happened. Dreams have come true. William Montgomery's been wearing the same pair of shorts for, what has it been, years?
8 years, probably.
8 years, and now he has many pairs. This is, wow, this is another nice
and
pair.
tie. It's like you just got out of rehab.
Look at that. Charcoal black right there. Look at that. Black shorts matter. Oh, look at these ones. Those might be a little bit big on you. I'm warning you about that pair. Those look a little thick. You might have to give those to your brother in cursive. Whoa!
Oh, look at those. I like
these
those.
ones.
Those are
William
fun.
Montgomery. Oh my God! Somebody sent 25 pairs of shorts to the Comedy Store. This is exactly what I thought was going to happen.
Hey, can we burn his old shorts?
Oh!
No.
Burn those shorts. Burn
No.
those shorts. Oh my God, William! What do you have to, Zach? Can you zoom in on this?
But that's how that gender reveal fire started.
The waist to the head there. That looks great. William, what do you have to say to the person that sent you all these shorts?
Just thank you so much. It seems like it's really going to help me out.
Are you going to wear them?
Oh, yeah, I'll start tomorrow.
You know what? Why don't we start tonight? Why don't you go to the back and put on the
Just blue ones.
put on the blue ones with the sharks and dolphins or whatever that is, and take those things off,
I
and
think
we
we
will.
should put one on in between each
person. So
Should we do that? Should we do a little William fashion show? Okay.
Yeah, perfect.
There he goes. There he goes. The great William Montgomery, everybody. He's going to start putting on shorts. Yeah, go. All right.
I mean, improvement.
You ain't lying. You ain't lying. You should have heard the amount of relaxation we had before the show, not having to hear a saxophone being tuned.
And you know what sucks is that the episode that said the short thing, the one after, you asked if we hadn't gotten any shorts. And so that means more people are going to send tons of shorts. We might have this going on for a while.
Good. Tell Curtis it's because of toning, and then it'll be allowed magically. Anyway, so I pulled a name out of the bucket. We had a few signups tonight, obviously, in a controlled, temperature-checked environment, and I pulled a name out. Your first comedian getting a 60-second uninterrupted set-in with a fresh and clean, sanitized microphone goes by the name of Stephen Belkowski. Hey, it is Stephen Belkowski. His name is Stephen Belkowski. Here he is. It's Stephen Belkowski.
Quarantine's been kind of lonely, so I got a Tinder the other day. My bio is brief. I have Hulu and HBO. I'm looking for a lady with Netflix, Disney Plus, and no gag reflex. I went on my first quarantine date, and with this girl, as soon as we get there, she's like, "Hey, I just figured I should give you a heads up. I'm a pescatarian." It's like, "That's cool. I don't really believe in God, but I definitely don't judge." Dating even before quarantine is tough though, because I feel like, all women my age are just looking for like a potential father figure, like someone to raise their kids, and I can't have any kids, it's just, when you're a parent, you got to be able to answer questions on the fly, like yes, no, like if your kid ever comes up to you and is like, "Daddy, have you ever freebased cocaine?" You can't giggle and ask why. Do you have any? I wonder if horses enjoy ketamine as much as I do.
All right. Stephen Belkowski. All right, why would horses enjoy ketamine? I don't get that one.
You gotta figure it. It's a lot of people say it's a horse tranquilizer. It's not. They use it on cats. They use it in EMTs use it in ambulances. It's dissociative anesthetic, right? So I like to tell people it's an animal tranquilizer, So
right. Do you use it a lot?
Not a lot, but I try not to.
Hold on. Hold the fuck on.
Not a lot.
That sounds like...
I do like recreation.
There's a lot of people doing ketamine nowadays. Low amounts of ketamine. Some people that...
They're using it.
Oh, you've been using it too?
I haven't used it lately.
How long ago was that?
I can't say.
Wow.
But no, it lasts like 10, 15 minutes or something like that.
You use it for like depression therapy.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. You give your receptor for depression.
I don't know. I feel like a lot of, especially like in my age group, I had a decent childhood, nothing traumatic ever really happened to me, but I constantly, growing up, I feel like it would be a lot easier to just jump out the window and do my homework and stuff, so I guess that's kind of what got me on, like, the drugs and it's like, I don't want other kids that age to have to, experience those things.
So, you consider a non-traumatizing childhood. Your parents will stay together the whole time.
Yeah.
I think they're still married.
Yeah, they're still married.
What does your dad do?
So my parents are
Air Force colonels, they made you.
So you are in this blank.
I'm the psychedelic sheep of my family, but I'm also the youngest of 6, so it's like, they cashed out 3 times over before they were like, fuck it.
How about your brothers and sisters? What fields did they get into?
So, the 2 oldest brothers both went to Air Force.
Wow. Everybody's in the Air Force and you're shooting high all the time.
Well, so it was like the older half was like, Air Force, and then my sister got her master's, she's now going to counselor, and then Air Force again. And then the younger half is like,
She got a master's and then went to the Air Force.
No. And then she became like a counselor. She was initially something like that, but she then ended up right. And then my brother David, who's like right above me, was like this close to me. That's why I became comedy. That's why I started doing comedy like 5 minutes after I did.
Let's go back for a second here. You said that your brother David almost became a priest. Then what happened? He just decided to go straight medical.
He decided he wanted to have Spanish.
Yeah, he's like, fuck putting on this front. I'm just gonna go straight for what I want.
He decided to have a family. I guess he figured,
What happened? He like leaned over to pick something up and smell the pussy for the first time. He was like, you know what? I gotta change it up. I almost became a priest, a savior, a servant of the Lord and Savior.
But he was always like super religious. He was always going to retreats. I think he just got to college and then somebody just told him what was
Someone's like, pussy's better than Jesus. It's like, all right.
Were your parents super strict though? Like make the bed and flip the corner on and shit like that?
Yeah, do 20 push-ups.
Again, youngest of 6, so by the time it got to me, it was like, make your bed. I was like, I don't want to do it. They're like, just make it.
Yes, everyone else does it. I do it every single day, and I leave an organized life. It makes you feel good every day.
When I do it, I gotta find a bed every day.
Fire. Fire mattresses are very flammable. Yeah, it's good. You really don't think.
I mean, like, like about on but I like it.
You have like a weird setup. You like eat on top of that kitchen shit, and you have like clothes all over your room. And like walls are made out of shelves of clothes. My t-shirt is very bizarre. It's time to take a shower.
It's sort of been done 3 times this year. Wow.
Where do you keep getting these shirts from?
People send me shirts. I make shirts.
Yeah, but the same problem with shirts. William Montgomery has shorts right now. Should we check in? See if
Miss Aquarius.
William, come on out. Come on out here.
Yeah, I heard you talking earlier.
I know you were saying you don't have something against that anyway.
I heard you. I was just like meditating before the podcast, which I just did and went pretty well.
I know, but I was talking to JC. I know you were asleep, so I was talking to JC.
I know.
Me and JC be talking too.
I know. But I heard you
You
say
was meditating.
I would just, when you're like in bed and you don't want to get up yet and you might have something to do and you're just like, okay. So like literally for like 6 hours straight, every hour on the hour, I set an alarm. And I was like, I'm just going to sleep until I really, really have to get up for this thing. And I did. And it went pretty well. I was caught off guard right away with a question that was asked about a certain type of not well-known theory on medical beds. But I was fortunate that I had my phone right there and I was able to look it up right away and not look bad. So that was good. And aside from that, it was a good 20-minute talk on life extension technology. So that was cool.
That's nice.
Yep, and I've got another, I think we said another 5 sessions coming up. So, or another 4 sessions after this one. So that's good. How was your day?
That's good. With the baby on my head down. Went to Walmart. I did a couple of things, and then we had McDonald's, came home, and I chilled out for a little while.
Excellent.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, the days I got. I know I don't have that long. And my cousin showed me pieces, her hair pieces. So I'm excited for that.
For the
She's got our hair pieces. Yeah.
Okay, are we talking for the wedding?
Yes.
Okay. Your cousin's in the wedding too?
No, my cousin is doing our hair. I thought I told you. Yeah, my cousin is doing our hair.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
Well, that's exciting.
Yeah, she couldn't get, because she had a hairdresser, but the hairdresser never get that to her. So she was like, the cousin do your hair, so can you give me her, So I was hesitant because And I was shocked at my cousin. She said, yeah, so I just gave her the number. And I let my cousin handle it. So she called my cousin.
Excellent.
They talked things out. So
That's good. So that
she'll
helped.
be doing all our bridesmaids hair. She'll be doing Stacy's hair. And she'll be doing Stacy's mom's hair.
19 days, 7
Bride
hours.
and bridesmaid. 19 days, yay!
7 hours, 59 minutes, and 1 second.
Yay!
It's coming down to it, Miss Aquarius.
It's coming. I'm so excited.
I think this is really cool. So an aspect of this that I really enjoy of streaming my life, I enjoy a lot of it, but one of the things that I like perhaps the most, or one of the things, is being able to track time and people's lives. And we were friends. We've been friends for a while, even before Stacy had been proposed to, and now we have it. We have on the stream, like when you announce, like, oh, my friend just got engaged, and then that was like, I don't know, in the fall or something, right?
Yeah, because she got engaged in May.
Oh, okay.
May last year.
Apologies. Okay, so then back in May, and then you went. Oh, I remember. Okay, so then didn't you have a party? There was the engagement party. Wasn't that in the fall?
The surprise engagement party and her birthday party. Yeah.
Exactly.
They had a surprise engagement, so a birthday party. Yeah.
That's right. And so then we've got that, like, on the stream. Just some cool stuff.
Yeah. That's the nuggets.
So your cousin's okay with doing all the hair?
Yeah. She talked to her. She talked to her and my mom, so I guess she do it.
That's good.
She gotta be. Yeah, because I already got the itinerary, so we're gonna be going there at 12 on that Saturday, which is the 25th. Yeah. Real spot to do our hair.
Excellent. That's a big job and a big.
Make sure it matches my hair. You should make sure it matches my hair.
That's a big job
that
and a.
Means that Monday, that 20th, me and my auntie goes, and then that Saturday I go again to get my hair done again.
All right.
It's ridiculous. Sure, it's a little crazy. Don't get it super clean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's cool.
So loud. What you say, Rabbi?
I said, well, that's cool that everything seems to be working out with that.
Yeah, so she talked and everything. They were having something. She said so much of reverse. She said, yeah, they're going to bring out snacks and have them. I said, well, they're going to be doing the snacks. They don't want to say they're going to bring some fragrance. So, hey, that's on them. So they love doing stuff. New Orleans people love to party.
Oh, yes, they do.
Hey, yeah, so, yep.
Okay.
I said, you got a real New Orleans family. I said, yes, I do.
Okay, so now.
New Orleans, so yeah.
Okay, so now help me with this. Stacy's the New Orleans Saints fan, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. With that.
I don't ask him about this. I don't even know what he is. I don't know.
No,
I don't know.
That's okay.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, she's New Orleans Saints, yeah. Her family love the New Orleans Saints, so. Yes.
Excellent. The saying for that is "Who dat?" I believe "Who dat?"
Right.
They say that.
Right. Who that? Yeah.
Well, excellent. Oh, Miss Aquarius, I'm glad we got this first podcast done.
That's good.
It is very funny, though. it would be like, okay, Miss Aquarius, we're gonna do a podcast. You and I are gonna do one, and we're gonna talk about mini golf, okay? Or we're gonna talk about no. I know, but it would be like it would be like we're gonna talk about Play-Doh games. We're gonna talk about bowling and mini golf, and perhaps even Uno and Go Fish. Okay, so you're like, all right, I know what we're talking about. And the first question comes out, and they were like, "So, what are your thoughts on the New Orleans Saints?" And you're like, like, So fortunately, I was able to look up what he was talking about. I even had to have him spell it, or I spelled it. I'm like, so you're saying MEDBED? Yeah. Okay, all right. Yeah, well, let's talk about that. And it's very fun. Well, I mean, it just happens. You never know what somebody's going to ask in a podcast. They can ask anything, and I don't. I'm as open and honest as I can be in life, and so when he wanted to talk about that, okay, that's fine. And then it would be like, and then we worked that into the conversation. We had no discussion about it previously, and it caught me off guard. I'm not gonna say that it didn't, but it was fine, and I worked out the discussion, and it it uh it went really well. And then I emailed him after. Like whenever I do one of these, I like to just follow up to be like, "Hey, thank you for the opportunity," or whatever, and also to just make sure that he wasn't like, "That was a dumpster fire. How could you ever want to talk about that or whatever?" And he was like, "No, there's like he'll send it. It's processing today, and he'll upload it tomorrow. So when it's up, I'll make everybody aware."
Yeah, you like doing stuff like that, so that's exciting.
It is exciting, absolutely. So there's that. And last night, Riser and his mom came in. It was her birthday, and so shout out Mrs. Riser or Mama Riser. Exactly. And we watched it. Go ahead.
You said it was yesterday, right?
Yeah, exactly. And so we watched a documentary, and it was on like chickens. It was on like like those best in show kind of things for dogs where they rate how good a dog is or whatever. It was like that for chickens. And I like that they pick the documentaries because then it's a random thing and I don't have any control over it, and I watch it with them. But at the same time, well, gotta be honest, Mr. Aquarius, even for movies nowadays or documentaries or anything, I just hate to say it, but I don't have the attention span that I once did. I want to be looking at my phone or doing something else and watching it, but I like to be multitasking. I feel like that's like if I have to watch it, I watch it without anything else. But if I have the opportunity and I want to enjoy myself the most, I like to listen and watch at the same time while having access to my phone. And at the same time, I was uploading. I uploaded my first. This was a big thing, like so there are like journals for like academia for like universities and such, and I uploaded my first academic paper on what I do, and it was 8,000 words. And if you're like, Rabbi, how'd you write 8,000 words? With AI nowadays, you can have it write 8,000 words, and it's better than any scientist has ever published in their entire life. It's so good. And so I uploaded that. It took me a little while, but I figured out how to do that. And if it gets published, if they approve it for publishing, you have to pay some amount of money. And I don't know how much it is, but we'll figure it out. But then I'll be like, not just like on all kinds of YouTube and social media and such, but I'll be like in an academic journal, which I think will be really interesting too. So we'll see how that goes.
Where's my bag? What is this? Is this what me conscription here? Is this what conscription here for me? Someone here is so sweet.
What happened?
I went to say, she put a bag of chips and she put some chips and going to the bag, I put it in my lunch bag in here.
Oh, that's nice for tomorrow?
see, yeah. I get her blood. It's so sweet. Sweet.
Absolutely.
Now, let me tell you something about rain.
You're breaking up, Mr. Chris. I don't know if it's near you.
It is me. I'm not I'm outside. Give me 10 minutes. Let me take it in there. Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, can you hear me?
No, you're better now. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I was outside. Okay. Your mama taking out because of rain, right?
Absolutely. She just turned 3 on Saturday, a week ago Saturday.
Right. So, guess what she asked? Rabbi?
What did she ask?
Guess what she asked? She said, I want Papa.
Aww.
And her mom looked at her mom. She started crying. She started saying, but we didn't know. She just sleep.
Right.
No, babies know. So she said, I want Papa. I want Papa. And we just started shaking. So she started shaking. I started shaking. I said, I done gave her. I said, come here. I didn't really get over it. She don't know.
Right.
But then later on, she wanted to go upstairs. Little Stevie. She's like, where's she? Like that. And I didn't want to say that, but she doesn't know. Like, I couldn't say that. She said, we asked you like, what is that? You know, I just feel like, I didn't know what to say. I didn't know. So hey, daughter's hurt, but she doesn't. I don't want to blame it. But she doesn't know what to say.
Well, that's really beautiful. That a few things about that she cares, that she has that kind of awareness, and in its own way, we all have to learn how to deal with loss, and she's not ready for that yet, but
no, she's not. Just 3.
Right, but
and my cousin's like, yeah, you did it right there. My cousin's like, I didn't know what to say. About what to say. He's like, hey, okay, so she's going to church. Okay, yeah, she just started church, but she just started. It's a date, yeah. They're not like telling her date yet. They just telling me.
Right.
So if we do say he's in heaven, she's going to be like, what is that? She's going to be like, what is that? What am I saying? What am I saying? Yeah. He's just 3 years old, but that was just she was never him. And I just said she'll go up there and she'll take up there and he'll do his hands like she'll go up and she'll go running to him. She'll play with him. She'll go running to him. It just made me so too. Me and Renata's mom. Renata's mom. She started playing and I too. But I said she never she was going to say that,
beautiful.
Yeah. Oh, I miss him so much. She get a little bit over then. I think I did the right thing.
Yeah, exactly. She's not going to be able to take that on right now.
Right. She ain't gonna know what's going on. She ain't gonna know. So then she come back again. She come back the same person.
Okay, and if she keeps pushing the issue, then it may be time, but she's probably not. And if anything,
She's not. We say that. And she's not. We would say we would say that. She's not gonna go and do that. Come back. Not gonna go and do that. This 3. They ain't gonna know. This 3.
Right.
She knows it. They gonna have to say something.
Yeah, and you can just give a vague like he's in a better place. Well, where is that? He's just in a better place. You just keep saying that. You can say that for years for a child. just keep saying that. I've been saying that for years.
Thank you.
Absolutely. I mean, if she keeps asking, you say he's in a better place. She's not going to have the mental capacity to be like, okay, well, where is that? I want to go there. All those other things. No. She'll just, it'll make her feel better that he is in a better place. And he is in a better place than he was in being in pain and all the other things. So until she's maybe, older and mature enough, depending on her age, to be able to understand, then you just keep pushing the same answer to her, and she's got to be okay with that.
Yeah, everything was time. He's in a better place. I wanted to cut my cousin. Oh, God. Thank you. Thank you. She didn't break the thing. The time I wish she was nice. She had to go get my food and she was she was been never out doing, it was years.
Right. Mr. Quay's up here. Back to me. Is your issue.
Giving you nothing, take the that's on my shoe. Now, in general, what this sounds like is the father-in-law is intentionally not giving the son money. She is the case doesn't have to be set up that way. So I go here, take the dirt that's on my foot, not to do anything. Point over here is, I don't know, promised money, and now is not delivered. So I'll say, now the problem with it is what? Kedushin has already taken place. Kedushin has already taken place. So the women are already having trouble. The sin has not yet been done. Body of what you do. Whatever the situation is, you cannot, you will not pay the money. That's patient action having Roshan. The Chachamim say, ultimately, the Rishon has to sit in her which means she's stuck. Rachel's stuck. That at this point in time, the control is in Ruben's hands, and either he can make a choice to marry her, right, or ultimately just wait and do nothing until her father pays after her again. There wasn't agreement. There wasn't agreement that this way. Rachel's father was up. So again, Ruben will go into a holding pattern for his mother-in-law basically. I don't know what Adnan says. Before we reach the corner, she roughly says, "You are Basaki, that's me. Asian Achikadu Roshi." So Adnan says like this. Roughly could say to Ruben, "Listen, I roughly was going to promise you money. I found you a promise you money. Then you can hold it over my head. If you can hold it over my head, you can essentially, hold me in this marriage until either I pay you or until I pay you. Again, Akshat, Shabbat Hassan, Mani Hassan. She says, "What do you want to do?" So,
Regular grace.
even married, that you see. What was it? Says, that is unlimited. So the couple said, fundamental focus. Once again, this is for the case. So, Rachel's going to get married from you. Rachel's father promises Ruben $10,000. Like, that's the thing, that's the value. Ruben does Kedushin. Now, father-in-law says, I'm not giving you, I can't give you, I won't give you, whatever it is. The point is, he's not giving. So now, Ruben has the right to essentially hold Rachel in this marriage. Your father decides to pay, and ultimately, if he doesn't pay, then Rachel's going to go home this week. But Kedushin, Adnan says, that's not right. It's not right. Ultimately, again, So Russell said that, that's not right. I do have to continue. My father did. Why are you punishing me? Listen, don't keep me in limbo. Either marry me or divorce me. Yo. But that guy, he got a policy. Does that reflect the view of the Bible? Is it? And we live in a place that has the December. I'm not going to say that we don't. No, you have to look at how many people are posted most of us. The question was, however, she had only Kisha Koma Abba Hasan Alai, not a need for the last. So it was very interesting.
This needs to go. This needs to go.
In this case, Yossi had already got constants that every one of these, in a case where the father defaulted on you, he made that remain can't hold Okay. He I will say in the Bryce's version.
Okay.
When the father defaulted, everyone agrees that Reuben can hold up on us
You watched it. You need to watch it.
That has our love. Which seems to give the husband much more power than the power. That's a question. That's the question. Another one had told us why so legal discussions of what is right? So we all know this. That we teach us to our kids. Just because something is mutter, right? Just because it's permissible, does not mean it should be done. So again, we're talking about what is permissible, right? I'm going to say again, it's permissible for him to let the vision and extract what he comes from. It's legal. It's legal. Is it right? Is it right? It's not right. Of course it's not right. It's just a company.
I know I didn't.
So again, so the myself, Rice has a different where the father would hit the financial reach with the due date, and now the father defaults, or I was again, default doesn't pay whatever it is. So everyone agrees, and when it's only moved up, that I love for myself, Russell says to me, if you marry me, cannot keep things in this. So what's the focus? What's the focus? Must be what happened? Rothschild promised to give them money. Hey, so before they do Kiddushin, Rothschild says to me, listen, you're the punishment. And if you're the punishment, I'm going to give you $10,000. Okay, so now what happens? We're going to punish Rothschild. And then what happens? Rothschild doesn't pay. Won't pay, can't pay, doesn't pay. So let's listen, now watch this. Shacham, say Yeshiva. Actually, probably no even if that clear, we can be sealed until you figure this out. So you can go into a holding pattern. I decided to have the obligation. Admon says, the holding Shekomar, just listen to this, you know what I'm saying? Admon says, so what did she say in this case? This is great. Shekomar, Kisura, Anisha, Admon knows. She says, no. When I said, I'm going to give you $10,000, I figured.
What I do with my man?
Nothing. I figured the same thing that was going to be better in my entire life is going to be better now. So she said, I said that I was going to pay you. And again, so she says, what do you want from me? I guess the says
Yes, ma'am.
Jesus. I have to move. I have to use my list. I have to use my list. We're not doing it.
The father of the right. Father of what they promised, and then doesn't say. Like Admon says, she can say the word.
You want her to cry. We got good memories. He be always happy to see you. He was always happy to see you. I'm so glad to see you.
Be strong,
I'm ready. It's very great. Okay.
When is this so sensitive?
What you doing?
Good question.
Stupid. It's good just don't know this. I was that's so nervous. What was I doing? I'm doing something. And that's because she's black. That's because she's black. I said, who are you talking about? I said, I don't know talking to me, but I said, my leg hurt because my leg hurt. I said, y'all people be saying I'm through wild stuff. If you can't say that, you can't say that. You know what I'm saying? If you can't say nothing nice at all, don't say it.
Word, girl.
Oh my God. Don't say that. Now ask him to shut up to her. He's your best bet. You ain't got nothing to back that up, do you? You got nothing to back it up. You just said something about the rats. Just the text. Yeah, you gotta respond to him. You know, what the man? I just want to know what made you say that. He couldn't even. He couldn't tell me why he said it.
He couldn't tell me why he said it.
So these people crazy. Is that right, Rabbi? Is that right,
Yes,
Rabbi?
ma'am. People today, with the anonymity of the internet, don't realize that they're not as anonymous as they may think they are, and they think they can just hide behind the screen, when in reality, what happens in the darkness will eventually come to the light.
Did I say just the Mishnah?
I say that's what they do. Just say stuff that makes no sense. That makes no sense that they would say a reaction. I wouldn't even make it. I wouldn't know. Why would he say that? Why would he make you say it? Race don't have nothing to do with it. What would you say? Yeah, nothing to say. Yeah, nothing to say. Yeah, something I'm gonna get. Nothing to say after that. Nothing. Nothing. I said, yeah, you know you was in the wrong for saying that. I wasn't even mad, Rabbi. I wasn't. I just want to know what made him say
Right.
You tell your reaction out of me. It's like, you tell your reaction out of me. Yeah, these people miss this thing. You know what I'm saying? These people. I said, you need it. I hope the mama said, you need it. So why you say it? What made you say that? I would have stopped and said, what made you say that, son? What made you say that? What made you say that? Dr. His mama would have slapped the back of his head. Recompense of sin. Recompense of sin. That's what my grandmama did. That's what my grandmama did. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? How would you people? How would you people?
I've learned. And those who ask for
what did you just looking at the internet?
No, I'm a programming robot.
You don't have my glasses. You don't have my glasses. I know I do it good. I know I do it good. Okay, so I gotta put this normal. Medium. This is why I'm here.
That's right.
Doesn't voice his support, and I love the won't follow him.
This is the thing I'm doing. I'm doing. You can do stuff where you go to the apple. There you go, cook it. I'm gonna do that tomorrow. I think I can do it tomorrow. So I put the stuff on it in the
Shiva Dvorim, Sha'amar Admon, Gishne, Shalom, Yosef, Yosefo, ויש שאין הלוך לכמוסו, אלא קיוספו, בכל סיטואציות. But I know there are some situations where halacha l'maisa, halacha will follow it. Other times,
she took it today. She took it today.
Not necessarily in other pieces.
You right there? You right there? You done? You done? He got fish. He's over there. He's over there.
Money's promised.
Where's my fire curtain? I need no more pain.
Besides marriage, Kushna has already been done. So now we have Tavis. So you're say, if you don't get married, right? Everybody go home. That's it. Probably have Case A, father default. Case B, daughter, wife default.
What you singing?
I like. You never heard that song?
Who's it by? Who's it by?
I think it's a guy. I don't know. Why is she not?
Hi-Fi, H-I-F-I. Hi-Fi. Not coming to mind.
Number 6, number 1, you constantly like admiral but it was the father who defaulted, right? So I say that's one. Like
Your little cousin, Rain's class?
Not Rain Chasman. Not Rain Chasman. No, Rain is spring.
I know, that's why look, Miss Aquarius. Okay, well, but you didn't, the last cousin we talked about was Rain, so I'm not knowing that you're talking about. Okay. Okay, I was gonna say, them singing that song at 3, that seems strange to me. Okay, so Jasmine likes that song.
Yeah, Jasmine.
I know it was me, and I'm an extension of my father, right? So when I say, I promise you, you my father, so I'm not asking.
I'm excited. Why are you trying to hurt? We're not trying to hurt.
Again, if she says, give me more time, I'm happy to go and try to figure out how to do that. That's fine. She wants the time. But once again, this is the legal ruling. not be more ethical. Very interesting case. First Rashi. Short lines and six, 7 lines.
I give me a hug. So much tips. Thank you. Thank you. So much tips. Thank you, Mommy. Thank you, Mommy. I gotta wet mouth. I'm sorry. I'm taking the water. Wet lips. Wet lips. Okay. Alrighty.
Okay, fine. Now watch this. Even the IRL solution actually. From a lady Shema, I feel like just a minute. Okay, so where's the juice?
You made this.
I didn't make him
That
leave.
field you have, that's my field. That's my
Said
field.
my life.
Here's the window. There's the window. The Mishnah says,
I might have made him leave. Please don't get me. Oh, no, I don't produce my lips. Forget that. I gotta go get my pants. I gotta keep going up and down these dang steps.
Reading is a witness on the
Just
cell.
not gonna do it. I'm not doing it. I don't say it. I'm gonna feel on the bed. Rabbi, you come to see her.
Be strong.
Dad, to come here, man. I'm down on the bed.
Okay, well, be strong. Get your bearings and get back up.
On the cell from moving to shipping. So what's that one?
Okay. I'm getting back up. How about?
I understand.
It's a little bit. I do not put in it. Sit down, chill out.
Everyone says it's a perfect answer piece. Shini Rothschild. How do you show caution there? So let's see this. Because everybody can see this. That's like maybe he's a feet. Right? Maybe he's a strong guy. It's tiny. I don't know how much. Shimon, you're reasonable guy. You're reasonable guy. So I figure if I could get the field away from Levi to you, Shimon, now I have a better chance of getting back my stolen field. That's why I agreed to sign on the bill of sale so I can get out of Levi's hands into your hands. Incredible. It was a better.
Listen, Rabbi.
This is clear some program in the robot.
This is so great. This is incredible. So this is now.
Hi, Robot.
Again, even if you come forward with it,
Maybe someday.
that's you feel mission coming to you as a stolen.
And I'm just
That's
with
fine.
you.
Like I said, once you sign, once you're not a party, but once you're a witness in the transaction, you've lost any right to claim that this property belongs to you, even as a yourself. Actually, even as yourself, the whole of the chasam, hold the shit in law. It's like the essentially the whole thing like this. You can't sign on a document, or you have to witnessing a document of sale transaction.
Lord, help me.
Same right. You so there was a fundamental numbers. On the flip side, I saw a similar affair.
Oh, that's hit my what's it called? Take it. It's not certain thing of Jesus.
custom
Turn the water.
setting
Turn the
meets
water.
up on the so let's say for a minute that you go down.
Water. That can have water. It's good for you.
So now what is
Everything.
sugar itself?
I'm gonna go on this left.
Let's go.
Okay. Let me go down. No more.
What kind of lift are you talking about? To get into bed or just to get downstairs?
Yeah, to get downstairs.
Yeah. Okay. I got you.
Yeah, that one. I don't have that. You need to get the stair lift.
Yes, ma'am.
Right there.
Lady sells a field of shit. Roommate knows that the shit walked when Lady was stolen from him by Lady. Okay? So that was case one. Case one is where it turns out that roommate himself is an aid on the bill of sale from Lady to ship. Okay, so now what do we do with that?
Where is that?
So if I come and say, that's it. You lost that when you signed on the shot. You lost the claim.
Okay.
No, there's still another claim. Claim you make the claim. It's back from Shimon than it was from me. Fine. Case two is Reuben. So Shimon is selling the deal. She was like, so let's call this field A. Shimon is selling field
The breakup. That's still going down the list.
Okay. No. Selling field. If it was a field that was next to the other field.
Down the list.
Selling is by that is ordered by fields A.
And that's not big.
Shimon is selling field B. When we got through the sale, the expectancy is field B orders on my other field, field A. Field A. So in this case, field A is used as a demarcation point, as a border. So right, field A, this thing is not being sold at all, but it's being used to identify field B, which is the transaction. So now field A is using field A, right? Sorry, Shimon is using field A as just to identify the border of the field that is being sold. Now notice that Reuven is signing on this document also. Reuven is signing on this document. So now here's China. Right? This document. So when Shimon is selling field B, saying field B,
I gotta put my things big. I'm like, I'm not gonna do this no more up and down.
field A.
Because it's kind of me to get that. I'm like, going back up. I just came in day.
So now Reuben is going to want to come back. My way, still to his mind, it was stolen by a lady and subsequently sold to you. The mission says, I saw Simon, the Akar, eBay that Simon. So at the end of the
Fast way to go up and down the stairs. Like that.
In this case, that once Reuben signed on this type of star, which used to contest the field as a border for field being sold, everyone agrees that.
All right. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm Rabbi.
Yeah.
Okay, let's
And
that first.
this is the heaviest part. Here we go.
Listen, so, no.
Hey, Papa, I love you.
Because we actually have to stay on target. Right? So the truth is, we back in our lives.
Okay.
A little bit. Monday. A little bit. So we gotta stay. And we're like, what do you have to say? So, well, we're gonna keep fun. We're gonna keep fun. So let's say, here we go.
Somebody left.
We're focusing on piece one. So once again, let's just get back to piece number one.
Everybody do this.
There's a document, right? The document says the lady said it. Should we? One of the reasons is moving when it comes to necessary. Moving comes to shimon, feel this mind, and maybe still from. What? So again, Kaplan would say, stop. Are you moving? You no longer have any claim. That's halakha. Halakha myself, son that sorry, you were a witness. We're done. Admiral says, no, moving as a claim, I guess I'm signing that in order to get it out of the witness. Your action is a better so that guy says, Lo Shalo Ella 8. That's what it is. Like all of this is halakha myself. Moving son or about focus, there's only one side of this. About dying, don't make necessary. So let's say, what is that? Why did you judge this? Would you like about dying? So who wish that would be the case in the Bible? Wish that you chose. Shall we put bodies in the subject? Diana comes in Stara Digan Namko the Chamano, Basidio Sadia Casino Zareva. So watch this. Let's say again, we come to basic, to certify that. Kiyum Stars, spoken about certification of that. What was the Kiyum Stars? The danger of that. So I wanted to do a lot of that breaks your sunshine. Sometimes go ahead and where'd you start? Sure. So there's a concept of what's the concept?
That's an entire set of cases. That's an entire set of cases.
I don't like it.
I misheard you. Pluto? I don't know what that is. What is that? No, I thought you meant Plato. Apologies. No, I don't know what Ludo is. Oh, Ludo. Yeah. I do. That's a game in Plato. Just a moment. Yeah. Let me look at it. Let me make sure. Oh, yeah. I do know how to play it. It sucks. You want to play it? I'll teach you how to play it. I don't like it, but you want to learn?
I don't either. I don't like that. I should get kicked out.
Well, I don't know why you get kicked out.
No, I'm not kicked out like that. Like you have me, you try to do it, and then they come back and they bounce back there and back thing. That's the only thing.
I know that.
Yeah, I don't like that. Have you ever bought somebody like that?
I've played it with people. I don't very much enjoy it.
I don't either, so we're not going to say how we I only one day. Because I keep getting, I don't ever get this, everything, because they keep knocking me back.
So you have a situation because otherwise, Kiyum Shtaros requires
Knocking me back.
And what does the shtar? The shtar, right? The Eidos So on the shtar locks in the transaction. Here, shtar certifies the signature. So this is incredible. So we'll say in case the Reuben wasn't buying trust, now let's put this out. Right? So Levi sells the fields, the Shimon, and everybody can drop it back. And now they want to bring the document to base of certification. Reuben is one of the Dayanim on the basis of certified. Right? Reuben is basically certified the documents. And then after it's certified, Reuben says to Shimon, by the way, the field is stolen first. Everyone agrees in that case, Reuben has value. What's the value? You see, Reuben has a value claim. Obviously, saying something is stolen is not a claim. Right? I mean, it's a claim. What it means is Reuben now has the right to what? Pursue that claim. Right? So again, why? And everyone agrees in that case. Everyone agrees in that case. Why? Because Reuben's acting as a value for the Shtaris was not doing the transaction. All Reuben was doing was just saying, oh yeah, the signatures that you say with the speak, right? Recognize the signatures, fantastic. We're done, sign it up, right? And then we're done. Certified, we're done. So everyone agrees in that case, and you know wait, the rules is claim to go ahead and pursue the stolen, right? The stolen claim. Masha'in came, and it's a witness to the actual transaction, sale from Levi to Shimon. That is again part of signing of a shtar is what? You are claiming the transaction is something down. When you say claiming the transaction is valid, you can't go ahead and use that same also is from you. Anmol says, yes, I can. The transaction was valid. In other words, yes, Levi sold to Shimon. At the end of the day, it's my good. She says, I saw the similar arguments. What's the next case the mission was? I remember again. Right? So same case, but let's say not that same case. In this case, Shimon the purchaser, Shimon purchased the past property called a parcel A. Shimon is selling parcel B and uses parcel A to identify the owners of parcel B. Reuben himself signed on that as well. Not as well. Reuben signed on that's what I'm like, God, I forgot. I did that Tennessee at one point. Just a good time. It's up there.
Yes.
That's only true when what? When Reuben, sorry.
You're good.
What happens if Shimon is selling the parcel to Reuben himself? Shimon is selling parcel B to Reuben. And I happens to be in that Shimon uses parcel A as an order item. But ultimately, in that case, even though Reuben, right, even as a concern.
This is
But Allah, even though as you say, I will not agree to this. But have a nice feeling with you. And ultimately, again, Shimon did not sum it up. In other words, it was like, the thing of the deal is that if Shimon knows that Reuben is going to be paying a parcel A, he's going to be reticent to what? Some parcel A. And Shimon Reuben wants to buy parcel B. I lodge my complaint now. Certainly, again, leaving aside parcel A.
We're back in a minute.
So what could Reuben have done?
9 minutes to go. 9 minutes to go.
So maybe what we could have done is that the very first is partially from the side of it.
Put the stuff on when I come back. You ain't gonna need. I see. It's
So the nice again, if Reuben There's something so they're gonna say something, and what's gonna happen? It's gonna fund the whole transaction. Parts of
Rabbi, don't know where it is.
So they're like, what?
You gonna read it.
Am I on Reddit?
In this case,
I'm watching my robot, just making sure that it's working. Like, it can't be on Reddit. Is there something on me to see?
Hello.
Is now a sign on a sky. Sign right is a document where Shimon is selling
This is about Tuesday. I go downstairs. And we sent me some notifications.
himself. So it really doesn't.
Somebody got the net. Okay, I got two things. I think for it. You're gonna work You're gonna work us to death. If you see a long way at Apple Store, it is not by design. They refuse to pick up shift that on schedule, even though they're continue to be cute. Wants us to do 1 to me when it's not possible. I don't have any mental sanity left in the workday. Apple reports you can't get in the job. You know what? I found I sure did. I called him today. Told them I'm tired of this. I said they having the smile. Last week, they had the 7 Pro Max. And then the Rose Gold. I said, are you suggesting that they need to start making? He's going to be some public. They were starting to making the comment versions of people. She said, I agree. I said, am I the only one? She said, no. He said, you're the same, but I said, okay. She said, also, she was saying that any other people like that, that's careful, because we have a court of line. I don't want to, so please be careful. She said, you're right. I said, yeah. I said, but I get your drift. I said, well, put that on that too. I don't care if it can be core, it can be it can be bag, it can be something. It can be all the same colors. I see my mom burgundy, brown color, burgundy, and purple. Burgundy, purple. But every time, I'm just saying, her mattress and her mattress
I understand. Believe it or not, Mr. Curtis, I get rose gold too.
And the only thing I still in that field was such.
You said what?
I get rose gold too. I have black ones. Yeah, I get black ones too, but or whatever they call it, space gray. But I got. I know.
Came out. Then I had it in the 16, I'm like, come on. They haven't had no pink in the Promax. She'll put a cool. Any color other than purple, black, and gray, and silver. This is colors that I already had. So we have different colors. Yeah, teal. A teal color. Mint green for teal. Other colors. They're not colors. You know what I'm saying? This, oh my God. Purple. Burgundy is cute. Let's keep the burgundy. I already have the burgundy. Give it a break.
Apple used to offer a lot of different colors.
But they don't have the lower side. They have pink in a minute. The last time they had was in the 7. In the 6S, in the 7 Pro Max, and then when it went to the 8, it had to go. They started to go. The was what? The 11, 12, they had the pink and the small birds. Talking about the big birds, but I used the big birds. It ain't no sense. Like, y'all know what they call it. Y'all know what they call it. We pay every frame brown. That's okay. Now some colors to the 8-bit. Like, mustard color, marigold. That's cute. That was cute. Some other colors. Or that's cute though. That's a cute color. Rain pink. That's core. What color do you like?
I like rose gold, believe it or not. No other guys do, but I have some iPhones that are rose gold. I like space gray. I like aluminum and titanium. Those are cool. And then I like the rainbow colors that they used to offer. And then they used to have like transparent, like way back in the day. Like you could see through it with a different color, like back in the late 90s, early 2000s. And they got rid of all that because they didn't want people to learn how to fix their phones and see inside. And I like that, like bringing that back. I think that's cool.
Yeah.
But they used to have all kinds of bright colors, and they got rid of all that.
It's a nice yellow. Green color. Start bringing them back for the big part. These little small birds like the 17 cents. What about the big
I trophy says, but he has labels. I buy his system for
that baby is cute. I've seen that everybody that's a cute. That's cute. I rock that. Lab or burning cake. For my 13. That is cute. And big red color is cute. And then have some other colors.
So now,
And it had a green.
Did you ever have a Motorola Razr?
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah. I remember that. Yeah. Yeah, I had one. I didn't put mine in the toilet and it didn't work no more.
Well, that'll do it.
You remember that? You remember that? The Motorola Razor? Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah, the sidekick. Oh yeah, and the Blackberry. And the Blackberry.
Without the cell, it's not as well.
I think everybody liked it. The sidekick. Everybody liked it.
Now, Ruben sort of speaking was after Trump, this is the cell aspect of the script. Now Ruben's further.
I think they did that already. I think they did that already. I think they did that already.
Ruben slash the after Trump should be believed. There's a way that it turns out that Ruben should really love him. As soon as he could prove his claim, that he should really be walking.
He's over there working. He's over there working. I need to get on my keyboard. I need to get on my keyboard. I need to get my keyboard for the iPad. I need to get my keyboard for the iPad.
Listen, this is you gotta surround yourself with people. Like this after Trump somebody says, you knew exactly what he was good. So, of course, so for our purposes, I love for my son. How do we? This is a complicated case. That was a very complicated case. Remember again, what we have essentially embedded in this case is a couple of different cases. This is what I'm just going to tell you quickly. But I'm not positive. This is a purpose towing the midterm. Eric has signed in Allah's other days.
We're going to more time down for the stuff with the dryer. More time.
No, here it is. Ruben Shabbat.
And that's the bricks.
Ruben said the higher rate right? So it's like Shimon, sorry, they were so difficult to Shimon. And Ruben was one of the witnesses on Shloud. And what happens? Subsequently, right? Ruben claims, after the transaction occurs, Ruben claims that Allah for myself, lady stole it from me, and but I'm not asking for no. Even though you remember again. You're gonna claim yes, I signed on it because I wanted it to go from Levi to Shimon because
Yeah, that's so short. Yeah, that's so short.
Case closed. Allah for myself. Right, Allah for myself. There's absolutely nothing to talk about once you are party to the transaction. Right? Once you are a witness on that star, you have effectively ceded and yielded any right that you have. However, the Rambam says, Ruben acted as a dialogue, which does is not deal to receive any future rights. Again, way back to this mission. And I love them. And then an aid certifies the transaction. And then when he certifies the signature. So when I say, I love myself, you don't ask like I'm one of this mission. There's more, much more. Again, Bilbo's point of Nikon, Harat Kasai, Hamakas, Halu, days, good. Mishnah, quickly. Mishnah, look at the and also, by the way, you ask yourself, what does this have to do with Subas? So first of all, so good. Right, that's answer number one. That's answer one. So remember again, the reason, just so you know, in all seriousness, the reason why we're doing this is because remember, the way this Eric started off, the rulings of Admon and remember again, it started off with a section about Zonos, that's just Subas. Now, let's say we're just going through all of their rulings. Watch this, it's a great case. Misha, I love Philippines says, watch this case. Ruling goes overseas. Now, Ruling owns a field. Now, what's interesting enough, the case over here is Ruling's field is landlocked, which means that the only way he was ever able to They didn't do so this how. He had a right of way. He
I
had a right
can
of way
sit
to summer.
down. I can sit
So what
down.
happened? So we shot him yesterday. He does the rest of the day. So also now what's the problem? Comes like he's away for a while. He can't remember his right of way. Where
You
did
put
my
this
right
thing
of
on
way?
50 control minutes. Put this thing on 50 control minutes.
None of the neighbors are being put. Right? So no, because obviously no one wants to give up that. No one wants to give up that. Right? So I'm going over. Adam says, look, since we have to use logic, figure out what is the shortest way to get to this relay. And let's assume that was the previously established shortest way. Well, come say no. We can have over that up the hair, run up, or you fuck. You have a choice. You have a choice. Either go ahead and take top dollar, whoever's going to negotiate with you, or fly. Or fly. Right? In other words, right? Okay, right? Or fly. Right? Figure out a way to fly. Right? So again, this is actually just come say, listen. You know, Ruben, you went overseas, you lost your information. The burden is on you. So pretty much, again, no one has to do anything for you. So you're going to have to figure out a way to negotiate the top dollar right of us. So my time to grab on, shut it down. So I understand. What's the logic of grab on? It's what's that? The reason for grab on position doesn't make sense. If there's one thing we know, it's that what? Ruben had a right of way. He had a right of way. Right? What's that? It's right of way.
Get that list. Get that list.
And like you can get that list parts.
Less.
Right. And then obviously he has a right his way. This was his good.
All right. Stuff on my head. Stuff on my head.
Listen, logically, he's going to take you the easiest path. So just listen back to the ad. What's like?
It's going meet you real quick. Yes, I have a game. It's going meet you real quick. Let's see.
This is a non-block field. There's 40 people. So let's say, what's the problem? The problem is if you graduate,
yep, I know she can be on. Yep, I know she can be on. Oh, God.
Like number two, no, you're either 3, 4. So let's say the companies which have the ability to deflect it to the other. So this is one of these interesting pieces where we know right away exists, but you can't figure out a way to enforce it against anyone in the party. The hockey might come down. If that's the case, then again, why does Admon say that Ruben is seemingly sees the shortest right of way? So he was another effectively, but our God, the Asmi Klak, our God. So the our God, the Asmi Klak, God, pretty Admon, that's enough. If you have 4 people who bought their own respective fields from 4 other people, or for that matter, 4 people who bought their fields from 1 person. Everyone agrees in that case, each party can deflect to someone else. Keep it. So the Gemara says, you know what, keep it, so keep it. It is not going to say, what's this for this? The Chad, the Asim Bach are gone. So watch this. And listen, let's say now all 4 fields, all 4 of the landlocked fields, or the landlocked fields, are all owned by 1 person. Right? So you've got Reuben in the middle, and all 4 of the surrounding fields are owned by 1 person. That was saying what? Bought it from 4 individual owners. So in this case over here, we'll call him Shimon. Shimon now owns the 4 fields which surround Reuben's field, but Shimon bought it from 4 independent watches. So I was up and down. This they got up. So I was listening. Reuben bought Shimon. Give me like that. You know that I ain't right way.
Mr. Aquarius, you want to play our game?
First, you want to play our game? Take your time.
Okay, let's go. Okay, let's go. I'm ready. Yay, let's play. Yay, let's play. We went together. We went together. Yes. Yes.
Tough split, Miss Aquarius.
Nope.
One.
Get that.
You got one.
Get that.
You weren't. Got it.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah. I know.
Thank you, ma'am.
I know.
Right? And each son can say one, each one can say one. Oh, not for my portion, for his portion, for this one, for his portion.
Oh, there you go. What a spare.
Thank you.
So let's listen to this. Here's the difference.
Do it again.
I tried.
Do it again.
I have a chance to get this. Got it. Oh, I spoke too soon. Psych.
This is
It was on its way.
Give her a palm tree, and then you divide the estate minus the palm tree. That's what you have. Okay, we'll say very quickly. Sorry, stop.
okay.
Stop over here. Just pick up with this very last piece.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's the spot.
Again, great week ahead of us. And here it's Hashem. Shkoyach.
Ooh,
That's a tough one.
tough split.
That's a tough one.
All right, 7 minutes.
Got one. Florida. Got one. Florida. Another one.
Yep.
Another one. Yes. Good job. Yes.
Big score. Big
DJ
score. DJ
Khaled.
Khaled. Get it.
You got it finished. You got it finished.
No doubt.
Yay. And another one.
And
And
another
another
one.
one, people. Whoa, people. Another one.
Oh, almost.
Another one.
I'll take 100.
Ah, you're on the road.
No pun
Good
intended.
job. You win, I win.
I'll
Good
you
job.
win.
You win, I win.
Reload.
Reload. Reload.
Look at this strike. That's how you start, folks. You're watching at home and you want to know how to start. Miss Aquarius showed you. This is tough. Tough split. Give me this. Almost. Give me this.
Another one.
All right,
Another
good
one.
morning. Let us begin. Hashem agreed to see us into our last week.
Get it. Oh, almost.
8 points. Yeah. 8 points.
No doubt.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's big time.
Good job. Good job.
Nice strike.
Do it. And another. Do it. And another.
Give me it. Almost.
No, Rabbi. No, Rabbi. Get it, strike. Get it, strike.
Yay is right.
You don't do Let's go, Rabbi. Let's go, Rabbi.
No doubt. Oh, it's over. Miss Aquarius. Champion. Give me this. I'll take it. No one's touching her. She wins. Excellent
You
round.
win.
I win, you win. Undefeated and gold. Undefeated and friendship. Yes, ma'am.
Just gonna chill now.
There you go.
They're back on mute now. They're back on mute now.
Okie doke.
Hey, until Jess, you go to say Jess, you know,
Come on up here. Take a. Come on. Get up with that one. There you go. Let's get a nice little shot. Zoom on in there. Oh, yes. Unbelievably beautiful. Here, come move up on the camera a little bit. Keep facing that. Oh, wow.
Just sexy, man.
Absolutely stunning. All right, there he goes. William Montgomery, everybody. Keep playing, man. Keep playing. Put on another pair of shorts, William. I can pull you back out at any point.
Yeah, I like this.
Absolutely. Please keep sending shorts to William Montgomery at care of the comedy screen for 34 West Sunset Boulevard.
Just wait till next week.
So, Stephen, what is something traumatizing that happened in your life? It wasn't when your childhood, wasn't it was years after high school. Let's talk about it. What happened?
Well, the first time that I hit it was after a comedy show. I mean, I figured it was going to be super good. Actually, no, I can replace this one. First time I did acid with a hero.
Wow. What happened first? Did he kill himself and then you did acid, or you did acid and then he killed himself?
I took acid that morning, and then everything was normal. We're hanging out. It was weird. Yeah, absolutely. Taking still daylight. But anyway, so we're hanging out in the river, and then these four guys were like moving, and everybody's like, all right, we gotta get away. I'm an hour away from my house in this school, and my ex-girlfriend came one time. She had done acid like 3 times. She was the one that got it for us, and at that point, I didn't realize she had those. But she was like, hey, let's just drive like, and I was like, all right, whatever, I trust you. So we got like 40 minutes on the trip. She's like, I feel like cars are moving right now, and I started freaking out. So we're like 8 miles an hour down the freeway, and I was like, oh my god, we're going to and it was finally got on the interstate, about to go to my house. It's just 2 miles away, and she freaked out. I turned over, no music, Jesus, gentlemen. So right now, just for some word, I am suicide, such and such. Honestly, he was like, oh my fucking god, why would he kill himself? I just started comedy like 5 months prior, and I was like, is this something that happens on all comics? Like, you've been killing it. That's like what I want to do with this shit. And then I got hit with my first novel, like, Truman novel. I felt like this TV show watching the Rothschilds just tuned in. So I did drugs, and he was like, I didn't let it. I didn't bring it down for you. I couldn't keep these kids off the drugs. Fuck it. And then, wow, Jesus. Well, that's no longer the trend.
Like that's going to be the next job. You're the best to be now, father and myself. I'm not giving you. I'm not giving you. I can't give you. I won't give you whatever it is. The point is, he's not giving. He's not giving. So now, having said, Ruben has every right to essentially hold Rocco in this body.
This is your son.
Well, father decides to pay, and ultimately he doesn't pay. So then Rocco's going to be over with his sleep. Adnan says that's not right. It's not right. Ultimately, I never said other
after they found out that I did drugs, like, for a while, they were kind of like, I don't know, he's like, is really like me, or they're like, addicted to drugs or work with us. So they were like, I'm a bastard.
that's not right. I see that. My father did. Listen, don't keep in the limbo. You didn't marry me.
Steven, it was fun to meet you. And fun stories, man.
So let's listen to those
Steven Milkhouse. There he goes. There goes Steven Milkowski. There goes Steven Milkowski. Should we get another walkthrough for William Montgomery? Wow, the crowd goes absolutely wild. Incredible. Let's wait until we hit a wall. Let's see what happens. This way we're safe. We're one-way still for a bit. Well, we're not going to get to the shorts tonight. That's for sure. Ladies and gentlemen, your next comedian has been leaving quite the imprint on this show. As of late, we found out a lot about his wild relationship. We've been following up with him. It's back. Very, very funny comedian, gaining immense popularity here on 420. Here is the return of Ryan Joseph. Here we go.
The racist version, the racist version.
This one is really mess around with computers got campaign. When she had AIDS, she emailed personal. It proves us that Black Lives Matter rallies, but it gets so hot. A couple miles from a white bitch. COVID has changed the way I think about diseases, viruses. Like, my best friend's got AIDS, but now I don't think he's fine. I used to think homeless people screaming out of nowhere were crazy, but what if you don't like having sex with me?
But again, this is
I don't like to date Asian girls because they think it's only nuts. I have a fetish. So I always have to say, babe, I've never lost it to
we all know this.
They give me
That we teach us to our kids. Just because something is mutter, right?
There you go, right? Yes, beautiful.
So again,
Another minute.
come and say again, it's
Hi, Ryan. How's life been?
for him, his marriage
Yeah,
as
good,
leverage.
man, good. So tell us about it. Keep us posted.
Legal. It's legal. Is it right? Is it right? It's not right.
Oh,
Of course it's not right. It's just important.
it's your first time seeing Ryan Joseph. Jokes.
nice to meet you.
Right.
She disappeared.
Yeah, I was just like dating this girl, like walking around. I was just taking it easy now, man.
Give us a real update. What do you mean you're taking it?
I made the right thing. I made my ex.
Hey, that's the advice that I gave.
Yeah,
Good.
and then I took her right away.
Oh, that's great. Yes, and then you guys have the best sex you've ever had.
Yeah.
Yes. That's great.
Yeah, I feel like a man again.
Was the sex with your ex good or it wasn't right? It never.
I was crazy, so I was like thinking about
So the nice side,
never got to meet her.
Right.
so the nice side, so the nice side.
You even felt right. You faked it. Did you fake a sketch? Really? Is that true?
I know no cheats. But I look for a nice side.
Whereas the
You
father
go to GetRoman.com and use the promo code
and that
Johnny.
father whereas again, default doesn't pay whatever it is. So everyone agrees that there is a new love, and I love for myself, Michael says to me, "Would you marry me?" And she cannot keep it.
Oh, yeah.
I so what's the next one? Let's not focus. The cusp is what happened in Rocco, John was the usual money. Right, so the first thing is Rocco says to me, "There was a unit publishing, and with the publishing, we give you $10,000. Okay, so now what happens? Within the publish Rocco, and then what happens? Rocco doesn't pay, won't pay, can't pay, doesn't pay. So I said, "No, that's this. Shakon, the concept is that I'm having no trust, I'm having to listen to Rocco.
That's your ex or the new one? Right, right. I just been easily
I was just
with a fence. You mean, is that your door? How do you lock something? Oh, and then she knocked on the door. Yeah, that's the catch with blocking people. Next thing you know, they're like rasping in your window.
You fucking blocked me, Ryan. It's me, Dominican girl.
No, that's the but she's just white.
She said, "No, I said, white hands." But again, that is the see that my father was going to go out and do this. The actor should have an essay alive. Not only all of us, so she said, "What do you want from me?" I guess, in other words, what Rothschild says, for example, is, I'm not purposely difficult for everybody. I never had to let it back on these problems. Right? I never had to let it back on the problems. It was always going to be my father. Now, my father doesn't want to pay for it. Either marry me or divorce me. So I was like, so I just want to point out to everybody, so you learned out saying that there's two versions of this Machlokes. In our Mishnah's version, right, the Machlokes case is where the father of the bride, the father of Rachel promised, and then doesn't pay. Now come and say, okay, you think right? Admo says she could say to me, she's not my fault, she's not divorce me for marrying me. But not going to keep me in like, Rice and I said, no. In that case, if the father divorces, everyone agrees that Rachel divorce me or marry me. Without even what's not going to this where Rachel promises today. So if Chachamim say, listen, Rachel, because we're going to promise, make good on the promise. You're going to go on the promise. You're going to have no obligation to it. We're holding that in. I don't think no. The Rachel says that his promise is my father. I'm telling my father. So ultimately, we're holding those things because there are your divorces. I don't know. And everybody else says, and everybody else says, the vice also, you know, I don't do that. Again, the vice is oh no, it's not kind of like this. The next time when is this so? When is this so safe? That's not doing
Yeah, Hong Kong. I know. The story is her, like, we went exclusive, and she wasn't really ready, and she was kind of freaking out, and she was kind of having some nerves, so we got her, we were exclusive, she looked up and then realized it was a bad idea, and so the first two talks, you know, as a friend, that was one buddies anyway, so I'll get her the benefit of the doubt, I don't trust her, I told her, I was like, let's just stay out, and see what happens. I'm just like tired right now.
Why?
So, you already knew she was fucking somebody else.
No, you didn't know.
Somehow, like, he said it was she was casually seeing this other guy.
But now he knows she was casually seeing him. Originally, they were having a conversation, and he's like, you should block your ex via text. And he's like, okay. And then he's like, you should block him on Instagram too. And she's like, no. And this was the first time. That was the first time we met him. Was like a month and a half or so ago. After that happened, we were getting updates.
So this is after the fact you found out she was casually seeing
yeah. And then, if I may, for a moment here, then check I mentioned this fucking guy who's goddamn undercover brother over here, and pretends he finds out that this guy is a copywriter, and he creates a bank account or something like that, or no, you don't account, and he says, hey, you know, I'm a guy, I wrote a book, I'm looking to get a copyright. This guy goes to Morgan or something like that. He goes, hey, I'm just some guy that wrote a book, I'm looking to get a copyright. Do you think you can do something like that for me? And the guy's like, yeah, sure, I'll copyright your shit. Copywriter, I go get that. And he's like, oh, I get this work out of nowhere. And then Ryan here, after they start conversing, goes, oh, by the way, I saw that we're mutual friends with the same girl. And the guy's like, yeah, he falls right into the trap. I'm looking to copyright those guys. It's fucking amazing. And then the guy's like, yeah, no, yeah, we're super close. And he's like, yeah, that's crazy. I'm close with her too. When's the last time you saw her, out of curiosity? And the copywriter's basically like, I was filming that bitch 2 weeks ago. And Ryan's like, and then he immediately, the guy goes, can I get my advance? I screenshotted that shit and sent it to her. He didn't even let me immediately right away. This fucking maniac over here immediately messages her. The message wasn't even fully downloaded, and this guy's already hitting up his Dominican person. What did you do? Yeah. So now we're in this fucking year after just passed on every time I try to block her, she goes, Dominican. Yeah. And I still fucking care about her. And I'm just like, well, she's not gonna let me bring up there. She's not fucking not lost my job. Okay, you know, it's a fucking thing. Like, they were like, just like they saw each other once a month or something like that. She was still seeing him, and she was dating me at the same time. We weren't exclusive, right? So she and I go to Arizona. She lets me, she hints that she wants to be having a girlfriend, boyfriend, talk, having. She's like, I just want to be honest. She waited until you went to Arizona. She was here. No, she and I both went. Oh, okay. This is why it's so rough up. It's like she hinted she wanted to have an exclusive talk and have it. She's like, I just want to be honest. And that's my other guy. And I don't want to see him anymore. I thought it was so weird. And then she went on book. You know what? This reminds me no better time than now to see William Montgomery in new shorts. Here we go. Here he comes. Here he comes. There's William Montgomery. Wow. There he is. Notice how the shorts. Look at this, everybody. It's absolutely incredible. A beautiful pair of shorts complement your belly. It really is good. It camouflages and everything. It's incredible. Yes, Joel. Master P just called. He said there are some limits. Oh, there you go. An extremely topical match. It's hidden anyway, so this kind of works. This is my favorite one. That's it. Well, there he goes, William. I'm going with the new pair of shorts. Lord, keeper. All right, back to Ryan Joseph here. So, Ryan, what's our plan now? Go ahead. Keep us posted. Yeah, I don't trust you. I still don't care anymore. You're mad that she was seeing this guy and you had said something. No, I accepted it. I'm fine with that. She said, no, that's not I'm mad. She wants to talk about this. That's what she said. It was like, she had to and she kept talking. And I said, well, I'm down my house and I want to make my heads. I told her I went to let me ask you this. Do you think your ex is going to be attached to you? Then I had her coming crying, saying she realized that, you know, and then she
he was essentially trying to provide eggs.
Well, looking forward to more updates in the future. Another fun 60 seconds from Ryan Joseph. There he goes, Ryan Joseph. Joe is on fire. And with that, it's time for another favorite. Sanitized here. A beautiful
marriage. Now we have problems. Give us a
On to the next one we go. This young man, one of the great joke writers, one of the great roasters. Ladies and gentlemen, here he is, super regular, awesome comedian David Lucas.
Like lingerie to a man is like that.
I'm not on the best side.
I gotta wrap this shit in newspaper. Sign was on what happened, man. T-shirt. White people say they turn full. Like this nigga just help you open the refrigerator. I'm not eating that food. Just so they can like, hey, why you think I'm gonna eat your casserole? White people really can't have
So again, the bottom line is see the same thing.
all that racist shit y'all
Look
did.
at how that says. Here we go. I'm going to say goes to hospital. So this is good. Here's how this goes. Right? So what happens? Russell
There you go, David Lucas. I love it. I absolutely love it. I love this week's set so much. I could not. This is one of those, this is one of those moments where you hear a comedian tell a joke, and this is usually this happens if I'm ever in the back of the room. I'm about to go on it for like Bill Burr or Chappelle or like one of the greats where you hear a bit where you're like, wow, I think that all the time, and I haven't heard anyone really talk about it. That lingerie thing is just, and not only do I agree with you on that, but I would venture to easily say that a t-shirt or fucking like mesh shorts and like almost anything is sexy or lingerie, because lingerie gives off the feeling that you're trying hard and you're supposed to be like, oh god, you're so beautiful in lingerie. Almost want to leave it on, like it's so beautiful, but it's like, what the fuck? And to the contrary, again, just a plain t-shirt with like a butt cheek hanging out, that's the hottest shit in the world. Lingerie keeps everything all tight, like any bra or anything, that's fucking, that's done. That's like showing up, that's like looking on a person's door.
He has no obligation.
Oh, God. How about queer? Is queer colors?
This is where she's cheating. Remember, I'm going out for the best of the world. I'm going out for her. I didn't try this. I know it was a team. And I was coached up my father, right? And it was so when I said, I come to you like other people, and I'm not asking, like, how many things to do?
It's got like crotchless panties and everything.
And then the pulse,
That's hilarious.
I don't know if it's a best friend.
It's kind of like how women think of shit. Also, we don't give a fuck about shit. Most guys don't give a fuck.
I know Fred Evan's story is so funny.
Again, she said, just give me one time. That's fine. But basically, this is the legal reason Just like, I love for myself. I love for myself. I'm going to just let them work at it. Probably people moving again and rough on the relationship. Rough on people. He has the ability to work all the time. Which level said, very interesting. Order a la Saudi. This match, short line for Rashi, 6, 7 lines. Watch this piece. Moving the highway, I saw the ship.
I want some of that spicy birthday cake.
They said shortening the key for him.
Stolen from me.
I'm right, banana pudding.
Now again, it's not a okay, fine. Now watch this. You live in IRL says selection. But the baby should not know about shipping is entirely possession of the field and bought from the lady. So maybe sold Shimon a field. Ruben says, Shimon, that field you have? It's my field. It's my field. Maybe sold.
They don't want you to get rid of a lot of them are sick. They're not doing a job.
Hustle.
I'm talking about myself, but I'm not talking about Eric. The best comedians want you to have no fear. So you have confidence that you will be more return makes it harder and harder. It's that. Speaking of writing jokes, always getting better when you check out brothers. Here's William Montgomery, everybody. Some new shorts. Here he comes. Some more shorts with William Montgomery. Whoa! Viva la France! Oh my goodness, there he is. Wow, there he is. The fattest man in Auschwitz, everybody. William Montgomery.
From leading to ship.
From Auschwitz to offshore.
Tony, I didn't know Foot Locker had a swim team.
Why would
You look like Beetle. I haven't drank juice in years.
why would you eat someone for yourself? I don't know if this is
Oh
a part of
my
it.
goodness
She's
gracious.
off.
Just when they get a swimming pool in the prison yard, everybody.
You look like you need a zebra.
I believe he's a thief.
Oh
I
my
believe he's a strong
goodness
guy. I
gracious.
never had any chance of
Wow, the Swin Shank redemption over here.
I figured if I could get the field away from me, now I have a better chance of getting back in the station. That's why I really sorry on the full of sale, so I can get it out of
Put your
50
hands in the
cents.
pockets. Face the cameras. Put your hands in the
Incredible.
that camera over there.
Incredible.
Yeah, over there.
This is incredible. This is now listen to this. I'm the funny side. No, cut it out. Even this is this.
Say that again, girl, but just in case.
Even if you took over the claim that the field that shouldn't come to the eyes is
All
stolen,
right, there he goes, William
that's
Montgomery.
fine. But then I said, once you sign, once you're
Those are the official shorts of brother in person
for the
that black, not
transaction,
white.
you lost money to
And red and solid and
that
checkered.
this property goes. Even as you
This is a golf shirt. I got it at movie
plus
star.
whole good shit is about this. Essentially, the whole thing like this.
No, I like it. That's exactly why I got it. Bending over, watching a TV that went out. Dildos were falling out of my asshole. I'm like, hey, I should get it.
This group has nothing to do. You give it up and
Alright, David, so much fun again. Brilliant stream this week. I think you already got a tag there. There you go, Stephen Lucas,
עשור,
everybody.
המוחזק בעשינו לאחר, שלא נוכל להיגנזע אור העבר, אלא לאיש אחר, היה מוחז סגן מצד נמצאו ארבעות צרי עשור. חסר שזה נמצאו נמצא פרוני סבא שלי, ועשה סבא שלי, ועושה הלך מספיס.
Alright.
So let's say,
So,
let's say for a minute that
you sign up, ladies and gentlemen, Kevin Houston.
right? You shouldn't own this movie.
Here comes Kevin Houston.
Shouldn't sell
Here
another
comes
piece of
Kevin
property.
Houston. Kevin
Right?
Houston.
Let's say now, let's call the disputed deal A. Deal A, right? So same case, right? You're going to call the deal from
Shimon bought the field from Levi, right? Then there's Reuben. Reuben of course is claiming that Levi stole the field from Reuben. So the Shimon, sorry, what form of money? Right, so let's say so again. Remember, Levi sells a field to Shimon. Right? So in the back of all of this, you have Reuben claiming that Levi really stole that field to him. And now, right, still, right? Levi sells a field to Shimon. Good. Reuben now is claiming that the field that Shimon bought from Levi was stolen from him by Levi. Okay, so that was case one. Case one, where it turns out that Reuben himself is an aid on the bill of sale from Levi to Shimon. Okay, so now, what do we do with that? So again, according to Admon, so if I come and say, that's it, you've lost that thing, you signed on the spot.
Like it's been forever in which somebody's
Admon
been
says,
out.
no, there's still another thing.
Although congratulations on just learning how to read. Thank you. I really can't go about
But
it.
it was from the
Son
spot.
drove up, man.
Case two
Hello.
is Reuben.
Yeah, you couldn't remember if it. No. I
Shimon
was
is selling
reading
field.
a comic or an
Shimon
actor.
is- So let's call
No, I
this
just
field
work in film.
field.
Yeah, but I just, I didn't want to,
Shimon is selling
Why?
field
You
B.
could anyway.
Field B.
On the paper, it helped you blow it. It felt like you literally had an ad-read energy stream here.
It was kind of half-ad, so I guess
So
it's
it was good though, next to other field.
Yeah, it should feel like you're like talking about something. Really felt like it was
Is by
great
identifying
fire.
other fields that are
Goodness
around,
gracious,
right?
first time doing stand-up comedy ever.
No, I did hear yes.
Okay, where you
That
don't
is
see.
bordered by fields A, B, E. Now, in this case, Shimon is selling field B. When we document the sale, the inspector says field B borders on my other field, field A. Field A. So in this case, field A is being used as a demarcation for the border. So right, field A, because field has not been sold at all, but it's being used to identify field B transactions. Now, Reuben is using field A, right? Sorry, Shimon is using field A as just to identify the border of the field that is being sold. Now, what's that? Reuben is signing on this document. Reuben is signing on this document. So now, here's the shot. Now, in this transaction, in this document, so when Shimon is selling field C, he's selling field B, he's also what? So to speak, solidifying his ownership of the field A, because he's using field A to identify one of the borders of
3 months
field
ago,
B.
no better time to
Reuben
move to LA than
is
right
doing
now.
that this field A was originally his, he signs on the document. So that will say, so now what's going to happen after this is over? So now Reuben is going to want to come back and say to Shimon, by the way, field A is mine, which was stolen from me by Levi subsequently saying, so Simmons, the Agar, eBay as Simmons. At the end of the day, even Admon is in this case, that once Reuben sold, on this type of star, which used the contested field as a border for the field being sold, everyone agrees that Reuben is
Just to remind you,
okay.
but go ahead. Tell us what you've been doing for
I'm
fun.
Rabbi.
No, I just,
Okay, let's wrap it up. Great. Let's wrap the first case.
something that I could hear say. I like the weather out here better.
Okay, that's right.
Really? You like the weather here better than
Let's say so.
Chicago? Really? I mean, 50 mile an hour
Because we have to
must be
scale.
hateful negative winds. Testing you in the face compared to absolute daily sunshine and zero humidity. The state is currently on fire, but even that is state
So
only be
yeah,
on
we
fire.
gotta we only have 45 minutes.
It only takes
Oh,
2
we're gonna be fine.
things
We're gonna be
for
fine.
learning.
So let's say
In
so there
fact,
we go.
my neighbor and I were admiring the sun.
Let's say so we're by advice. Let's say we're focusing on this more. So once again, let's just get back to case number one. Right? Shimon purchases a field from Levi. There's a document, right? And the document is sent by Levi over there. Shimon, one of the witnesses is Reuben.
It's okay. You
Reuben
just
then
sit here.
comes after the conclusion. Reuben comes to Shimon and says, Shimon, Field is mine, and maybe
You
stolen.
gotta trust my instincts on this one. We're not opening this.
I'm on the document. So again, I only say, sorry, we didn't no longer have a claim, because I don't come myself, sign on the document. So you were a witness, you're done. I will says, no, Ruben has a claim, and yes, I signed the document in order to get it out of Rabbi's hands. Your hands should have helped me. No chance to do it back there. Fine. So Rabbi says, no, shut up, I left eight. That's only true. Like, all of this is only true.
So how long have you been playing drums for?
Ruben signed on focus. The only thing inside his weeks. About 9 years below he did best experience.
What's the name of your favorite band?
So let's say if Ruben does it, so if I'm not going to myself, Ruben served as a diamond. Everyone is using
It's not hungry.
even though he was
So are you better at drums than everything else? Really?
we did ask about that. The really started in the English but he says that it is very important several times. Now, I know personally, started in the national Camano, Castillo Sadia, Castillo Salada, was a lot of this. Let's say again the cultivation, certified that. He himself is hoping us to teach about again. What does he start to
Let me tell you something. Of course, we can look at this as all they're being mean on this one, but here's the light at the end of the tunnel. Do not get a Mexican drum off. You do not, get to redo that set again. There's no, but here's the catch. Here's the good news.
before you start, sure. So there's a concept of stars.
Not reading, you
We
can
call it
memorize
team
60
stars.
seconds.
What's the plus of
You
team
don't even have to
stars?
memorize
To
all
give you
the
practice.
words. You just
Like
memorize
the
the
basic
premise
principle
and
again.
couple
The basic
punchlines,
basic
and it's
principle.
over and done.
Or brings in
Don't
the
even over memorize it. Just fucking do anything
certified
other than what we
that
did
that
today.
is
And
there,
you do good. Next time you come back
is your
with set
signature.
for,
You write
say,
a little
3 weeks
pen
from
pick,
now.
right? You write a little
Something like
put
that.
on the document
And if
itself,
you do
on the
good,
contract,
you're 60 seconds and you get a simple
and
fucking
done.
piece of
You
plastic.
start
You're
with
going to be
certified.
over Mexican
So
drum.
this is
How's that
incredible.
for you?
So about this
There you go. There's only a reading side of weakness. He was a diamond on the base that certified the document that was not a road to the ability to live on him why are those things? It's fascinating. Depending on the deal, I like it. I like doing it very good.
Abo
Let's get another comedian up here. We have a new sanitized mic. I'm excited about
those are
this one.
actually when you
Ladies and gentlemen, here she comes.
like
It's
you
Merritt
sign
Landsteiner.
listen when you sign
Here we go.
you sign on with a little bit of transaction.
Here is 60
Like
seconds
that's
from
what you sign
Merritt
on. But
Landsteiner.
I read this
I
transaction.
grew up in
This
Minnesota. My
transaction is
parents
binding
met in a
valid.
pretty unique way. They met at a
You're a
wedding
guy on
where my
15
mom's
stars.
older
So
sister
listen, what are you
married my
certifying? What
dad's
are you
older
certifying?
brother. Yeah, kind of weird. Only thing that pisses me off about it is when people are like, yeah, my family's really close. I'm like, yeah, but does your family fuck?
Like, because I'm not certified in China. I'm not
And my dog sleeps in my bed sometimes, so I do tend to masturbate from time to time in front of my dog. I want to make it very clear that I do not fuck my dog. Do not fuck my dog. However, when she yawns, I do say, girl, let that mouth do.
because otherwise,
Yeah, she stopped taking the crotch of my underwear, and I'm worried we lost her spine.
like the Eagles on the star
Catholic and everybody growing up said heaven's gonna be so great, heaven's gonna be so great, but I've also heard that about several gay parties.
Now let's play this out. Right,
Feels
so
like
ladies
I'm gonna get to heaven and they're gonna be like, don't worry, more people are coming.
And then that's the document.
Hey, that's
And then they want to prove the document to things for certification. Moving is one of the diamonds on the business
That's like
certified.
a piece
Right,
of
moving,
delicious
they just
ginger
certified
and
the
down
document.
some
And then after it's certified, moving says, by the way,
Merritt
the field is
Landsteiner
over.
company.
Everyone agrees in one case
Fun energies. One thing I will tell you this too, you inject it well into the microphone. Real night day difference for the last day of reading off of piece of paper. You came up, you performed, you enjoyed yourself. It looked like you were having fun. Spoke well into the microphone.
First time doing stand-up since March.
Wow.
Because everything got shut down. So thank you. Well, actually, I did one set on acid. Doesn't count. It was fun, but it was very chaotic. I was just riffing the whole time on screaming at the audience.
How long have you been doing stand-up?
Like, I guess over 5 years.
Wow, where at? Chicago? Wow, what a difference. My goodness, that's like trying out Chicago pizza. First comedian was thin crust, and that was deep dish. Like, oh, this is what they're good at.
Yeah, and then I just did a year in LA, so I did it in LA for a little bit, but then
maybe sold to Schilling. At the end of the day,
I'm still new to LA.
my goodness, welcome here to Phoenix. Oh, that was Kevin Houston. He just shot
Same place,
Poor Kevin Houston, rest in peace. I guess he's not going to get to that Mexican drum off after all. Jesus, all he had to do was write a new bed, come back, and a few minutes.
Living itself signs on that
My
style
goodness.
as well. Living cells on that
So,
style.
Mary, when did you go to
Every
LA?
one of these.
Just in a year.
Okay, well, you just had to say a year again, and everything would have been fine. Now I don't like you anymore.
Oh, you can't handle a tiny bit of attitude. King of attitude.
Sound put up like my
So it's all
I
right.
saw him with football, seeing that smoke, so we didn't go, oh yeah, that's listen to this.
That's me. The old king of
That's
attitude.
only true when what?
That's what they call
When
it.
you get inside, you shouldn't have sounded harsher than someone else. What happens if shouldn't have sounded harsher than you don't yourself? Shouldn't have sounded
All
harsher
right.
than you.
So, Mary Glansteiner, what do you do for a living?
And I happen to be in my
I
cell,
work in sales at a precious metals brokerage.
Have you ever sold
as
Mary?
a worker, as
Well,
a
you know
worker.
what? You might want to after you see what I'm about to bring up here right now. This is another
Even
example.
though
This is another William Montgomery in new shorts. Here he comes. Whoa! These are the ones we've been waiting for. For those of you that want to take a little trip to the beach and vomit in your own mouth while you're there, look at this young stud bucket. Fresh off of building a sandcastle made out of old burger wrappers. It's William Montgomery. My goodness, look at this guy. This is what he would have looked like, and he lost the extra $200 in Vegas. Nothing. I'm really surprised I have no hair. I was just gonna say, you have a ton of hair. It is unbelievable. I get you an ass. It is incredible how flat your ass is. I mean, if you lay down on your back, you would look like the New York City coronavirus. If he lays on his stomach, does it push his ass out? Maybe it does. Can we try it? You want to lay on your stomach for a second here? Let's see what happens. Oh my God. It's got a little bit of junk in his mouth there. My goodness, it is just close. Next man, right into. Oh wait, look at that. Oh, he's fucking the stage. Everybody, jumping the stage. Not laughing. He is fucking the stage. There's a picture of a neck back. It's incredible that I have a bigger ass than the fat man wearing shorts on Chicago. It's true. It is true. He has bigger knees than butt cheeks. He's sweating bullets from laying on the floor. That's all it takes. Definitely has an enlarged heart. There he goes. We're gonna get back to That's my new favorite. We're gonna get back to more shorts. Let's get back to the merit of this conversation. That ass is flatter than Kevin Austin's nose.
No, it's okay.
Maris, what do you like to do for fun?
I go hiking with my dog.
What kind of dog is it?
Rescue. I was told half Chihuahua, half Border Collie. Very odd mix.
Half Chihuahua, half Border. That sounds like a household thing.
Signs on a side, signs on a where Shilling
the same
And
parcel B.
I like to
But in
do
parcel B,
drugs.
it's usually parcel A to the best
I
parcel
love like
as one of the boys.
psychedelics.
And you can sell them at that point. You can is right to anyone playing parcel A. That's when it's true. Now I use a qualification. That's true. It's Shimon was selling it to another party. But Shimon was selling it to Reuben. Reuben himself. And Reuben doesn't object to the use of parcel A as a border. That's because Reuben doesn't want to cause a jeopardy before the transaction. There's an limit to who does such now. There's a question.
No, and I'm like kind of seeing someone, but not yet.
You're it's a good segue there. Using parcel A as his border. You are now what happened? So Reuben claimed, by the way, parcel A is mine. Parcel A is mine. And what happened? Shut up. Then he died.
Jerry
Reuben
Watkins there.
Right? Like Reuben died after this.
Yeah, it's not that cute of a story. We're not exclusive, so my choice.
Listen, so now again, so after Reuben passed away, right, you were living in indigenous place, 4 hours, there's a
No,
basement,
we're way
another
more.
purpose. Now there's an executive of Reuben's estate. Okay, so I saw the trouble with Rabbi, the purpose of Rabbi, other saw similar accidents as well. Yeah, the Trumpus is coming. Why is it coming? Yeah, the Trumpus is the issue. Before Reuben died, Reuben claimed that he had paid for one thing. So yeah, the Trumpus was coming to follow up on that train. Coming to follow up on that train. Okay, so guys, listen. Anyway, I saw something
He's not a Metro LA guy. I can't do that. I grew up on a farm. I don't do Metro men. It's just what he
So your dad's sister married your mom's brother. Is that like fake things? It makes like your sister and shit like that.
So, like, do you have siblings? Do you have a brother? Yes. So if you and your brother went to a bar and fell in love with a set of sisters and married them, that's really weird. And I just make it into an incest joke. But yeah, my cousins are like kind of like siblings to me.
It would make my brother my. It would make my brother my.
No, it wouldn't.
It would make him my.
Brother-in-law. That's what he owned. That's what he owned.
Right.
Yeah, it's really weird. I don't know what to tell you, but yeah, I don't know. I grew up in a small, tiny town actually near South Central Minnesota between a town of like 1,700 people and 600 people. Yeah. No, I love this.
I love Illinois stuff. Right? That if I go ahead, I said, look, I said,
I'm always a letdown in the last
sold you a
kind
field.
of
I sold his mine, and the only thing I sold you in that field
I know.
was the narrow strip.
Should I start lying, Tony?
So the more supposed to see some tears out of the video. In other words, you didn't sign on the fact that we're shooting something that's not part of
I am very
you didn't sign up. After they signed on it, transaction, you said, by late, your day is mine. It was stolen from you by late.
Very fun
After
set,
that, you can die.
incredible.
After Chopus
Like
comes
I
along
said,
and says,
great
try selling up your
stage
bedroom
presence.
space.
You're technically not on the stage. Great projecting, great jokes. It's all awesome stuff. And so on the time. There she goes, Mary Landsteiner, everybody. Thank you, Mary.
You have to do all right to feel. To which, like Chopus said, no, that's a really serious thing. All shitting really old in that field is just a narrow strip. That's when he was identifying as the border, which, as I always say, that's the end. But, you know, cars were in your house,
All right, we know this young lady who's been on the show twice.
That's fine, but she's still on
She's back here again, ladies and gentlemen. It is the wild style of football. He's back.
On that narrative, there was a pretty valuable. So I'm gonna, you don't have
Oh, everybody, move on. Starting now. Here she goes. She's going to talk to the microphone. It's Rudolph.
That I sold that orchestra back to fast shipping. I then subsequently purchased it. I was look, totally shocked with how but I said, good. Then when you open it, you probably the other Kazakh will have to never get it. So let's say, ultimately, again, even with the thing I sold it, and we purchased it, which we believe. Like I said, the reason that is because this is actually says, Pesha, also, yeah, Pesha, the key to it is I look at actually Yaman, it's just the business technology. That Pesha, there. The upper sheet is Chase and Shalom. So I said the key to the field is where, remember, skinny circuit field, maybe circuit field for sure. And then again, it gets more complicated. But now what happens? So now, you have rebate, now you have shimmy, you can go together. You have ladies selling the field for field A. Okay, fine. Now what happens? Shimmy sells field B to another party. But in that transaction, field A has a order identification. Moving signs on that chart, that bill of sale, that shimmy is sold out of field B. Afterwards, what happens? So Ruben says, field A is totally functions by radio and sold to you. So when they get sign up for the show and try to come on the show and listen, can you guys listen to the show a little insight that the current system is working? Basically, as of late, people have been able to sign up for being present outside, before or after the show. So basically, it's like, if I see the same person a few weeks in a row, I'll say hi, you say hi, sometimes you'll be like, hey, I'd love to get on the show sometime, blah, blah, blah. It's sort of a different process right now than just posting 100 people signing up for the shot and maybe you get super lucky. Now, we know who's in the bucket, and the reason we gets into the bucket is because she's so consistent and she'll look up because she's always here. She's always present, and I'll walk out after a show and she's, waving and saying hi, this and that. I mean, week after week after week. And then eventually I'm like, you know what, why don't we do next week, all right? She goes, yeah, so there's literally that's what I was like, 8 weeks of preparation, weeks of waiting to go up, and then that's what we can't even do. Strip of land. Right. So now it's telling you, when Ruben signed the document, it wasn't clearly the question. There was acknowledgement, that Shimon wanted a strip of land of field A, that's over on field B. But that was no way to still be right to the rest of field A. That's good. But if I was okay, that's fine, so you can see your play on the rest of field A. But what? You have to go ahead and at least leave Shimon's possession what? A strip of land.
That's where you're going to be performing.
You're
right. You're pretty big any day now.
Report it back.
She reminds my cousin dumpster.
Chris batting 1,000.
Right? You know about the sale. Without the sale, all you would have is one. It's just saying that when I see the field is stolen from you. Now, Ruben sold the things up until this time, so it's still happening up the steps. Now, Ruben fully qualified because after he sold her, Ruben bought it back from Shimon. It's a cash out of construction information. You trade Ruben back down to Shimon.
This is a great
There's only one thing that we do this
I'm Rabbi.
Here we go. Here he comes. Look at this. Oh, wow, that's it. Look at
right?
is for all
Also,
you
they say
ladies
you
in the room that have
you
been
gotta surround yourself with
wanting an abusive
like this
stepfather in
opportunity
your
for somebody
lives.
says,
You're
you exactly what
Let me
you need.
introduce you to
So
a
it's like,
freshly shaven.
so for our purposes, I love what I
I'll
saw.
tell you, he makes up for all
How
the
we
pubes
so
you
it's like, this is a
lost.
complicated case. That was a very complicated case. Remember again, listen,
But
when
really,
we
that's brand new baseball caps if you were party hat on it. My goodness, oh look at the pockets on that. They have zipper pockets. Come on, let's see how those pockets work,
You
William.
don't have to
Face that camera over there, William. That camera. That camera over there, William.
Ruben
Yes.
Shabbat Hadashim Saga. Ruben
Oh my
sent the
goodness,
peace.
take
Ruben
my
sold
money,
the field.
please.
The
Wow,
Iron
there he
Lady
is.
His
His ass actually got bigger since the last time he
right? So it's like, so Shimon, sorry, Lady sold the field to Shimon. And Ruben was one of these, Ruben was one of the musicians on the
for
side.
those of you that have always
And what
wanted
happened?
to
Subsequently,
always wanted to
right,
wonder when the
Ruben
guy that
ends,
operates
I
the
think
festival
Ruben
amusement park
ends up
rides
but
looks
I
like
love the
very
nice
awfully
side.
short.
Lady stole it from me.
It must be this tall to ride this ride, everybody.
But I'm not constantly even though you remember again, you're gonna claim yes, I signed on it because I wanted it to go from Lady to Shimon because I feel like I transfer it to back from Shimon to Lady. And everyone says, case closed. I love for myself. Hey, I love for myself. There's absolutely nothing to talk about once you are party to the transaction. Like once you are with this on that
There he goes, William Montgomery.
see if you will do any life that you have.
How do you rationalize what happened here?
So if you would have
What do you think? How long of a break?
Fellas, it does not
Seems like you were too excited.
And I'm up for myself as a certified
I'm so happy to be here.
certified.
But seriously, were you on any
I
drugs
look
or
for
anything?
myself. There's more, much more. Again, Philip was telling me that Paris was trying to help us out in days.
Like, seriously, I feel this would have been my best.
Like that's answer number one. I didn't answer number one. So it's number again. The reason, just so you know, in all seriousness, the reason why you're doing this. And remember again, you started off with a discussion about resilience. That's what you see this. Now let's look at this great case. I'm not going to do that, so let's watch this case. Ruben goes overseas. Ruben goes overseas. Now Ruben owns the deal. Now let's say
There you go. He's still walking away, everyone.
which means that the only way
My goodness.
get a right of way. Get a right of way with someone. So what happened? So he dropped him this and he does so that's what I did. So let's say now let's say as far as I can do it for a while, you can't remember his right of way. Where is my right of way to get into that deal? None of the neighbors are being put. Like, no, because obviously no one can give up that. No one wants to give up that. Right? So I don't know that. Unit was shut. I was his way. So if you use logic, figure out what is the shortest way to get into this field. And let's assume that was the previously established right of way. The come single, reach level of the mana or you
Alright, so here we go. Unfortunately, everyone,
go ahead and take
my
$5.
favorite regular.
Whoever wins the negotiating reform,
My favorite regular.
plus five. Right, right, plus five. You right, you got a little five. Right, so again, this is actually comes to listen. You know, you went overseas, you lost your information. The burden is on you. So pretty much, again, no one has to do anything. So you just have to figure out a way to
Use your truth teller. Here he is.
So my time to get out, stop it down. As I understand, one project to get out on, say what's that? You put up on this position. If there's one thing we know, it's not what. It's not what. You live in the plant a right of way. You had a right of way. Vice versa, it's right of way. Even today. Future truth tellers. Future truth tellers. Future truth teller. Trump demolishes Biden debate. Legion pulls after Trump shards on stage. Shards shit launch. Trump shards on stage. Big thing.
was getting in and out of the system. There was a right of way.
Future Truth Template.
So I go to see,
Webster
listen,
Dictionary
logically,
has so many
he's
words
going to
for
pick the
gay.
easiest path. So
Then
just
the
assume that's the
dictionary
path you have.
boundary catches fire. Future Truth Template. Gay West is kicked out of Wyoming for traumatizing too many voices.
This is a landlocked field.
Future Truth
There's
Template.
4 different people.
Accused of exclusion. Brainwashed by the rain. Are forced fed more colors. New colors include band names, cock black, and tangerine tree. Big thing. Future Truth Template. 2025. #1 icon spot. North Peak. Big thing. Future Truth Template. 4 men come forward accusing Michael Jackson of eating their assholes. Big thing. Future Truth Template. Tupac is still alive. And he comes back to rap the world's peace. Only to get jumped in a fist fight at the Cheesecake Factory. Tupac rest in paradise. Again. Big thing. Future Truth Template. After Psycho Dill like mushrooms are legalized. Source of industrial listed before hands out. Fluorinating the earth. Big thing. Future Truth Template. In the future, Butts get so big. Big Butts completely eliminated. The chair in the street. Big thing. Future Truth Template. The butt replaces the pussy as the #1 thing to fuck. Big thing. Future Truth Template. Kim Kardashian is first.
Listen, let's say now all 4 fields, all 4 of the landlocked fields, or the landlocked fields, are all owned by one person. I see that even in the middle, and all 4 of the surrounding fields
That was
are owned by
incredible.
one
So
person.
much
That was saying what?
information. That was
4
big
is from
thing.
4 people
Future
speaking
Truth
of
Teller.
So you see, so we have
Behind
this
this
whole
blonde
shit.
girl.
Shimmy
Oh,
now
look at that
owns the 4
mustache.
fields.
He really is the truth teller. Whoa, there it goes. He just took it. He just ripped off his mustache. That must have hurt. Did that hurt?
So
Just get out of here so fast.
It's not even character. He's a fake. Welcome to the show, babe. Thank you, truth teller. Oh my God, I didn't even notice. Michael Lehrer, everyone. Let's talk about Tony shuts off the lights to the fake future truth teller mask. We're about to talk some serious shit. Tony, the ambassador.
You want to negotiate? You can negotiate.
Right.
But we didn't complain
Right, Dave, I'm the resident genius
Hey,
here.
something's
Tony
told to me.
makes every single reference of everything ever here. He goes, tell us what he's saying, right?
Incredible. So the Gemara says, you say, I'm sorry. I'll read down the root, tell us quickly. Finish up the read down the root. A guy says, read down the root. Love your loss. What's
Oh,
the
he's
thing?
the only one who
Right? Even lost guys. Right before guys, he says, I want my brother to help me.
Yes, absolutely.
He's giving a punch to his brother. Other loss, there's some Uber guys, and his son's going to have a divide up the state, but didn't feel the stuff to their brother. Like, other loss, he's like, the husband, the younger people. And they say, remember, and you must listen.
There you go. That's definitely my favorite holiday.
Why, what not? So they're not
There you go. Didn't make it to the greatest hits album, but it's
trying to
Michael's
say what? Trying to say what? No, not for my portion, for this portion, for this one, for this portion. I mean, that value that we're trying to guys. Also, how much not how much people that value for them. So let's listen to this. Here's the difference. So let's it's the right of way. The right of way you can does exist on the field. When it comes to what is right of country, that is like the cause of all of their heritage. So therefore, my Takanai, Takanai, what should we do? It's like, let's do a big love for 100 million dollars. Do this, give it a country, give it a country,
and a lot of guys are into, that look where women are wearing a lot of makeup and that look like the girls that we grew up on in the Hawaiian shopping catalogs, but I'm not really into that either. The chick that's really hot with makeup, it's like, it's hair. It's actually
Right. Okay, let's say Shkaya again, great week ahead of us. Eretz Hashem.
I mean, so you would rather feel the fabric of laundry than just your nipple? Oh, wow. about it, whatever you want.
Well, I'm from Chicago, and Kevin went from, and he kept saying, Chicago, Chicago,
Chicago.
when I'm in Chicago. But ironically enough, there is no one in this one I am more than that bitch Mary.
Whoa, is that true? Do you know Merritt from Chicago?
No, I know her from other experience in LA, and I've been waiting for this moment. When it happened, completely by accident.
Wow, well, here we go. Let us in on
And
Merritt.
tell you,
Tell us about Merritt.
so, well, I don't know that bitch, but, fuck her.
Wow, gee.
But I'll get to why. So I moved to LA to make comedy, and this is week before
All right, guys. Good morning, and let us begin. Celebrate the sequence to our last seven students. If I can over our students for today, I will have a correspondence. Of course, one of these will be named after the one Sarah Scrap Studio. But let's check this one right now. No wonder Sarah's bullshit that around that. And I always remember that she
Oh my God, Merritt, do you remember this? Oh my God, little did she know that she was criticizing
let's explain what that means for today.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, in that must be very, very exciting. It's a very exciting moment. And also,
Wow, this is incredible. It's amazing. The butterfly effect. I mean, she made one little joke in an open mic a year ago, and now all of a sudden it's coming back. I thought it was Silence of the Lambs was the one where he gets yelled up and takes a bit stock. No, I know.
And then shut the audio off, expenses for. So the expenses
I spotted the ice house.
all of us his father wasn't paid
of this happening.
Russia silently Muhammad, no age, shouldn't touch his father, told him to shout out
Yeah. Someone takes Michael's spot. My goodness, that's incredible. He must have been
That was like, general of his law is intentional, not giving the
Okay,
same.
we get it. Trash Jones media. You know what we need to do? You know, we're going to change the energy for a second. We're going to check in with William in New Shorts. Here we go. Here comes William in New Shorts. Whoa! Look at these fat mamma jammas right there. My goodness gracious. For those of you that are fans of the new Tampa Bay Buccaneers, these are fresh out, size 38 waist with a built-in belt, so you can't even use at this time. Multiple pockets for you to keep your $200 that you have left to your name. Snacks. Yes, many snacks and perhaps a bag of Doritos. And if you spill the nacho Doritos on yourself, it'll blend right in with the orange camouflage. Absolutely incredible. You can spill anything on yourself. Dirt, charcoal, cum stains, whiteout. Anything will work with these delectable camouflage pants. Some of the hottest camo ever. You cannot hide in the woods.
It seems as if your ass is
Yes.
but your ass is so
Your ass is trying to animate so badly that it is eating from the backside. These camo shorts, if you're trying to blend in with a forest fire, these are the perfect camo pants for you. Absolutely incredible. My goodness, for those of you ladies that are into a young grandfather, this happens to be you're going for a young grandfather or a very old stepbrother. William Montgomery's shorts supermodel. What's your armpit hair look like? Let's see that. Oh, very in there, surprisingly. Wow, very, very stunning. He's got the sandals of Jesus Christ himself. There he goes. William Montgomery shorts model. Thank you, William.
Thanks again to all the people that sent for the shorts also. That's really cool, yes.
Huge shout out. You guys totally helped me on just exactly also what I was expecting you to do. But there you go. It finally happened all at once. You would have thought that the shorts would come in like different weeks or something like that. Not necessarily 30 pairs at once.
Let's get into this hate food here.
No, but why back to Michael and we're changing the subject here. Let me ask
What that bitch do?
No, Eric. It's changing the energies in the room. Eric's like, let's go to chapter 2 of this. Toxicity. Michael, what else is going on in the world? You got a cunt cousin? A cunt cousin? Yes, we got You got a confession. Yes, I should. Yeah, I literally thought he said cunt cousin.
Yeah, that's
Alright, you did get a concussion. You had a little fall dispensary. Right. Okay, so you're a big fall.
I've been working so hard my office.
Okay, I understand. People are taking shots at the front. Yo, Jesus Christ. I was just saying, it was 5 a.m. You had a beer and you fell out of your chair.
Did you knock out? Like, how do you know you? Yeah, I was skateboarding the other day. I was playing Tony Hawk. No, I was playing skateboard. You were like doing your last one.
Hold on.
I was playing Tony Hawk really hard, and I watched that and hit my head on my weight. The back was out.
Stop. So this Tony Hawk has an actual
I know, I was like, I hit my head.
the character in the video.
Yeah, it's but I don't know if it cuts like it hurts. I didn't knock out. I don't know if I should have knocked out.
There you go.
This is a
I knew if I woke up from legs, you could feel the fire.
what is right.
So
Right?
I
So we all know this. But it's just like just because it's something is okay, and just because it's visible does not mean
and I take
so again, we're talking about what's
is simple. Right? So I'm going to say again, it's simple, but in marriage and leverage, go ahead and strike what comes from it. Legal. Is it right? Is it right? It's not right. Of course it's not right. Just it's not right. It's not right. Today, I don't know. So like, what happened? Everyone really suffered. I don't say my way. Oh, she never I thought your nightmare was following me. Oh, man, that was my I had that question. Somebody sent me, because of the water bucket challenge, that they raised enough money. They actually found a new thing that they've been trying out. A mission that's actually been helping. So the nice rice has a different view on this, right? So the rice is coming and I've done both blood water. But I love for a nice whereas the father would need the money to reach the movement. And now the father's defaults. Or I was again, default gets to pay whatever it is. So everyone agrees that it's going to move up. And I love for a nice couple says to you, we'll be married with this. So what's the focus versus the what's my focus? I'm supposed to be an absolute goddamn star. Michael Lair Comedy.com for everything Michael Lair, Michael Lair Comedy on all social media. That's why okay. Now what happens? That's what he does. And what happens? What doesn't pay? What doesn't pay? Won't pay, can't pay, doesn't pay. So let's listen and watch this. Shacham 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 Sefi Shacham 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 Sefi Shacham. You know what's that? You see it until you do this. So go to a holding pattern. And you will figure out how to satisfy the obligation you have. Agor says, holding should no longer be dismissed. Here's what I said. Agor says, she says, this is good. Holding should no longer be dismissed. She says, no. I said, I'm going to give you $10,000. I figured the same thing. I thought your nightmare was following. I figured the same thing.
Somebody sent me, because of the water bucket challenge, that they raised enough money. They actually found a thing that they've been trying out. A mission that's actually been helping. There's the
I guess what says I never had the money back up. Right? And I had no negative thoughts. It was always used to my father. And my father doesn't want to pay for it. That's the only solution. Either marry me or divorce me. So they'll say, since when I found out that we learned out explaining that there's two versions of this number.
Michael Lair, ladies and gentlemen. You did it again, my friend. An absolute goddamn star. Michael Lair Comedy.com for everything Michael Lair, Michael Lair Comedy on all social media.
Like Admo says, she can stay with this best don't play like Grace says, no, that is what father's divorce. Every one agrees that Rabbi told me that you're divorced.
Michael Lair, ladies and gentlemen. You did it again, my friend. An absolute goddamn star. Michael Lair Comedy.com for everything Michael Lair Comedy on all social media.
That's my best laugh of all my time.
My father.
That's what he does to people. He's the best. Michael Lair is a comedian and a dog. He's an absolute fucking star. Let's check out tonight's drawing for Ryan J. Email. There it is. Ooh, look at the detail on that bad mamma jamma. We got the great Eric Griffin. We got me. Oh, I'm a colonel in this of some kind, right? A general. Oh, Forest Ranger in the forest. forest fires all around you. And you are also there, and there's a cat, and smoky things, and a little bear, and wow, look at that incredible detail. RyanJBelt.com, all the prints of every single show, every tour poster. He's doing auctions over there. Everything's happening over at RyanJBelt.com. And I'm going to big hand for tonight's guest. I'm so happy he was with us. Great Eric Griffin, everybody. The return of Eric Griffin. Favorite guest on the show. So I'm thinking. How about the leader of the band today, the great Jet Ski? Great in here today. How do you feel, Jet Ski?
Problems on the other way. On Instagram, and this young man back here, is that our Street Fighter? No, it's Joel Jimenez the entire time. He's got mostly sorry on iTunes and everywhere podcasts are available. He's also mostly sorry on social media. What else, Joel? There he is, the great Joel Jimenez. A lot of fun stuff happening over at patreon.com/Hinchcliffe, where University and Session. A lot of my upcoming guest interviews are some of the longest.
And ultimately, again, he also the most customer. I love about us that Shivadan Shana Admo ain't a lot of most of what he also about 7 pieces that what the Admo, the lot of the powers Admo, nor like the ones who customer like I remember these fucking was here. What could Shamar have been real run yesterday? I don't know. So we just said before. Any time that the real said, I see the words of I'm going to be correct. That's I love the cause of it. I love the cause of it. I know. And those who consequence. I love the things to say. They learn Shamar and then I love the most possible. In the two situations where when I said, I love this. I love how I was saying. And those who custom like first one was like Shiva Drum Shama Admon ain't halacha kiyotzi but it was in the 7 pieces of Admon brought down this halacha. Halacha does not follow it. So the Gemara says, I'm sorry, ain't halacha kiyotzi but halacha doesn't follow those who quote Hakimoso halacha b'kulu. It sounds like they're just Admon by himself. That halacha would follow him. One of these like the halacha should be discovered because of instead of these pieces. There is at most thing halacha, and you have the meal winning in that halacha follows as well. Yes, you want to know just the individual distinction between when Admo says that halacha himself versus when you have the real the one who's saying, oh, the halacha follows. I, the number of these like the halacha should be this year. But Makom Shamar, the real God is the halacha. I would be just sort of whenever the Gamil says, I see the words of I'm going to be correct. That halacha follows him. So what is Amar in lo Amar lo. It sounds like the halacha only follows either when Rabbi Gamil voices his support. But when Gamil doesn't voice his support, then the halacha won't follow. I love what it means to say.
I think if you're 21 or older, then you can call it .co. That's .co, not .com. Use code Tony for 40% off. That's info.co. Code Tony for 40% off all month long. Street leader, cost free shipping on orders over $50 and $30 before you get started.
Shiva Devarim, Adon, Yishme Shalach Kimosa, Yosebo, Yishme, Shin Halach Kimosa, Elas Yosebo,
Put your hands together for Katie Carter, everybody. Katie Carter.
I got groomed when I was in high school. Groomed, not molested, because 20% pedophilia.
Anything from the meal said that not necessarily the other piece of it. So we'll say, so the Gemara is essentially just trying to go back and trying to figure out who find the principle that can apply to the rulings of Adam and Hannah. I will say, we're going to see the halacha and Isa. There's no overarching principle. In fact, each of these cases are reacting to the different. As we're going to see in just a minute. So like I said, halacha and Isa, let's close out this subject. How do we masculine? This is really a great case. Money's promised. And what happened? Money's not paid. The only problem is, at the time of default, what's the status of the marriage? The status of marriage? Kedushin has already been done. So now we have a problem. So everyone said, if you default, what Kedushin fine? So then what? But don't get married. Everybody go home. That's it. The problem we have over here is the default happens after Kedushin before we sue. Furthermore, two cases of default. What are the two cases of default? Case A, father default. Case B, brother, daughter, wife default. Don't say machlokes, avon kafal. Then there's a further machlokes, Mishnah and the Brisa as to what the machlokes is. So I'll say, here we go. Rama baskets. Or opposed Ishos, Parak Kapila, Halacha Tes Sai. There was something like that. I usually do as well. Weeks ago. Why not? He's making a Rama and a short Rama. So we should the one point to the Rama and the short as the consider. In general, the Parak of the Rama is that the Rama's formulation of Halacha is often much truer to the text of the Gemara. So, if you just try to understand the Halacha, like I said, from the Gemara, the Lashon of the Rambam often tethers you to the Sugya much more, whereas the Shulchan Aruch already is a distilled version of the Halacha. So again, the bottom line is say the same thing. Listen to what the Rambam says. Here we go. Great case. Oppose it. It was the Pasno. So this is great. So here's how the Shulchan sets up the case. Right? So what happened? Rachel's doing that either. Rachel's father will call him Yaakov. Right? Rachel's father. Commits $10,000 to Rachel's husband to Reuben. Allah Ha'av Reuben and Paris.
That's apparently we took over from Adam.
Sorry? Another place. He goes, I know the Baal, and he goes, Sakti Alatsi. Ma'an Yitro Lasos. Hope you know, still you know. All types of almost a story one, you constantly like Admo. But it was the father who faulted. Rachel says to her husband, I believe either divorce me or not. Right? But don't keep me with this. So we'll say that's halach when I say one, like Avon, because Alatzma, Yada, Alezia Yoshevet, Ad Shekinsa, Ma Shekosma, so what's interesting, halach when I say, we do constantly like the coming in the Bryce's case. If she is the one who made the commitment, then ultimately she has to figure out her marriage. And he has no obligation to do anything until she figures out how to honor this commitment. So remember again, this is where she made the commitment. Remember, Agmo's out for her. Remember they always Agmo's out for her? Was that her? I didn't promise. I know it was me, but I'm an extension.
Kill 2-6, kill
But
26,
right?
and you can get special 2-day passes, or you can get a 1-night pass, but you might as well come both nights. It could be in New York City, make a trip to the greatest arena in the world, support your favorite show, and see all your favorite talents of the future, the past, and the present in concert live at Madison Square Garden. Tickets go on sale Wednesday, 10 a.m. Don't mess it up.
She says keep you more nice. And touch the guy. I love how myself. I love how myself. I see the Before we get started, here's a little bit of the amazing sponsors that made it all possible. I work with some big name CEOs, founders, Fortune 500 types, and you know what they all have in common. At some point, they Google themselves and monopoly. Maybe it's a competitor narrative that's taken on a life of its own, or a bad quarter in their company that somehow believes it's a identity or a leadership story that has decided to bring for you without asking. That's where net reputation comes in. And now, this isn't about hiding anything. This is about making sure that people or your investors or your next big client search your name, they see the whole picture, not just one paragraph from 2021 that will not die about that time in a comedy. Net reputation works with executives, corporations, and business leaders who build, protect, and manage where you show up online. Because your reputation is the most valuable asset to you. More valuable than your LinkedIn profile. Definitely more valuable than that company headshot you've been meaning to update since 2017. And in the Vision Digital PR team without the $800 an hour retainer, the assistant never responds. Your business is serious. Your online presence should be too. Visit netreputation.com. Everyone's largest online reputation management company. It's the only thing that should find your brand. You guys ready to start tonight's fucking show? Every single week I book it. You've seen it before. Sometimes it's 3 guests, sometimes it's 2, and then every once in a while you're on a night where it's so magical that I have one guest that I love so much that our chemistry is so good. This is one of those nights. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you not only one of my favorite humans in the world, a man that I consider a brotherly, fatherly, fucking super friend, but a genius who right now is Kevin Hart, ladies and gentlemen, my mentor and one of my best friends, the great Roastmaster General. He is ready to unleash the flame-throwing power of another roast. May 10th, the roast of Kevin Hart. That's going to be the best.
I don't know if Tony will ever be able to top his last episode.
It's incredible. It's
What a ridiculous place for a boss. That's exciting. I'm just going to take that one and sort it. Best jokes, the most unattractive front row I've ever had. What nice truckers over here. It's a wild-looking crowd. This guy looks like he plays an organ at a vape store. That's the guy. That's incredible. Guy right here. Yeah, look at him. It's like he sharpens his head. This is the big guy. Incredible. The human dildo in the front row is like your head should be put up as a block. Bristles. Alex looking big. He asks us.
There was a
This guy
fundamental
goes in and asks us
other
where
website.
the film
I
is.
saw a similar on there. I saw a similar on there.
Paintbrush twist.
I saw
Nice.
a box
Our
of
neighbors
box
used paintbrush.
similar on there. The one not
We're
following
gonna
them
have fun
is
tonight,
all
Jeff.
out there.
You've done the show so many times. You were with us in the Billy reel when barely anybody knew about the show. He used to let me leave the writers' rooms early on Monday. The rest of the writers used to make fun of me, going, "What is this stupid pod? You think you get to leave at 7 p.m. to do this some stupid fucking
So
thing that
let's
busts
say
my balls about it?"
Great memory.
Oh yeah, you remember it when
Cody would have to leave to go to Cody.
yeah.
right?
And they all thought I was just trying to flake out of work early on Mondays.
I haven't been in the Butler room. There were like 80
So,
people in the room visiting Butler and 80
right,
watching.
just you know, let's probably
Exactly. So you know how it works. We've done it all the way from the Belly Room to the Comedy Store at Madison Square Garden. Over 200 human beings signed up. They are packed like sardines in a dilapidated bar next door. If I call their name out of the bucket, they get 60 seconds uninterrupted. You know their time is up. You hear the sound of a kitten. It means they were up in a better story of the Gary West Hollywood Bear. Rudely interrupts them, and then I conduct an interview, and they get feedback and take questions from me and the Roastmaster General Jeffrey Ross. Anything can happen. The whole thing is improvised. Are you guys ready to start tonight's fucking show? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm one of the best golden ticket winners of all time. Maybe the golden ticket winner here to get tonight's show started. The automatic machine, ladies and gentlemen, this is the one and only Martin Phillips, everybody.
Okay, that was his book. His was where it turns out that Ruben himself is a on the floor of self and maybe to shit. Facing up, what do we do with that? So again, what can happen? Right? So if you come and say, that's it, when you walk down and sign on the sky. Is moving, so shimmy is some of the flow. So let's put the steam field shimmy is some of the field. Field B. So let's like walking away and we say, that is very hard. Field A.
Is that true? You travel with the dog?
Shimmy is some of the field B. When you got me to sell, and the expectors is just field B. Working on my other field, field A. Field A. So in this case, field A is B.
How do you do that?
Use as a demarcation as a border. So right now, field A, the decision is nothing sold at all. But it's being used to identify field B because
Can you like break this up? You're just a special
field
thing.
A, right check. Field A, field A has just to identify the border of the field that is being sold. And also, Rude is signing on his document post.
Maybe had this handicap most people with a condition of any kind, if they have a super stop, could take that thing around everywhere. The truth of the matter was, honestly, I find it kind of annoying. My handicap friends, I didn't even know you had a dog at all.
So to speak, solidifying his ownership of the field. Because he's using it to increase their sacrifice on it to
Made that happen. Dogs just tripping out on fucking handbills or whatever.
By the way,
What kind of dog is it?
by leading subsequent.
And his legs, everything's operational, or he has like twins.
I can't either of
It's still crumpled together for the
in this case, they're going to really so on this type of star.
I love it. D-Man is laughing at your blind dog. You gotta love it.
As a border would be
Does
so
it wear wacky light up glasses like he does?
I'm not buying. Okay, let's back up. Let's back up. Let's say so.
In the carrier? Bring a fight with you.
So again, we let's say so. Let's say so. What about guys? Focus on this one. Once again, let's just get back to number one. Like, certain places just feel wrong and lady. There's a document, right? And the document says the lady says it. So one of the witnesses is moving when says the moving Shimon feels mind and leaving stone. So again, I'm very sorry, Ruben, you no longer have anything because I'm not for myself. Signing that was so we're witness to that. I will says no, you're gonna complain, and yes, the signing the document is important. Yeah, that's right. Your ownership is the better chance to do it in that time. Some of the guys say, well, show us that hey, that's really true. That's all of this is.
You had it on your hoodie.
I'm not for myself.
A little bit insecure after that. Was anybody sitting next to you?
Within someone is not focused. There's only thing that's like this.
That would have been great if it was like a Indian guy
About
or something.
this
guy over here.
So it's like,
Did you turn it inside out?
Question shit after Brian Redman.
Everyone
Having poop on him, everybody. Our senior correspondent Brian Redman with the tough questions. I
certified that. Two shows. We've spoken about
Anyway, how much money have we raised so far?
what those things are. It gives you that's your 40 time. Sure, it is a concept of
I just had my chemo
we
port
call it
taken
English
out a week
spice.
ago. I
What
got
the
the scar right here.
English spice, like basic right? The basic medical testimony, spoken to the witnesses, certified that is there, that is your signature. You write a little emphasis, right? You write a little document yourself, or a text document, and done. The stamp is certified. So this is incredible. So advice.
Martin Phillips, what a way to start the show. You were unbelievable. The automatic already started. Mark Phillips is done it again, ladies. He's the man. Hell yeah. Now for the bucket we go. You guys saw how this goes. It could be an insane person trying it for the first time. It could be the future of comedy that's been signing up for 2 years in a row, waiting to get pulled, and it hasn't happened. It could be anything in between. We're going to find out all together. Your first bucket full of the night goes by the name of Aaron Spalmer, everybody.
Was it actually incredible? When you witness a transaction, like when you saw this,
I've never lived in a city before.
What are you
I've always
signing
been
up?
like a small town kind of guy.
You're
Just
signing
real
up.
simple, easy going, like shit. I saw
Like that's
someone
the
living on the
sign
side of the road. It
that
was getting
I witnessed this transaction. This transaction is binding value paid.
there's
You're
no
a guy on key and stars. And they say, what are you certifying? What are you certifying?
guy that just ruined it all for
You are not
everybody.
certifying the
He was
transaction.
holding a sign that said cancer
The guy on
can't
someone
work.
that's key and stars.
How are you going to use your zodiac sign as an excuse to being homeless?
Because
You're not out here because
I'm
you're
not
born in
certifying
July,
that.
dude. That's insane. I'm working
Being
3
stars
jobs
compared to
trying not to
simply
feed myself. And you're
certified
saying, born in July. You love me. Like, no, fuck you, dude.
So, but it has nothing. It
I
wasn't
try to look
that
for the
was
bright
so
side of
fast.
everything. I
So
really
that
do. I'm having the homeless
that's it.
people here. I
So
think
you
I
got the
finally found
situation
it.
of
It's like a
key
year
stars.
out here on 6th Street.
This makes sense to me
Anybody
because
starts
otherwise,
like shooting, they start
key
blasting.
stars requires
We got a lot of meat shoots we can use.
what's the transaction? But once
I'm
you
grabbing
the
the guy
star,
in the wheelchair. I'm charging straight at him. And we're going to be here.
star, right? The eagles on the star locks in the transaction. Key and stars.
Alright, there it is.
Certified the signature. So
Seen a
this is
lot of
incredible.
time of
So
Aaron
let's say for
Spalmer all
case,
over the
the
show,
movie
Aaron.
was a
How are you?
client for key stars. And let's say you sell.
First time on the
Right? So
show?
lady sells, lady sells, lady sells the deal.
Alright, your looks always
And about the
changing.
drop
You look like
the
a
document.
real
And now they
chubby
want to
doll,
bring
so
the
it's very
document to safety
exciting.
and certification.
Look
Moving is one of the Diana on the business certified. Right, moving is getting certified
in
document.
Texas.
And then after it's certified, moving says, shouldn't, by the way, you're disclaimer. Everyone agrees in that case, moving as a value. What's the value? You say moving as a value.
You got them for yourself? Your mom's gonna do it for you?
I mean, it's clean. But it means you can have the right to what? Pursue that.
Crackheads or whatever you want.
Right? So again, why? And everyone agrees in that. Everyone agrees in that. Why? Because moving fast, moving actually is
He's got an incredible fun fact. All that extra fabric.
all of the doing is just
But I guess when nobody wants them, it kind of makes supply and demand or something like that.
cigarette. Everyone agrees in that.
Like our senior cigarette correspondent,
Where
Brian.
I had
Full cigarette
stolen,
analogy.
like the stolen thing.
Aaron, what do you do for work?
Osmo says, yes, I can. Transaction was valid. In other words, yes, maybe sold. At the end of the day, it's
Dog and a carrier.
sorry, similar.
Somebody has left their kid in the back seat. It's like, oh shit, like,
Same
maybe.
thing,
Like,
same
I'm
thing.
not
Let's say
driving. I'll have to see
public
a driver for it. I'm still working there.
purchase because the property of other parties A.
That means like it's an extremely young child.
To identify the owners of parts
Yeah, like, it's
you
not
live in
really
some sons on
How far
that
did you make it
balance
to
as well.
realize
It's not
this
as well.
baby?
Even says on a chart,
halfway around the
which
block.
says everyone agrees. It
Was
actually
it a
says on a
dad or a mom?
Oh my god, family, man.
That's
And how did they react to the intro? Did you realize before leaving the car or did someone call you?
Yeah, so notice every now and then somebody leaves the car, somebody's in the car. There's a plate, so you gotta like watch that mirror real heavy. Look in the
That's
mirror,
only
like,
true when what?
oh
When
shit,
you make a sign, when someone saying the
what's going
person
on? And
is
then
someone
you hear
else.
the
What happens if someone is saying the person you get
Extra crazy because they had a hand on the keys or something, right? And you look like the last guy anyone would go over if the lady would
Humans use
Luckily, you guys were dressed as the same. That was perfect. We were the same brand diapers too. Aaron, what do you do for fun?
Maybe like cars going fast. I'm not deer for much more since I was born. Based in Michigan. As we were deer and dogs.
Play music or anything?
I don't have an answer for that. Just for you. Don't like going to get haircuts. I've been at it for 6 years. I just go for as easy as possible. Like I hate putting
Tell us what else you do in life that you're going for as easy as possible.
it's
One fly toilet paper, Jeff Raven has.
joke writing. It was so quiet earlier that I could hear the guy painting.
What other shortcuts in life do you take? You don't get haircuts. Come on, there must be more.
Shit, once every other week. I just had like all like those egg t-shirts. They all look the exact same. You know, I have to try it all.
Give us a good example, though. I kind of gave you an example of a shortcut. You know what it is. See, some people, they pull that on in this interview where they don't want to give us anything good to work. They want to look so they can show for future girlfriends their amazing appearance on Kelton. I just don't get that out of the way. So, like, what is it?
Shortcut over boxers. I mean,
There's just nothing going on underneath there. So those are true overalls.
yeah, 6 years, yeah. My God.
We say 6 years.
Yeah, I had boxers in 6 years. First time haircut, how long? 6 years.
What happened 6 years? Amazing the case. This guy got raped by his barber 6 years ago. What happened 6 years ago?
I was living my life. Life was easy. I don't know.
Living with Tom just free balling. She's like, here's some overalls. Cover that shit up. That's incredible. What's your living situation? 3 roommates. How many bedrooms? Pretty bad.
That's true. We didn't sell. So you doesn't object to use the parcel A as a
We
bill.
all share the same barrel. Tonight was my turn.
Aaron, Swall, or anything else absolutely crazy about your life we should know about before letting you go?
I mean, I crashed a tree going 90 miles an hour.
Crashed. You were driving a tree.
By the way, also
Can I take a guess? This was 6 years ago.
No, that would make sense, but no, that was 2016 or 17.
after basic objection,
This was in Michigan. And then why were you going 90 miles an hour?
Because I had this job where I was like part of the auto shop. I was a coordination, so I had to run around and pick stuff up. I got too high and I missed all my turns. They were on the phone just screaming at me like, you got 7 minutes and you don't pick this up. You're fucking yada yada. I was on a dirt road and just floored it. And then there was like a cross and this lady pulled out, stopped, and I just stayed there. So I just had to choke her.
Wow, so they were going to fire you for being late for running into a tree safety.
Yeah, amazing. Yeah, it seems like a story or my parents, but it's
There you go. Well, here's a little joke. There goes Aaron Small, or the looking portion of the show. very clearly. And here we go. We're going to give it a near Take a banana for the ride out now on Netflix. Thank you for coming out opening night and everything. It was awesome. That was so cool. I've got a cool picture of us backstage. Yeah, that's the best. You guys have to watch it. It's a heartfelt and hilarious one-man show. By the way, I tried it out in this room 3 years ago.
That's what
I did some run-throughs a couple years ago. Some people that are they were here. So I'm a full circle moment. I love it. Yeah, I love it. We're all doing it. Hello there, this contest sponsored prize picks and playoff pushes heating up for tournament. So here every bucket, every dime, and every win means more when you're playing on prize picks. Our brand new team picks markets. You can help your game winners spreads and totals to cash in.
Let's see, I told you
And prize pick. Dude, I love prize picks. I always loved making player picks or prize picks, and now the team picks, there's so many more opportunities to cash in. When you make the right picks, I even won my first pick. Wow, glitter straight up on prize picks. Vacuum takes all the money. Prize picks has team picks here. In my state, I downloaded the app and I can pick click the server. It's the super sense. But how does the playoff seeding?
after that, after so many learning
Team picks are available now. 35 states and conference picks George Washington. Makes it super easy to pick game winners, spreads, and totals all on prize picks. Download prize picks app today. First, name, win, spread, or totals. Which $50 in daily fantasy lines when you play your first $5 lineup. No doubt about it. But you use code TONY. That's the code. It's TONY to get $50 in daily fantasy lineups. You play your first $5. Howdy, Kelso. This podcast is sponsored by Talkspace. Talkspace is the #1 rated online therapy for these professionals. Licensed therapists and psychiatrists that you can access anytime, anywhere. It's easy to get started. You can sign up online and get paired with a licensed provider, typically within 48 hours. Take your appointments with comfort and privacy of your home. And you can able to talk it up between sessions by sending text messages to your therapist, unlike other telehealth companies. Psychiatry is available through Talkspace, so you can get the medication you need to supplement your talk therapy if needed. Talkspace makes getting the help you need easy, accessible, and affordable. Plus, most insured members have a $0 copay. Unlimited rent days. Only capable consultants.
So I really
Tony, I fancy me some Talkspace. The only money some of the best mental health treatment out there, and therapy has led for me to some real moments of truth. I really noticed the difference using them. It's been amazing. And as a listener of this podcast, you get $80 off your first month with Talkspace. Go to Talkspace.com/donate and promo Space 80. That's SPACE80 to mental licensed therapist. They go to Talkspace.com/donate. Space 80 right now. And let's shut up. Ladies and gentlemen, your next fucking goal goes to the name of Vanessa Spino, everybody.
Every day, though, the other day, I was driving down the road and I saw a car swerving as broad daylight. All of a sudden, I see the passenger. I can't remember. Pop up and do this. Fucking roadhead, dude. I used to do that, before I was therapy and realized my dad does love me, just doesn't know how to show it. What else? Ladies, titty fucking. Are you in your 30s still doing that? It's like we're playing an accordion, right? A shake weight, right? Or a guitar. Maybe I'll use my mouth if you're lucky. What else? Getting cum to the face. It's not fiction, guys. It's not. I know in your time, probably. But what else? Why does it always smell like bleach? Waiting. Nobody's been able to fulfill that mystery. But the one thing I know that never changes as I get older is the shame I feel after coming in the shower by myself. My name's Vanessa Spino. Thank you guys. like 7+ years. I don't have an anniversary. Yeah, I know, right? That's a story of my life, too.
Where have you been doing this? What hospice have you been doing?
Jacksonville, Florida. That's right. Florida comments. Fuck you guys, dude. We are fucking for the shit, dude. I don't know what you guys are talking about.
Winning over the crowd was classic. Fuck you guys.
I know.
Really turning around the ball. You've been doing it 7+ years. You can get on stage a lot.
I haven't in the last 4 weeks, actually. I just moved to Austin, so
Congrats. What made you move to Texas?
actually I came here for my spiritual group. I didn't come here for comedy.
Let's talk about it. Amazing. Let's talk this spiritual group. Yes, you were right. I knew you were going to just like your parents and your siblings have told you.
It's really just a community. It's not like we have a whole
Community, everybody is just spiritual. We just want to wear the same outfits.
At least there's a recognize, right? If something happens. No, I mean, it's literally, you guys may have even heard my mentor, her name's Rabbi. She's been on the Night Owl podcast.
Can you explain to us what it is?
It's basically just a community of different practitioners and different things. We just support each other and we develop our intuition.
What type of practitioner are you? What's your specialty?
I can do a lot of things. I can do media work. I can do
on the rest of your day. But what? I have to go
I
ahead
can
and
do healing.
I love it. The great bumping mics. What are you, the tennis coach for those?
You know what? I honestly didn't know I was going to be here tonight.
That happens. The rest we take signing up for the show.
To just find out.
Being God, your master in the spiritual world. You should have known you were going to be cool being a medium. You got and you're
I told him I was going to get called. So I did.
Amazing how you psychics always get
I know we was not, right? Don't we always
amazing. I didn't know. I mean, I totally knew, but I didn't know.
Moving forward back.
It's going to get called. I did.
Amazing how you psychics always get
I know we was not, right? Don't we always
amazing. I didn't know. I mean, I totally knew, but I didn't know.
I just wanted to tell you guys, every one of you guys have abilities. That's it. That I'm going to put that out there. All of you guys.
What's this medium work right now? Because we never get to do anything like that.
Okay, I'll try.
She's a real master improviser. You
No, I'm not. Actually, I can't stand improvising. I know, I'm sorry, but it's
everything is okay. So why don't you do some medium work for us? What can you tell us about anything in this room? Do you feel any energies? Give me a spotlight, John. Please give me a little medium music, John. Here we go.
I will tell you there is something in the alley, and I think some of your doormen have seen something movement in the back.
So maybe over years and you know one of these
I would ask them if you see movement. The doormen have probably seen movement, like shadows and shit, in the back alley area.
Felt a presence in the alley.
Well, it's not necessarily a presence, it could just be resident, like energy.
Absolutely, there's a lot of energies in the alley. Let's talk about inside this. Tell me what you get, John. These are you sleep with your powers. Super stone fucking.
Sorry if I'm flashing my twat that ain't
like once you are on that side,
Alright, here we go. Medium work with Vanessa Spitty. Tell us if you feel anything from the energies out here in the audience. I know they look very unhappy right now.
I love them myself.
No, I don't really sense anything.
Okay, great. Well,
Certified.
can you explain to us something that you've done media-wise, which was a breakthrough? You mentioned outside of bounds.
There's more, much more. Again, more fun. I
mean, pushing a child out here, she's pretty fun.
that's not what it is.
What about the medium stuff?
I saw her before she was born. I knew what she was going to look like. I don't know what else to tell you.
She had brown hair, perhaps? No. You saw a blonde child.
No, she's like,
You came up with like Jeffrey Ross.
exactly. Her nose was a little more squishy. Yeah, well, I guess I had a tight one. So you're trying to push
See, now that is something I would that medium is an extra large.
I had her at a very young age. I had her at a very young age. So my daughter's in her 20s.
Other than medium, for the spiritual, is there anything else before I let you go, Vanessa?
For the spiritual,
Do you have any special powers or?
well, yeah, a lot of them, we can do healings and stuff.
Get it right away. Get it right away with someone. So what else? So reach out to them.
What did you heal for exactly?
Like if somebody had, I know, this is, I should have run this shit up.
Vanessa, this is so entertaining. One of these guys, a ballet guy, who give us nothing to work with. You're killing the interview part.
Yeah, I'm sorry. You can heal almost anything, so it depends. Sometimes you can see, well, I would have to go into a lesson, like we have auras and shit. You can see when people's auras are broken, you can hear them for them, and you can remove certain energies. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I mean, yeah.
But have you ever, is there anything you can cite, something that you've done? Like, have you ever,
Go ahead.
like,
Solid.
Yeah, my friend Scarlett, I helped heal her. She's an artist here too in Austin. If you guys want to check her out. She had pain. She had pain on her back, and I removed it. So you can do that. I mean, but you guys can do it for yourselves too.
No one has
we all are mediums that have power that can heal.
You do. Quantifying beings, remember that. Don't let this shit go inside.
Vanessa, I love it. That is how I love it. There she goes, Vanessa. She knew. Very cool. Vanessa, you're Thank you, Vanessa. We love all different shapes and sizes. And she's foldable. Yeah. Like I said, I love it. That's why I say it to the people watching the show that want to sign up at some point are good. There's the interview part. All right. Your next fucking logo goes by the name of Michael Hines. Everybody put your hands together for Michael.
So I'm going to listen logically. He's going to pick the easiest path. So just assume that the path you have, that's logical, right? And you know, watch this. Bullshit, because I get it. People are just a blind block. There's 4 different people. So what's the problem? What's the problem? The problem is the fact that everyone's just shit on it. So beautiful. Really good thing. It's fine. Not a great career. Like number 2, no, you're either 3, 4. So let's say each has the ability to reflect it to the other. So this is one of these pieces where we know right away exists, but we can't figure out what it is. Of course, they know it's hard. In off nighttime die. If that's the case, then again, why does Admon say that Ruben can sees that's the shortest right of way? Lava, effectively, Ma'arbad, the Asli Quat, Arbad. So the Arbad, the Asli Quat, Had, and located in that space. The real people, you want to own respect the goods from 4 other people. Or for that matter, 4 people who bought their fields from one person. Everyone agrees in that case, each party could reflect to someone else. Keep some more says, good level of the Matzi. So keep the word is not like this. If the had the Asim Bat are bought. So watch this. But let's say now all four fields, all four of the landlocked fields, or the landlocked fields, are all owned by one person. Right? So you've got Reuben in the middle, and all four of the surrounding fields are owned by one person. Rabbi says what? Bought it from four individual owners. So in this case over here, we'll call him Shimon. Shimon now owns the four fields which surround Reuben's field, but Shimon bought it from four independent people. Watch this. So I'm going to sell that from up and down. He's like that. So I was listen. Reuben bought Shimon. You know that one. You know that I own that. You can figure out what you own. I'm own it. So give it to me. Let's do it. Rabbanan said it. Rabbanan said this. Shimon is a deal like this. Ishatak, not shatak. Maybe quite quiet. Reload, you make problems for me. My finish on my right, but I'm not so much later. So this Shimon is a deal like here's the deal. If you want to form a negotiation, if you're going to make problems, I'm going to return the land to the previous four owners. It's going to be owned by four independent people, and therefore, for some, you're going to never be able to get right away. Why? Because each of them can reflect each of them. So if you want to negotiate, you can negotiate. But if you're going to claim Magiali, right, something's owed to me, I'll simply go ahead and return the right, and you'll be stuck forever. Incredible. So the Gemara says, I'm sorry. Who Damalu, tell us quickly, finish off the sugya. Who Damalu, a guy says, Who Damalu, Tigla Libras. Let's listen to this. A guy, Reuben, he's not the guy. Right before he dies, he says, I want my brother to inherit the palm tree. He's giving the palm tree to his brother. Also, last week, if I say, there's a Reuben dies, and his son's going to have to divide up his estate, but didn't give the palm tree to his brother. אז יוסף בגר, חזים לא יאמר תיקה. עכשיו יוסף נאמר, היינו מספיסים, but Yosef wanted to say the nice thing, this is the definition. Why look around, the word I want to go ahead and come to the country, right? And each son could say what? Each one could say what? No, not from my portion, from his portion, from this one, from his portion. I'm going to buy it, but he's not a good guy. See, Hassan Kochak had mathematical. Hachas Diglo Dabayu Haba. So let's listen to this. Here's the difference. So let's say, at least the right of way. The right of way only does exist on the field. When it comes to the glorious right of the palm tree, that is the right of the cross and all of their entire institutions. So therefore, my Takanai, what should we do? Right on the website, let's put a Diglo, the 100 of the combination. What we should do is give her a palm tree, and then redivide the estate minus the palm tree. That's what you want. Okay, we'll say very quickly. Sorry, just give me one more minute to stop. Do the Amalu. Equal the cross. Actually, I will say, we stopped over here for today. We just pick up with this very last piece of information. That's right. Okay, let's say Shkoyach. Again, great week ahead of us. And here's Hashem. Shkoyach. All right, everyone, have a great day, everyone. All right, now I'll say good morning, let us begin. Hashem, the great is it us to enter into our last week's Sabbath Subbas. I want to go ahead and begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this ministry. Thank our Torah sponsors. for the month of straight to thank Dr. Linda Weinberg, Sarah Nikki Kress, Julia, Zena, and Eve. Loving nights dedicated sharing this month, love memory of their husband, father, and David, Dr. Paul Weinberg, Eretz, Moshe, Ben, Avram, Rabbi. Thank Ayala says, I know two dedicated to Shibuya this month, special for Moshe Leva, first Shumat Simchas, Susha, and Adam Yehid Ben Zed, first all of the things happening in Adam Zeisman, version of the Ezra grandmother. And they'll make one video, make them fun of sometimes pronouns, but then the next one they call themselves something they say and those are just pronouns for frat dudes, which is fucking gay. AI scammers and Indian scammers, and they're all been evolving at a breakneck pace to compete. It's a real space race to see who can kill them first. And it's impressive the Indians are keeping up with the digital war. If you're from the physical war of Pakistan, World War II, you're familiar. So it doesn't go nuclear. Every trans woman I've ever met has been mentally ill. So maybe they are women.
I love it. You've been on this show before. I remember you, Michael. Always funny. Yes, sir. We talked about your other interviews.
Last time we talked about listening to the Georgia the North Barn.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, torta. You don't know about that sandwich. One way it is. It's also a very thick Latino. Torta. Very thick. Heck yeah. Has that happened again since the last time?
Things have been going. I need to find my apartment. They won't let me sign my lease again.
Tell us about that.
My downstairs neighbor called the cops on me over 200 times in the last year for smoking weed.
Wow. Okay, would you like to talk?
Tell the leasing office apparently weed to legal for now. So,
very interesting. Wow. Do you ever run into this neighbor? Do you ever see them physically?
All the time.
Yeah, what are they today? Are they mean to you?
She used to yell at me a lot, but now I think the owner told us we're not allowed to talk to each other.
Oh, great. You love it.
Oh, yeah. It's nice and quiet now.
You smoke indoors. You don't have a patio or anything.
I blow it outside.
So you smoke indoors and you blow it outside?
Yeah, we're not letting me sign my lease anyway, so might as well.
You like blow it out of a window. So when is your lease up?
69 days from now.
Wow, okay. What are you going to do? You've been looking.
I've been looking, I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm like $18,000 in credit card debt, so maybe I'll go back to New Jersey for a little while.
And how would you save up money in New Jersey exactly? What would the plan be there?
I live near like a vacation spot, so in the summertime I work there for a little bit.
In New Jersey?
Texas.
So the spot in New Jersey where is next to a vacation spot that's here? Or in New Jersey.
It's in New Jersey.
So what? You just said you could go there, work, and grind it out.
Or something.
Oh, you have no idea. That's it. You're trying to make me look like an asshole. I was styled in the internet. How did you get exactly $18,000 in debt? You're a guy that knows that you have 69 days left on your lease. I'm guessing you're spot on 18,000 and some change.
Yeah, I had a TY.
Wow, tell us about that.
It was when I first came out of the Marine Corps, like 3 years ago. And since the pandemic, they didn't do my trial for like 2 years. And then while I was in here doing comedy, I got hit with like $12,000 in loans. Now there's interest and bullshit, so it's been like another 2 years.
$1,000. Where was the DUI at in Jersey?
Yeah, New Jersey.
What part of New Jersey exactly? Jeffrey Ross is our senior in Jersey correspondent.
Long Beach Island.
Oh man, I'm on a jail. Jersey, that's Jersey Shore.
Oh, really? I knew the cops had arrested me, so I thought I was going to get away with it.
How'd you know?
I used to be an MMA instructor, and they wanted students in the class.
A couple things in this interview that's boggling my mind is the fact that you were both a Marine and an MMA
I
instructor.
used to be a good shit. I gained 35 pounds since I started doing comedy. Oh, yeah, I shot him.
Amazing. Tell us how you gained that.
Mostly eating at night. This is a sad thing to do. When you're not on the other side of the microphone, this is a sad place to be all the time.
I don't know if it's true, but Red Band's also on the other side of it. He's also put on 35 pounds in the last 3 months. It seems like all your problems actually stem from smoking weed.
It was an alcohol DUI.
No, I mean from the weight and your neighbors, your apartment,
That's probably true.
How much did you drink the night of your DUI? Did you hit something?
No, they just pulled me over because it was 11 o'clock on a Saturday in the summertime in Long Beach Island. It's a beach town.
Remind me again, how did the cop know?
I was an MMA instructor. Like,
Did you talk him?
well, I mostly talked to kids, but I helped out during the classes. And I used to joke you could never arrest me if you wanted to because I could beat them up. And turns out you could arrest me. You got me.
Did you see anything coming when I was going down?
Yeah, you know, I tried to do my best. They put my knee on my neck, but you didn't see me complaining. They were scumbags because once they were trying to book me as fast as they can because they said we gotta get out there and get more people. They were fucking pieces of shit.
You could have killed somebody.
Well, it was just below the legal limit, or just above it. It's right there. So that was, we kind of should be allowed. It's an arbitrary number. It's close to it.
But you were smoking weed that night as well.
No, we waited till I got home. I didn't want to get in more trouble.
Right. Wait until you got home so you could blow it in the neighbor's vent.
It's true.
All right, Michael Hines, anything else crazy we should know before we get out of here?
No, not really.
All right, perfect.
There's come on, there's no people dedicated. To be comedians. This fucking guy was in shape MMA instructor. Probably got tons of chicks and got a great life. And you're like, I can't believe the rest of my soul.
Yeah, no. Come on, just give me a big joke book at this point.
Did you get one last time?
Yeah, but I wrote it. I write all the time.
You filled it up?
Yeah, you know what I write?
All right, jeez. Here you go. This guy's gonna sell it. Find that joke book on eBay in a couple weeks. It's worth 18 grand and handmade joke books by the Great Bonsai, available at killmerch.com. Hello! This podcast is sponsored by IndaCloud. You know, some comedians bum so hard they're silent and low buzz when you're going to have a big sun experience. I'll talk about beer or wine. If you're settling in to watch the best live podcast on the planet, makes it even better. IndaCloud is a fully legal and cannabis dispensary for gummies and soft flower premium beer with zero sugar THC sodas.
Tony, in the cloud. It's the best online dispensary I've used. Everything is federally legal and THC lab tested and shipped discreetly to your door. And with 420 around the corner, new customers get 40% off all month long with IndaCloud's biggest deal of the year.
If you're 21 or older, go to indacloud.co. That's .co, not .com. Use code Tony for 50% off your first order. That's indacloud.co. Code Tony 40% off all month long. Ship straight to your door plus free shipping on orders over $50 or $30 or free gifts on qualifying orders. Don't forget to fill out the big survey in order to support the show. Please enjoy your sponsor and big nights and your fun supporting 420 Comedy Nights. Please enjoy responsibly. All right, another cool. Put your hands together for Katie Carter, everybody. Katie Carter.
I got groomed when I was in high school. Groomed, not molested, because I've never been much of a closer. So I told a comic this recently. He was like, "Oh, was the guy like a real pedophile, or did you just like develop early?" Yeah, I was like saying, "Was the guy a real pedophile, or were you like a really sexy kid?" And I was. So you guys get it. I read a statistic that 20% of pedophiles have erectile dysfunction, which is crazy to imagine being a pedophile and working so hard all day to get a kid to come into your van, and then you finally do, and you have to be like, "Oh my God, I'm so sorry, this never happens to me." Please don't tell your parents about this part specifically. This shit is humiliating. And the kid has to console you. He's like, "No, this swoosh because you had like too much of the uterus or whatever." So
Fuck yeah, right on the money. Exactly.
What up? Yo, Jake the Snake. Why are you acting like a little bitch when I name you Jake the Snake, like Jake the Snake Roberts, and you were fine with that, but then you didn't want that name? What's going on? Okay, well then, the proper thing that you should have done was say, "I don't want that nickname, Rabbi," and I'd be like, "Oh, I don't want to give you a nickname that you don't want." So, no, absolutely not. Okay, no. Yeah, but I want people to feel welcome. Let's change the name right now. Okay. All right, but quit changing your fucking name in here. Okay. That doesn't necessarily mean that you have to change it in here, does it? Yo, big dog. Are you gonna speak or no? It's fine if you don't.
Live there?
no, just moved here
Sweet. How long ago?
like 3 months.
Awesome. Absolutely incredible. Do you have like a day job or something?
Just like dumb chick shit. Not only fans, I had like a marketing job, but it's boring. Comedy is the real goal.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very cool. And you get on stage a lot around us? There's a lot.
Yeah, I'm trying to get like 6 or 7 nights a week. Yeah.
Amazing. What do you do for stuff?
You know, more dumb chick shit, I guess. It's just, like running and fucking jerking off and all that stuff. Yeah. Read that, I thought you'd like that.
Yeah.
Give me some materials for later.
You're definitely doing the secret show on Thursday. So congratulations. Let me be the first to tell you. I'll still let him do it at the end and everything. It'll be great. You'll be real surprised.
That's why I did the show.
And it's just incredible. Jeff Ross. Okay. I like that all your jokes were like connected, like random shit.
Thanks. Hey.
Yeah.
Arms love. I appreciate it.
Stayed on topic, stayed in the pocket. Incredible. Katie, what else is going on in life?
Just moved here. It's cool. You guys have a different view of pretty crazy whole situation here. It's a little different than Denver. It's cool.
Yeah, it is a little, again, it's very concentrated here.
Yeah. Well, it's different. Like in Denver, if someone like asks you like to get them something from a gas station, you're like legally required by Joe Biden to do it, But here you can just say no, like fucking tune up, so it's awesome.
It's very awesome. We take full advantage of that. Oh, he's like, there's only homeless people right here in this neighborhood, not in my 18th floor. Austin, no doubt about it. Maggie has to wash off every once in a while. The lovely Maggie, available at 5th and the alley between Way6 and Rio Grande. No, it kind of is though. I mean that. Like there's like a 4 or 5 block street. Yeah. And they know, it's like the tourists. It's kind of like Hollywood and Highland in LA or all of New York City. You know what I mean? It's the worst plug for the mothership. Well, it is true. There was a psychotic liberal mayor, I guess, 6 years ago that built a homeless shelter right here. 6th Street, 7th Street, and where the creeping the cave is, so like kind of in the middle of all the comedy clubs, there's just homeless people. And then there's homeless comedians. There's comedians that have 4 bedrooms and whatever. What's your living situation? You live by yourself?
No, yeah, thinking about doing it 8 years now, so we'll see.
Doing what?
Heroin.
Oh, nice. Very good. You have like a normal girl setup. You have like that fluffy white plain comforter and like.
Yeah. Redman's gonna think about it later.
Oh yeah, he's thinking about it right now. He's got something to say. Look at this. What kind of posters are posters? Yeah, they have posters. You can tell this guy fantasizes about a lot of 12-year-olds. Yeah, My Little Pony.
Yeah.
Do you have any art?
Do I have any art?
Yeah, you have art hanging on your walls.
Honestly, right now, no, it's kind of sociopathic, but so sorry, I can put up some Hello Kitty posters if you want. That will finish or whatever.
You just have like one of those like stand-up mirrors that you got on Amazon.
Yeah. It's one from Target that I just have body sport. Yeah, keeps me going. Yeah,
That's incredible. Jeffrey Roth.
Cody has like Tom Brady quotes hanging up in his house.
I love that you think that Theodore Roosevelt quote is a Tom Brady quote. Because
I get it, man. I tried to make it funny. It's inspiring.
it's very inspiring.
Every few months, Cody sends me the great Theodore Roosevelt quote.
It is true.
It's inspiring.
It really is.
Give it a touchy.
Oh my God. Redman, you're not allowed to, every time there's a pretty girl on, you're not allowed to ask them disgusting questions like that. It's wrong and it doesn't represent what the show is to you.
Wait, what is that?
No, it's not. It's a television brand. Anyway, Katie Carter.
Wait, tell me on the secret show later.
What kind of car do you have?
What kind of car do I drive? What kind of car do you think I drive?
Kia.
Okay, think of a pussy. That's fair. No, I drive a Honda Elantra.
That was the next guess.
Yeah.
Basically slightly better than a Kia.
Think of Poor Tony.
I mean, probably. Yeah. Very likely.
Timmy No Brakes jacket.
They actually call me Timmy No Tits. It's my nickname around here.
Hell yeah. Yeah, it's unfortunate. Katie, you are a true comedian. I see nothing but wild success in your future. Redman?
Okay.
Pretend like you're thinking about it. Here's the secret show. You did it. You're a dirty boy, Brian Redman. You're a naughty, naughty, dirty boy. We have another golden ticket winner, ladies and gentlemen. It is time to bring him out. He is incredible. You're going to love him. He's blind. We're in front of Chris Celio, everybody. Here we go.
Shit, is she even hot? I fucking can't wait for robot eyes, goddammit. I miss tits so much. Elon Musk keeps telling me he's gonna put a computer chip in my brain that'll let me see again. It's fucking crazy. He calls it Neuralink. But he says the first version of it is gonna look like old school Atari video game graphics. That's not an upgrade. I finally get to see tits in their squares. I get to go to a strip club that looks like Super Mario World in there, man. I don't want Paul and pussy, you know? I'll wait for 2 bigger titties at least. Dude, people are so mad at Elon that they were breaking and vandalizing Teslas. That's so fucked up. Because the coolest part about a Tesla is that one day I'll be able to buy one and drive it home. And it'll be my life somebody will immediately spray paint Nazi piece of shit on it. That's fucked up. I'm not even gonna know. I'm just gonna drive around for 2 weeks like the happiest Nazi in the world. This violent skinhead piece of shit. Blaring Kanye West out my speakers like I didn't even know there was a problem, dude.
Fuck yeah. Amazing stuff, Chris. I notice an amazing quality of yours is you always have a great opening line that feels organic, and then you ride your own wave of momentum. She even hot with Heidi. I hope this is real. What you said your first appearance on the show, and immediately I fell in love with you. Because obviously it could be anywhere, and it could be a bunch of people pranking you. But it's just so darn funny. For a guy that's blind, you hit it right on the nose every time. It is incredible, Chris. How's life going?
It's going fucking good, man. Just did fucking mushrooms in South by Southwest. Listen to bands.
Wow, what were the visuals like?
God, I wish, dude. Give me one color. I would love anything right now, dude. This is black as D.
Amazing. So what was the band? What you took mushrooms and you saw or heard what?
I do say I saw a thing all the time. We just popped around random spots. Like, I didn't even know. I was just like, this is the best band I've ever seen, dude. Don't know their name at all.
Amazing. That was at a festival. What did you say?
South by Southwest, just like random bars around town. It was cool.
Very cool.
A lady just was dancing with me and just was like, here, I'll put you in a better spot. And then just put me right next to a speaker. And it almost killed me. I was like, holy shit, you're gonna ruin my life. I can't handle that.
Amazing, Chris. Tell us more about what it's like being blind in this crazy world. Or anything at all. It doesn't have to be about
No. It's good. It's like, it's a lot of fun. I was dancing with this girl at this last festival that I didn't even know was there. And then she started trying to take off my sunglasses.
oh shit.
And I was like, no. You don't want to see those on the drugs you're on. These are bad vibe eyes, you know?
Chris, how do you know when you're done wiping?
God damn it, dude. God damn it.
Our senior wiping correspondent, Brian Redman, asking the tough questions here today.
Give me a bidet sponsorship, all right?
It is a tough question.
Are me and D-Madness going to do a ladders match at WrestleMania?
That would be absolutely that would be incredible. Chris, do you ever go on dates or anything like that?
No, I don't. It's like, it's hard. It's hard meeting girls. Like, the apps are just like, picture. Read me their bios. Girls' bios suck. It's like Puerto Rican flag, Mexican flag. It's like they're listing their dog breed. Only when I like bumping the girls in the world, I'm like, oh, that's how.
Amazing. Remind us, how long have you been blind?
It's been like 10 years now.
Yeah. You had easily detachable retina.
Super easily detachable retinas.
And it kind of happened before, and then it went all the way off.
Yeah. I had like one eye that like they had to remove because I just had like 4 retinal detachments and like a ton of like super painful surgeries.
But you did see for a while.
18 till I was 18.
Wow. So even when you take
90s sitcom. Like Blind Meets World. Or like Fresh Prince of Blind. That was weird. I'm black.
Can you take us through? Can you, for example, just like take us through like the most recent dream? Doesn't have to necessarily be funny, but the 90s sitcom. What is like the most recent dream that you remember?
I'll have like stand-up dreams about like doing comedy, and every time it'll just be like me doing comedy, and then I think back when I wake up and I'm like, that was my lunchroom.
Oh, you hear that? It really is a 90s sitcom. It didn't work as good as I thought.
Yeah, it'll just be like running away from like monsters, and it's just like a hallway that I knew from fucking 10 years ago.
Damn, that's incredible. Alright, well, anything else crazy we should know about before we leave this?
No, thank you guys so much. You guys ruled, dude. Thank you so much.
Hold on, Celio, you were the fucking man, man. Yeah,
hold on. Fucking Jeff Ross is here. Hold on, dude. I didn't even get to talk to Jeff Ross.
Yeah, let's talk with Jeff Ross.
What's he hiding from me? What's he hiding from me? Jeff Ross, you look like Rose, man. I love it. No, you sound like a Sesame Street Semite. I think I get it.
Riz, what's your last name?
Cilio.
I can remember you. How long have you been doing stand-up?
Like 10 years.
So about the time this happened to you, you decided that I need to channel it into something artistic.
Yeah. I was like figuring out what I want to do. Like I was like first semester of college, and when I went blind, so obviously I dropped out of that. And then I was like, what can I do? And I was just listening to all you guys on podcasts, and I was like, I always wanted to be a stand-up, and I was like, this seems like something I can do with minimal effort. Like just me and a microphone seems like a perfect amount of work for me.
Yeah. But you came out, your minute was like killer. That wasn't the first time you did that minute. It was the first time you did it here. You've been working.
Yeah, I worked.
I can feel that, and I think you're incredibly controlled, right?
Thank you so much.
And I was wondering what color your shirt is.
God damn it, dude. What the test I will always fail.
You're awesome. Give it up for Chris. It's done it again. That's really incredible. You guys having fun out there? He's going to the restroom right now. Wait, that's a chance. Alright, your next fucking little ghost by the name of Michael Scott. Everybody, we're gonna keep it moving with the skylights of Michael Scott. Here he is. It's black. It's my house. It's a sweet deal.
What is the black base model for every object that's supposed to improve our lives? Why is it always black? I keep mine a pair of white gloves and a bow tie. I push clean on him and he goes up and down the halls. Has to keep my batteries charged. The other day I hit clean on Toby. His name is Toby. I couldn't leave him come until my mom comes over and we'll watch your feet cook just front of your bed. So the other day I hit clean on Toby. He goes towards the end of the hall and he's cleaning and he starts leaving and goes back to recharge his batteries. And I nearly spilled my sweet tea. I get up and I go, the hell you will! Nobody said you could take a break. So I got up and I watched him clean my house until he died. And when he died, I bought a new one at auction for $3 bits, the price of one.
I don't think it's a limit of time. But it incredibly raised the set that only you can do. Maybe amazing you can get away with it. Incredible. Remind us all, Michael, how long you been on stand-up?
9 years.
9 years. Amazing. Was that here in Austin?
No, Bakersfield, California. Fresno, here December 30th, 23.
Okay. Awesome. What do you do for a day job?
I got fired from one
Madness. Your Roomba just came back. So Michael Scott, tell us more about your life. What else is going on? Roomba plays a hell of a bass. I gotta tell you. It's absolutely incredible.
So many talented artists will have a backstage.
Yeah.
What's going on in life? You have a girlfriend?
When's the last time you went on a date?
Let's see, 3 months maybe.
What happened there?
Just, I mean, it was alright.
You met her online or something like that on a date?
She had shows.
Get drinks. And then we went back to your place. And then what happened? Oh, wow. What a romantic man. Straight to insertion.
Yes. I was already in the mood. I guess we were trying to.
Amazing. And then you never talked to her again after that. Why is that?
I don't know. Just wasn't.
It's a white girl.
I'll give it away.
It could have been anything. I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised about it. I think you just fuck whoever you want to fuck you. Am I correct?
I think he's right.
Amazing stuff. And you met her just regularly. She came up to you afterwards and was like, what's up?
Yeah. But I don't know. I've been doing comedy and then people come up to me and tell me to talk to them. Just like I usually talk to nobody. Just do my thing in the house. I'm trying to hang out.
You got drunk with this girl at Shakespeare's.
I was drunk before. Okay. At Shakespeare's and then this is the one.
Alright, Michael, what kind of car do you drive?
2019 Chevy.
What's the weirdest thing you have in your refrigerator?
Salmon.
Oh, you fuck, 3 months. Oh my god. Wow.
Yeah, she's thawing out right now.
Michael, let me ask you a question that I asked another Rabbi driver earlier. What's the weirdest thing you've seen inside of a car that you were about hanging your time? Not in the same car, that's for sure. Different. Nobody with guns is using condoms. No way, Jose. That would be absolutely contradictory to life itself.
One person parked their car overnight and they had German Shepherds up in the car in a crate in the bed strapped down. He'd come out maybe every 4 hours and check on it. But he could stay. Yeah, it was the winter too. That was very upsetting.
Was it like a Tesla that had dog mode on or anything like that?
No, it was like a Dodge truck.
It was a German Shepherd. Right? So it was a Jew trying to get revenge for the Holocaust. So it was a German Shepherd being kept in a crate inside of a car in a torturous situation. Perhaps it was revenge for the Holocaust. Still not getting the laugh I think it deserves. Can't really plan to do a joke like that. It has to just be served up in the air. Only have one chance at it. I guess that was my chance, and it's yet still not really connecting the way that I was hoping it was going. That's why Jews. Held captive by the Germans in very tight quarters, very tough situation. You said it was during the winter time?
Yeah.
It really doesn't get much more spot on than that. Thank you, there it is. There it is, everybody. Thank you. Thank you. We only get to laugh at good Holocaust jokes while just going pee, so that was a chance. I'm kidding. Michael Scott, fun times. Tremendously racist set. That's why you're living here with a big joke. Michael, I'm happy on the secret show for you. There he goes, Michael Scott. We're having a good old time here tonight. There he is. I knew it. We're right on time. I didn't want you to miss this guy. Ladies and gentlemen, your next set, your next bucket pool. Who's the name? That's Eric Meeks, everybody. We're going to watch them all together.
What's going on, Dawson? I think too many people in this town, especially men, go to counseling. I don't like it. I'm Midwestern. I'm very Midwestern. I'm so Midwestern I don't believe in counseling. I believe in binge drinking. You shouldn't be talking to strangers. You should be having a problem in a garage with your friends. So, because I love scamming white people, I'm always down for that. I do think I'm going to start the Midwestern Counseling Service. That's how I'm going to go and reinvent counseling. What it's going to be is you're going to come over to my garage, hang out with me, drink my beer, work on my car. It's a Pontiac. You can't be sad working on a Pontiac. That's illegal. All right, guys? That's what freedom is all about. And then we're just going to talk, get drunk all night long, have a good time. And maybe as the night goes, you'll start to open up and tell me about the woes of your life. Then you'll look me in the eyes and be like, yeah, I got heart when Dad died. I'll look you dead in the eyes. I'll turn up the radio and say, shut up, pussy. Put it on. All right, I've been Eric Pigs.
Okay. It's okay if I go to the bathroom.
That's fair. That's fair.
Eric Biggs. I see why Jay didn't let you talk in all those movies.
Yeah. It's a problem. I kept trying. I said no.
Wow, Eric, how long have you been attempting stand-up comedy?
6 years of attempting, Tony.
God damn, 6 years. What happened here? That's just a new minute, a tough minute.
Yeah, I don't know. It's been kind of working. I've been trying it around, but it did not work. It did not work.
6 years where at?
Mostly Missouri. I started off in Columbia, Missouri.
And then where else have you been?
Been here ever since then. Been down here about 3 years.
3 years. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. Is Eric, I'm telling you, it's building a circle. You are just, you have a beautiful round head, you have a round body. Built like a snow globe. I think
I've never had a carrot in my mouth, alright?
I think they don't have it in it. That's their nose. That's their nose.
I love your like super confidence but no talent at all. It's like amazing.
That's what the Midwest is all about.
I love it.
Yeah.
What do you do for a living, Eric?
I'm an insurance salesman. It's the only thing that can be worse than sucking at comedy, you know?
Yeah.
You do this, you do that all day, and you go, well, you know what? I can eat shit on stage in front of people. That can't be anywhere.
I just think that Pontiac thing, for some reason, did you write that in Missouri?
No, I wrote that down here.
All right. Really?
He gave me an out. He said, take it.
I still, and I might be wrong, but Eric, there's something behind those eyes. I think you can do better than that. I'm going to give you one more minute to a totally different minute. You got it, right? You've been doing this 6 years. You must have a second minute. Whatever you think your best minute is, because I'm positive this is the only time that you've been in front of millions of viewers right now. No, it's better than where this was going.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah. What are your bits? And we'll tell you. What are your...
I got some stuff about marriage.
Have you been married?
Yes, sir. I'm married right now.
You know what? Just get right into it. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time. Stories. We're going to start the clock. 1 minute from Eric Biggs, everybody.
Yeah, I just celebrated my 1-year wedding anniversary. Yes, it's very nice. It's nice knowing you still trick white women into making bad decisions. Like, my wife looked me dead in the eyes and said, a lower credit score sounds great. Who doesn't want to live in a house that has wheels on it? That sounds fun, you know? The worst part about it is I got married young, so you get a lot of bad advice when you get married young. Like, have you ever just been about to black out at a bar? You just have some old guy sitting next to you and he goes, don't do it. Don't get fucking married. She'll fucking take everything. You just gotta look at him and go, I live in a trailer. I have nothing. Nothing can be taken. You can't split shit in half.
Yeah. Perfect. It was better than your first minute. wonder if I gave you another minute if that would be worth that minute. So you live in a trailer?
No, sir.
Did you in Missouri?
No, my parents were way too successful for my life to turn out this way.
Incredible. What do your parents do for work?
IT and a school teacher. Middle school.
What do they think about you attempting stand-up comedy?
They wish I made different decisions.
Did they like that you're an insurance salesman?
Yeah. My mom every time goes, it's okay, you can back out. None of them know you do this. It's okay.
And so, what else about you, Eric? What we find interesting about your entire life is you're not really white trash. You're from Missouri, kind of like a American Pie kind of thing.
Yeah.
But yet you kind of dress like Jelly Roll.
Well, yeah. Yeah, this is what happens when I do Go-Go Bass Pro and go, yeah, that looks classy, you know? A $35 t-shirt will look cool on stage, you know?
You know you can buy a pair of overalls at the same price.
Well,
I didn't know that until tonight. It was a giant silent blow. So what else about your life? You ever have anything crazy happen? You good at any? You have any other special skills or talents? Or some kind of guy that like fake competition or something?
no. I smoke cigarettes like an adult. I've never faked. What am I, a coward pussy? No, I don't know. I think I got into comedy like it's, it's usually everyone comes from like a broken home or dad beat the shit out of you or whatever. I didn't have that. I had a very normal family. I even had like my brother, very cool, very supportive. I think that he saw I wanted to be a comedian, so he decided, I'm going to give this kid some trauma. So he died in a drunk driving accident. Just really get me going.
Every time we all love a dead brother drunk driving story. A lot of tales of drunken driving here tonight. A reminder, we do not endorse that. The Kiltony Universe do not drink and drive.
You eat and drive?
Yeah, all of it.
Seems like it's dangerous.
That's a problem. Got blocked out a couple times. See the pizzeria lights going, I gotta go.
All right, Eric, we're going to keep it moving. Fun times. Sign up again. Keep writing. Prove your parents wrong. And maybe take your time a little bit more. Don't try to squeeze it all in. Take your time so that people understand you and stuff. You speak perfect English. Talk real fast. Words get together. Then you know what I mean?
Yeah, I like that. Yeah. Right, you're absolutely right. That's a good way. And also, I like that you reset and then I'm off on the video.
Yeah, you did it.
Good.
Yeah. Eric Hayes. All right. Oh my goodness, this is one of those special moments where someone very talented signed up for the show. Ladies and gentlemen, this guy, I grew up in comedy with him. We were door guys together at the Comedy Store. He's been a paid regular at the Comedy Store longer than I have. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a very cerebral palsy episode of Kill Tony. We already have Martin Phillips, but this is the OG from the Comedy Store. Now lives in Austin. One of the funniest people out there. Make some noise for Danny Wester, everybody. Danny Wester, make some noise for my colleague.
You guys have had great things and cerebral palsy people. You've never had it blended together. Fucking cocksuckers. Some of you assholes are gonna ask me how to spell it, but I don't know shit about cerebral palsy, so I'll just make up shit. They'll be like, what is cerebral palsy? I'll tell you, superpowers of Lord, the Tallywhacker, cocksucker, that's... People, like, when people ask me how to spell it, because everybody's using it as well, does it look like I ever want to fucking spell me ever in my lifetime? I went all through the high school, we had long movies of course, fucking dickhead, because they knew I was gonna fucking go to court sometime in my life. I don't know, man. Like, yeah, some of you have jobs and you dream about hitting a toe on the phone. As you go to work, you're like, man, I got 6 days of PTO, and I could just take this fucking light pole right now. If I have to talk to Al one more time about his mental health, fuck him.
Keep going, Davey. Just keep going for a minute. Keep going.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep going.
Just keep going.
You know how you know it's a shitty job? When they tell you it's like your family. strikes on Tuesday. All right. If you ever talk about with a payment or me, he'd be like, "Hey, Dave, why don't you get your life together?" He'll tell you he's fighting capitalism, and I think Batman lost it because he's fucking homeless. And that's. You want me to do some more time? Or... I don't know, man. Like, where I grew up, people didn't really know I had cerebral palsy because I'm from a town where people watch parallel parking. And yeah, that's. I mean, one of my best friends didn't know I had cerebral palsy until she came to a comedy show. She goes, "Hey, I didn't know you had cerebral palsy." I was like, "Shit, what do you think I had?" She goes, "I thought you just didn't tie your shoes tight." No, that's.
This is what I love about this show, is that sometimes you pull out someone that's a
Real white trash, nothing like the fucking assholes fucking with the bathroom. I heard that little fucking. Don't take my 77 Fleetwood away from me, you son of a bitch. Like,
I feel like cerebral palsy is like number 8 on the list of shit that's fucked up about you. Like, right?
yeah, there's a lot of fucked up shit about me right now. That's why I'm on probation right now.
You are?
Yeah, well, so, I decided to get, I was up in Minnesota and I went to go sit in my car because I was a little drunk. And then I had 9 cops arrest me. And when you're getting arrested, you don't have the fucking button in your head because I had a pocket full of mushrooms in my pocket. And I decided I was going to eat them right in front of the fucking cop. If I'm going to detox, I'm going in there high. That's. Yeah.
It's a master class of Davey West. Davey, you have your buttons mismatched. You have your...
You go fuck your AI robot.
she's Korean, you racist.
Can you give me 2 golden tickets? Because Ari Matty, if I get that, he'll take me to the wellness clinic and fucking help me out. Like, I won't have cerebral palsy anymore. I will be a Downsy son of a bitch.
I don't think there's enough stem cells in the world to balance you out, baby.
No, I get you. I like seeing blind people. I don't trust you, but.
Davey, you are on fire. I love Davey Wester. I mean, this guy was one of the door guys at the Comedy Store when I got there.
They had crippled people doing it.
It's a testament to the times. This Comedy Store in 2007 was a dark, dark place with a lot of very pessimistic, negative people. And you were roommates with a lot of them. And you fucking...
Oh, please don't think you want to talk about cocaine, okay?
I mean, the crew was absolutely insane that you lived with. And meanwhile, you were always funny. Somehow you were almost always positive and optimistic in a very, very dark time. And it meant the world to me and the guys that I started with that were in our extremely early 20s. Starting out there, we always looked up to, believe it or not, we looked up to TV. As a
Bears. I'm a fucking hero.
But here in Austin, you're absolutely thriving. You got out of LA and you've kind of become a rock star here in Austin. People are able to find you and see you and you're selling tickets and stuff. Tell us more about your life here in Texas.
Me and Holtzman went to a rodeo.
Oh my God. Can you imagine? Even if there weren't bulls there, I would go to the rodeo just to see what you and Holtzman were doing together.
he went to the wrong place. He thought my apartment was this abortion clinic. And then he, I don't know, it was just crazy. Ultimate bought a bunch of shit, yelled at me a bunch, and he told me, he yelled at me for not having a handicap placard that I carry around.
He thought he was going to get good parking. Yeah, that's what he brought you. Oh my God.
Everywhere we went, he goes, I have a handicap. I have a handicap.
Oh my God, I almost fainted just then. Oh God, I really think you're not. Tell these kids just so you know why I'm laughing so hard. Tell them you're not kidding. I know you're not kidding.
No, all these stories are true. You can look it up. Go to your friend in Washington, and you'll be like, oh, this is what they look like. So, just so you understand, Drew Mickens is from my area too.
Yes, that is true. Anytime I see somebody that I've blown a few people's minds like this, I'll be like, where are you from? They're like, the state of Washington. And if I notice their eyes are ever not aligned, they have one eye here and one eye there, I'll be like, you're from near Euphrates? And they're like, how do you know that? It always blows their minds. They just have to keep an eye on offset eyes from Washington.
Yeah, you just have to, like, you understand there's a nuclear plant.
I love it, Davey. I mean, you are just one of my favorite types of stories because, you know, you're not an actor, you're not a writer, you're not an ass, you're not a sketch, you're not trying all these things. You're a fucking pure stand-up comedian, the kind of guy that I just love to drink with and hang out with, whatever, you know what I mean? So, eat mushrooms? Well, maybe. I don't think I could eat mushrooms with you, Davey. I'm highly sensitive already. The buttons thing alone would fuck me up. I'm trying. All I gotta do is Davey, get over here. Let me fix this for you. Take off his clothes. I got a pair of overalls. It was very cheap.
No, I tried the overall thing. That didn't really work out for me.
What happened? Well, yeah, when you don't button those correctly, everything comes out.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Davey, if you're in town, I would love to have you on the Secret Show Thursday.
You are the fucking man, Davey Webster, and now the world knows about it. So cool that you signed up for this show. Amazing. What an honor that you signed up for my crazy show. One more time for Davey Webster, everybody. You'll comedy like him.
He's 20 years, the first people I ever met in LA.
He's the man. He's the man. The original fucking cerebral palsy, fucking super powerful comedian.
Cleanser,
Yeah, the sage of the room. To get your penises out from inside of you after staring at Davey Webster for 10 minutes. Here's a lovely Heidi here to reset your testosterone levels, everybody. Go to HeidiRegina.com. It's all good. Oh, you got it? Okay. It's a 50-50 shot. One more time for the lovely Heidi, everybody. All right, back to the book we go. Ladies and gentlemen, your next fucking poll goes by the name of Victoria Lang. Victoria Lang, our third female of the night.
So I'm a pole dancer, and when I say that, a lot of people think that means stripper, and I'm not. But if I was, I would have a really cool name, like Miss Honeybun. It's because I'm sweet, I'm dense, and after a couple bites, I really taste like nickels. It's like a cup holder of loose change. Yeah. I have a boyfriend, and he's a little bit of a freak, so he likes it. He's into this thing, it's called sounding. It's when you shove something in your dick. Yeah, at first I was like, ooh, too, but he makes this really cool noise. He goes like this. It's like a little kid in the fan in the summertime. You know how they go, the fucking fan? It's so beautiful. I've been calling Eureka Franklin, and our relationship's been great. Our relationship's been great ever since.
Thank you. All right, 55 seconds from Victoria Lang. Welcome to the show, Victoria.
Thank you.
It's your first time on, correct?
It is.
How long have you been on stand-up?
3 years.
3 years, all of it here in Austin, Texas.
No, I'm from Connecticut/New York. I do a lot of comedy over there.
Okay, what part of Connecticut exactly?
Like Hartford County.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's a fun fact about Connecticut. Well, it is literally a freeway. The state is a freeway. There's a very, very, very extremely fancy part, Greenwich, there. Of course, bands like WWE started. And then there's where you're from.
Right, yeah, not over there.
Tell us what it's like growing up in the hood of Connecticut.
It's the shit. It's got a lot of stuff going on over there. I mean, I would say we have the best comedy, I think, in that part of Connecticut. You know,
Connecticut, you have the best part. You have the best comedy in Connecticut.
in that part, you know, because they're all kind of pieces of shit like me. Yes, they get me more.
What do you call yourself a piece of shit? What do you mean some shitty things about Victoria Way?
Some shitty things about me.
Other than your nickel mosaic.
Oh, fuck.
I would say that one's pretty standout. That one's pretty standout. I'm kind of like I'm a little bit of a hater, self-admittedly, and I say a lot of things and I regret it immediately. I go, I regret that.
Where are you talking about, like online or just like?
No, in person, I'll be like, oh, that person's a fucking asshole, and I go, oh, why'd I say that type of thing.
Wow. Is that backfired on you?
Yeah, everybody hates me. I'm like Connecticut's most hated, so that's what happens.
Incredible. Your boyfriend likes you.
He loves me.
How long have you been with him?
I've been with him for 2 years, and he's a comedian as well, so he gets it.
You guys live here now?
No, we're just visiting.
Okay. Did he sign up as well?
Yes.
Okay. We'll talk about that in a second. You're a pole dancer. How long have you been pole dancing?
I've been pole dancing. You know, I'm about as good as pole dancing as I am at comedy. To put it that way.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So you fall a lot.
Yeah, falling. Yeah.
But you make it to the top of the pole and the bottom of the pole.
Yeah.
You're bipolar. You ever straddle a microphone stand?
I have. Usually I'm a lot more active. I do kind of something like that, but I think Tony made me nervous.
That's okay. Don't be nervous. Maybe what could I possibly say about you that you haven't already thought about yourself?
That's right.
Victoria, do you have any special skills or talents or anything like that?
Yes, I make comedy music. That's, I would say, my forte.
Okay, that's your specialty.
Yeah.
Do you have like a song in your head that you've written that's original to you?
Yeah, I do.
What's it about?
So I have a couple. I have one about stroking the capital.
Just do one.
Okay. Can't take it, son.
Storming the Capitol.
Yeah, and I have another one that I really love about dating while living at your parents' house.
Which one do you think is the funniest?
I love about dating.
Okay. Do you know what chord progression that is? Is that a DGAC? DGAC?
It goes like this. Something like that.
Okay.
I feel like if you kind of like a beat, like I'd be like follow it. Like,
Yeah, they got you.
yeah.
What's the beat that you like? Boom.
Just like this.
Here she is, ladies and gentlemen. Victoria Lang, everybody.
Here we go.
First of all, I'm here.
Thank you. All right, here we go. I woke up today in the pink room that I grew up in. My mom picks up the trash like she always does. I check my phone. I got a text. The text is from my mom. Even though she just left, it says at least one of us is getting some. Oh my God, my mom saw the condom in the trash. But that's what happens when you're living at your mom's house. There is a feeling you can't hide. When your mom's in your clothes, that's right inside. There's really nothing I can do. And our economy is in the news. And baby, one day we'll live in the studio apartment, but till then it'll be us. And also my mom, 'cause this is her house. Oh, you speak your I woke up today in the blue room that I grew up in. My mom makes me feel good, but she always does. I usually text. When I have a girl over, but last night was different, I guess. My mom walks in to see my dick getting some. Like me and my mom, we're close but not that much. And now she's caught me with my balls out for it. There's a feeling you can't hide, and you're hoping that it's right to get right. But there's really nothing I can do. Yes, I should have seen you.
This is terrible.
Let's not forget about my stepdad. Sometimes when we're getting into bed, I can hear him falling through the walls, 'cause I share it with my bedroom. Same wall. Please don't look at the stain. My 20-year-old cat died my senior year of high school. It's not that noticeable unless you look at it. Gotta walk by really fast. There are some sounds you cannot hide, even when the TV volume's real high. My whole family hears young shouting in here. That's how they all know I'm getting screwed. And if I said wrong shouting, I know that might be inappropriate, but it gets me on. So find me outside, pushing a bitch. That's been a song.
Wow, Victoria Leg. I gotta tell you,
If he gives her a
I
fucking
did
thing,
not
I'm
see
gonna
that
be pissed.
coming. That wasn't like a good song, not a comedy song. That was just a good song. Yeah, it was an actually good song.
Thank you, I wrote it.
That's amazing. And I love how you directed the band. I mean, this is that type of band that you give them a thing, they are right there. They feel the energies and just roll within you. I've never actually seen anyone conduct them.
I got that later.
I love every single one of your leads. It was incredible. You're so ADD. You're talking about a lighter that's on the table right now. It's incredible. Absolutely amazing, Victoria. Comedy music is definitely your thing.
Thank you.
You have more stuff available online or something? Where can people find you at?
At Victoria Does Comedy.
There you go. OnlyFans also.
I used to have a Playboy account, but they took me offline because I wasn't making enough money.
That happens. That happens, Victoria. When all you can do is sing, that happens. You are very talented. You really got lost in it when you were sitting down. I was so impressed when you're commanding the band. It's like a real treat to see somebody come in and start kind of shy and exactly Jeff just said showmanship. I mean, you really came out. You know what I mean? And that was incredible. Congratulations, Victoria. The set was okay. But after that amazing performance, you're leaving here with a big joke. But here you go.
Thank you so much.
All right, there you go. Sure.
Can I leave now?
What?
What should I say?
You're gone.
Oh. Thank you.
Anything can happen here, ladies and gentlemen. This is a show filled with magic sometimes. Ladies and gentlemen, let's make it your final fucking pull of the night. Goes by the name of Eric McLaughlin, everybody.
I was at the airport yesterday. I was thinking, you could just point at anybody in here and yell, that guy has a Bahamas ass. And they kind of have to check that guy's ass, right?
Oh, we're running for the one for the country.
They got to put a finger in that guy. And then they're probably going to put a finger at you after because you said that.
Oh, everybody stop what you're doing. Whatever you're doing, you need to stop it. My man is here interrupting Kill Tony. How you living, big man? Yo. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
What's tonight's theatrical performance?
Sorry, what?
What are we watching tonight, big man?
It's a Pixar documentary featuring Steve Jobs.
Okay, excellent. I'm ready when you are.
Sounds good.
Hey, I was on a
Just so you know,
podcast today.
did you do his podcast?
I mean, give me some serious expectations. That's impossible. How am I supposed to compete?
Yeah, did you live up to the James Dean comedy?
I did what I could. I was more like the Elvis Presley of futurology. Can I tell you how it went first, really quickly? All right, so this is okay. The way that I met this person was on Twitter. They just went online and they were like, "Hey, if you want to be on my podcast, send me an email." And so I sent him an email. He got back to me right away. And like 2 weeks ago or so, he's like, "Okay, we'll do this thing." And so I initially met with him, and he recorded it. But then he's like, "Okay, so we'll do the podcast next week." And I was like, "Okay." So then this is last week. I'm ready to do the podcast. I send him like a breakdown. And he's like, "I enjoyed speaking with you, and I want to have you on my show for like not just one episode, but like 5 episodes." And I was like, "Okay, that sounds great." So then I thought we were going to record last week, and we didn't. He just wanted to get to know me a little bit better and what I do for his audience so that he can explain. So then this was the big week, and I was like, "Okay." I had sent him all this stuff on life extension technology. Not that I'm an expert on it, but just like some bullet points or whatever. And the first question that he asked me is something I've never heard anything about. And it's like this like so he asks, so we talk about like things like I say like, okay, so there's like mitochondrial regeneration, and there's organ growth, and there's like mind uplink, all those things. And he's okay. A lot of that sounds like my med bed, and I'm like, med bed, and he's like, yeah, med bed, and I'm like, oh, okay, MEDBED. He's like, yeah. So I'm like, with one hand like doing the podcast, and the other hand like looking up what this means, and it's some alternative theory that basically is like perhaps very wealthy individuals are already having this type of technology being done, and it's just not available to the average person. So I did everything I could to kind of stay away from like the alternative theory route and just kept it to science, which I was able to do. And then we talked for like 20 minutes or so, which is all we had planned. And then it went well. Aside from that, like getting caught off guard, but it's not like at any point I was like, I don't know what you're talking about or anything like that. I was able to recover, and we talked about life extension. How like he's 78 years old. He's from Australia, and he's in good shape, and he's certainly mentally there, and he wants to continue to live as long as possible, and I don't want to stop him. And so we talked about that. We talked about diets, and like. He's on the carnivore diet. We talked about the ketogenic diet, basically high protein, low fat, or high protein, high fat, low carbohydrates. And we talked about mind uploading, which, is a passion of mine. And so I thought it was a good first session. And then afterward, I emailed him thanking him. And he said it would be out tomorrow on video. And he's got like 8,000 followers on YouTube. I don't know. He's like he's like an established media personality in Australia, he he goes on Australian radio still on Melbourne, which is like a big city, obviously. So we'll see how it goes. And I'm happy that we got one in the books. The next one we're going to talk about is Earth improvements, then mega projects, then we're going to talk about um, uh, space exploration, and then finally intelligent life. Dude, did you see Bob Lazar was on Joe Rogan today? Or recently. Thank you. Oh yeah, no doubt.
I was gonna say like life extension and immortality are basically the same boot camp, right?
So we talked about that. Basically, being able to live to be like 120, but then the potential of being able to live forever. And it's great to hear someone else say, "I want to live forever," and especially being 78 years old. I'm glad that he hasn't given up, and he's in great shape, and so he may have another few decades ahead of him, and then that type of technology really kicks in. One caveat that I stated, and that I always state when I talk about life extension technology, moving into transhumanism and perhaps mind uploading and digital immortality, there's the idea that you want to live forever, for those of us who do, within reason. Because living forever could be a punishment if you're bored or you're being punished. So the idea is you do everything that you want to do as a robot, a cyborg. You go to every planet that you want to. But once you get bored, you should have the opportunity to stop your life as much as you want. He agreed, and I agreed. So yeah, those two ideas of the life extension technology and like living forever, they're most certainly related.
My favorite thing in the immortality aspect was the solar barbarian guy who was from Texas, and basically he was charging people like $50,000 for this crazy course that he was selling on. He was claiming that all you needed was the sun to live off of, but he could kind of capture CO2 photosynthesize basically all the energy. And he had like fake videos of him like in the gym with marshmallow weights, lifting up like 500 pounds and stuff. Apparently, actually, scam like billionaires are buying for like $50,000 achieving immortality and stuff, and then the cookie crumble when he was like spotted outside of McDonald's and stuff at like 3 in the morning, not trying to be seen, and then he went on some like tried to justify it by saying that Coca-Cola is somehow acceptable on occasion. It was sold for their did not look good.
There you go. Yeah, I mean,
With that said, I will start the wait, what did you say after the Sorry.
What did I say after it?
Blah.
Oh yeah. So he was on today, right, on Amazon. I'm very excited about it. It's about S4. I talk about it all the time. It's fascinating to me. It's one of my favorite subjects in the entire world. Like, if we were sitting around a campfire, that would be a story that I would just keep telling because I think it's so important to humanity.
Yeah, no, I watched the Bob with you when my mom was not in the U.S.
It's okay. She doesn't have to be.
But I'm going to start the Pixar documentary.
Excellent.
Hold on.